没事，你看这03年、36个位置的，07年、17年、18年，那这个哪一年就是11年，再看8年。
Fate. What is fate? It's about shattering the cycle, altering the rules of the game. New challenges will be ignited, and a new order is poised for reshaping.
by apathy, desolation, fear and catastrophe. But I won't stop hunting with BLADEPOINTs. This pain, a fire consuming me. So I search for you where souls flow to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready with this chance. I know we'll meet again someday. The flames of fate, torching love at the galaxy's gates. Our souls change in a marvelous way. My heart waits and waits. I don't care if I'm insane. We'll meet in NARAKA someday.
Tôi là Sao Lũ, tôi là chết công thái sơn nhìn, là xa sụ minh cố, xa sụ phân sổ cái chân sinh nhìn.
在小兔子的吧，在最穷国你们仨，小鹿也要穿凤凰装。
我sai是家，就喜欢对着台山唱歌，喜欢做山林都跑啊跑。是家，只有老人头上嘅盆王記可以教我定路腳步。我爺對我講，盆王裝是俾你在台先嚟以後將可以做嘅，所以我經常拿佢嘅盆王裝對着將在看待心眼。夢想第個台先嚟以後就像盆王裝嘅樣子。每一次一趕上早前，我都好衝着去攔路，就為了多睇幾人信仰頭上生好嘅佛子。當時懵裡懵懂的，本人出上嚟好事情嘅活大會，更是台人為大老都唱對歌，其實都是平王包容嘅人唱台， 就符我人自由嘅象徵。這條台先來，就像是太太外班嘅自由是先落用住。體驗生活也好，網絡也好，出台小時都當然唔同嘅生活，去了好多地方。
妈，你干嘛？老给我戴这个呀？我要戴上这个。
伴隨我女面面台先來，也面面教我，像啲細細隻怪雲對平旺嘅熱愛盡顯露出。所以我十分堅決將條歌上。我啲怪一次當作出發，我想對啲歌嘅體會當作有平旺中。山下嘅歌啊，唱了一輩子，現在我在舞台上唱出啲歌嘅故事。啲民俗嘅進行都上了革新嘅色彩。革新衣裳唔只是俾你在相處嘅標誌，而是俾我人勇氣，讓我人無拘無束做啲個嘅披風弄開角。愛來自山下，我是熱愛嘅勇氣弄勇上，我是憧憬平旺嘅傳道中嘅一員。愛也是平旺，愛是書記，愛心無懼。
Did you see this coming?
这俩任务是各自成的。
所以呢，然后呢？
没事，你看这03年、35年、36个位置吧。07年、17年、58年。那这个哪一年？这个51年，概况8年。
Fate. What is fate? It's about shattering the cycle, altering the rules of the game. New challenges will be ignited, and a new order is poised for reshaping.
With each breath, pain and destruction, my world is broken by your seduction. Your touch, a whisper from the past, a memory that's fading fast. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but by apathy, desolation, fear and catastrophe. But I won't stop hunting with blade points. This pain, a fire consuming me. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready with this chance. I know we'll meet again someday. Someday, the flames of fate, torching love at the galaxy's gates. Our souls change in a marvelous way. My heart waits and waits. I don't care if I'm insane. We'll meet in NARAKA someday. Let's crush them, dun dun.
Did you see this coming?
by your seduction. Your touch, a whisper from the past, a memory that's fading fast. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready with this chance. I hope we meet again someday. Someday, the flames of fate torching love at the galaxy's gate. Our souls change in a marvelous way. My heart waits and waits. I don't care if I'm insane. I know we'll meet again someday. The sky is frozen by apathy, desolation, fear and catastrophe. But I won't stop hunting with blade points. This pain, a fire consuming me. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready with this chance. I know we'll meet again someday. Someday, the flames of fate torching love at the galaxy's gate. Our souls change in a marvelous way. My heart waits and waits. I don't care if I'm insane. We'll meet in NARAKA someday.
各自成长。
所以呢，然后呢？
没事，你看这03年、36要5的是吧？07年是不是8年？那这个哪一年？这个11年，概况8年。
Fate. What is fate? It's about shattering the cycle, altering the rules of the game. New challenges will be ignited, and a new order is poised for reshaping.
Wanna take it higher. Light it up like we on fire. Yeah, we wanna take it higher. At the top, we be singing like the choir. Yeah, we building the empire. We the chosen, we the kings, we the leaders in the ring. They can't tell us not a thing. Yeah, we running the game, we came to win. Yeah, we wanna take it higher. Light it up like we on fire. Yeah, we wanna take it higher. Yeah, and we building an empire. We the chosen, we the kings, we the leaders in the ring. They can't tell us not a thing. Yeah, we running the game, we can win.
Oh, the lights is shining. The white is looking nice with that gold on the backboard. And then everything else is about to get started. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League 2024 Spring Split. I am your host, Javier, alongside somebody who sadly was not with me on the first week, but he's back here again, and he's about to get, what's your word that you like to say?
Boogly boogly.
That's what I'm talking about. My man Duncan is in the building. How you doing?
I'm doing well, nice and early, nice little fresh start to the day. It's dark for you though. It's still the end of your day, isn't it? You haven't finished the day yet.
Everybody is me. While I'm up and getting ready for this NARAKA BLADEPOINT action.
Hey, well, there's no place I would rather be. I'm sure you feel the same way because we are about to kick it off with another amazing day. I mean, hey, if last bi-weekly is any indication, these are going to be some extra special games. And as the bi-weeklies progress, it ramps up a little bit. Towards the end, I feel like some people sort of burn out a little bit, but some people start to ramp up quite a lot. We have the likes of T225, Wang Liang. We even have Kai Bao coming in today. We didn't see him last bi-weekly, so it's going to be good to see him. We have so many heavy hitters coming today. We've got GG Shah, we've got X Shin as well. It's gonna be an interesting day. Have you taken a look at the list, Darby? Who you looking for today? It's
going to be good though, because I'm going to be honest with you. We really saw some amazing improvements from some of the pro players on the last day 2 of our solos, and I think there's definitely some room for some upgrades for some of these players. So when we talk about a player like 5-2 Akame, who really started off struggling, and then by game 3, game 4, he was kind of cooking. He was trying to figure that out, and hopefully we'll be able to find out even more. But until then, make sure that your NARAKA BLADEPOINT is linked to your Twitch, so that way you can get these split drops while we're giving it to you. Obviously, we got your usual dailies, but until the bi-weekly finals, we also have some more drops as well that's going to be a little bit better. We got some champion bubbles. We've got a chain scythe as well. We got a lot of really cool stuff here, so obviously make sure that your NARAKA BLADEPOINT is linked to your Twitch, so that way while you're watching, you can get yourself some drops. Listen, I have mine linked, and obviously I have mine on another tab. Hey, I got 4 monitors. You think I'm not gonna try to get some of these drops like I usually do, like always? Come on now. Just because I'm casting to you guys doesn't mean I can't get some awards myself. And obviously, check this out. Brand new legendary skin dropping. Actually, it's already dropped yesterday, and it is the first. It's the first, right? The first NBPL themed skin.
Kind of, yeah. Basically, we've had some skins that have been designed or dedicated to players in the past. Like we had the spider katana and all that stuff. Yeah, we've had some J-Cup stuff, but I don't think we don't actually have a weapon skin themed on NBPL. We do have a couple accessories, but I think that's pretty much it. I don't think we've got much else in the way of NBPL themed stuff. So definitely looking very fancy looking. Got that little cyberpunk theme. Hey, I know some people aren't a fan, but it does look very clean. The whole sort of immersion factor. Some people, they're like, oh, let's I don't really like the cyberpunk stuff because it takes me out of the aesthetic. But then some people absolutely love it. Personally, I think it looks really cool because it's nice and sleek, nice and black, and then a sort of like reddish pink. It doesn't look too crazy, There's
outfits that have a theme like that, but also too, the thing that I like the most is that NBPL logo. That's actually
it does look really nice.
Sword itself. That was the big thing when I first saw it. It was like, oh, we've never actually seen this, where it shows the actual official NBPL logo. And especially, and speaking of official, we do have the official schedule so far here. So obviously, we're going to be going into today, which is our bi-weekly split. Obviously, we got a chance to see how some of the games were from last week. And obviously, as you can see, who were some of those winners, WBG Spider and OUG. Now, here goes the today's schedule, the list. And obviously, the same thing. It's going to be 3 holos, 3 mores, right? Back to back. 3 starting off and then 3 ending. At the same time, like I said, we still have a very stellar list of of players for our solos that I do think is really going to pop off today. Like I said, from a player like 521 Akame, who, like I said, really started off struggling in those first 3 games. By game 4 through 6, he started to find his rhythm, and he started to find his way, and he started climbing. And that's the thing that I appreciate. A player like Frostivus, now that he's no longer the fresh meat, now he's just sinking in. He's just getting used to all of the dynamics, all of the plays, all of the play styles. Bowda's X-Gen played super, super well, but sadly just could not clutch a dub. You would get it stolen from him in second place. He would get out in 3rd or 4th. But the one thing I can say about X-Gen was that he was consistent. He was consistent with his numbers. He was consistent in staying in there no matter what. So he is still trying to chase that MVP and continue to chase more of them. Meanwhile, some of these players have already got 2 in the same day.
Yeah. Popping off. Hey, we're going to take a look at all these players chilling in the back rooms, getting ready to get in there and get ugly. Sadly, I have to say, I'm sad that we're not going to be seeing CDY, aka Panda Man, coming in today. We've got Wolves Kaibao. Since they're in the same organization, I think I don't know why they're subbing in and subbing out or something like that. It could be just give Kaibao a turn. It's his turn on the console.
Right.
It's his time with the controller. He's going to be jumping in today, and I'm excited to see what he can do. We haven't really seen much of Kaibao for a long time now. We didn't see him at J-Cup. Pretty sure he was still playing towards the end of the previous Nbpl split. I can't really remember how well he was doing. He wasn't doing poorly. I don't think Kaibao's ever done poorly, so to speak, but I don't remember the actual performance, the figures here. But we do have all of these interesting players, and one player that I think a lot of you have been keeping your eye on is Arano. Arano for EWG, coming in last week in the solo finals and just showing up, doing so unbelievably well, being one of the 3 players to actually get into match point contention. For those of you who missed our bi-weekly finals last week, we had a new ruling in place, a new format that essentially means that once you reach a certain threshold of points after so many games, no matter what, once you reach that threshold, which was 30 points for the solos, if you win a game, if you get an MVP for a game after that point, you just win it all. So it creates the possibility that the series of games could be less than 6. It could be 4 games total. If the first 3 games, somebody gets 10 points each game, right? And then they get to 30 points. And then in the 4th game, they win with MVP, then it's over. They won. That's it. It's good for everybody else. However, as we saw in the solos and the trios, in trios it was 74 points. We ended up going to 7 games. In the solos, it did end up going only to 6, but it was very interesting. And Arano was one of the only players who got to that match point threshold alongside Mike and Spider. Spider did take it home last week, which was lovely to see. My guy definitely needed a win. He hasn't had the best time recently, the end of Nbpl was all right, but at J-Cup he didn't have the best time. He wasn't feeling himself. He wasn't on the ball, and he didn't manage to perform as well as he wanted to. But here we are going into the character selection. I'm not gonna lie, I think we all know what's gonna get picked.
I mean, definitely where just the range of the expectancy of how people play the game, obviously. I mean, you're right. I mean, there's no real surprise here that it's all about survival in those first few games, and obviously just trying to figure this out. Varia also getting that pick as well here. I mean, like I said, the F2s and the F3s have just been the favorite, and obviously I think everybody's found their dynamic, and it seems as though everybody's kind of realized it. But it's interesting though, because by 5 and 6, we start to see some interesting picks. I don't know if you realize, but in our game 6, we got a player who picked Tarka. Like, we got somebody in our final game in game 6 who picked the Tarka last week.
Oh yeah, no, I remember. Yeah,
like,
CDY.
So that's the beauty of it, right? Like everybody kind of finds this form in the first 4, but by 5 or 6, those picks get a little.
Yeah. You can see Taka in some of these lobbies, in some of these games, but you're never going to see them in the first 3. You might see them in the second set, in the 4th, 5th, and 6th game, because those are the only games that you can run Taka. If you run Taka on Holoroth, you're in for a really rough game. But on Morus, when there's Fireflies, it is feasible. It just depends on the lobby and what everybody else picks, because you could still get targeted down, get lobbied by everybody, and it would be pretty hard to actually get value. But there are occasions when the stars align, like we saw CDY getting an absolutely beast of a game in the first week on the first day with Taka. But here we are, and we're jumping in with 2 ACOSs to start it off. Akame is going to be running that F2V2, and Frostovus is going for the more traditional F1 V2. V2 is going to be getting a lot of changes as well. Chat, for those of you who haven't downloaded the new update for the new season, sadly, I couldn't get it done because I had to go to bed early last night, and it didn't automatically download, which I'm really annoyed about. But make sure to download the new update. The new season is out today. It is out right now. Make sure to get it downloaded. You can download it while watching the solo games. If my internet will support it, I will try, but I'm not sure so it's going to be possible. But we are jumping right in. X-Shin as well on the Justina, interestingly. We haven't seen this much diversity coming out in our first game of the day on Holoroth daytime in quite a while, I don't think.
Quite a while, though. But look at these picks, though, so far with Hollow and where people are going. A lot of people still attempting for the Plum Castle towards like left side. So Igneous Mound, Featherlake, and Pinnacle Town still going to be a favorite. Meanwhile, there's a lot of people actually heading towards kind of that left side center. There's a lot. Everybody else is kind of scattered around towards other sections. We got Kaibao way on the back stretch here. We have a team alliance, which that is going to be our main men, Frosty. Inside of the Frosty areas, though, of that section, we got Icewind George, and obviously we got one person headed towards maybe the far backside. That looks like Boomerang's Cliff. Towards that section. So obviously that aggression for some of these players, especially those ACOs, are probably going to start off super strong here as we're going to lock in for our first game here as we see JDG's verse. It's like we're going to go for the reset here. Everybody was playing top really well in their first week here. So it's going to be interesting to see where people really get a chance to lock in here. But for those ACOs players here, I mean, they are going to be the odd ones out here, knowing that they don't have that heal advantage like everybody else is going to be doing. But look, we're going to see if they really do create some type of advantage here for a second, as we do see the first fight potentially might start to break out here between X-Shin and AS here. It looks like X-Shin doesn't really want any smoke currently here, as he's scare rushing, waiting for him to potentially push in here, but he realizes he doesn't want to. Juck's all the way around as well, as AS is also going to be nearby as well. No real fighting happening, just everybody just kind of dancing back and forth, seeing who's really going to take the first strike here, knowing that once that first strike happens, everybody kind of dog piles after that. It's usually what happens in the first one, but no one wants to risk the first one. It looks like Akame might be the one who actually is going to be susceptible to that because he had no shield. Finds the great shield swap here. Looks like he's going to be able to go at least towards the scale rush on the other side here. Might be able to pick up his blue, maybe going for the reset here, but decides not to. Going for the scale rush here, waiting for the opportunity to strike, but it doesn't look like they are. It looks like T225 trying to see if he can close in this gap here on Arado. It looks like he wants this fight. Nice holds, trying to see if he can pop it with the shield, but the staff. We're trying to see if he can create some damage here, but it's not going to be enough as T225 misses on both. But he's not going to miss out on that next one here. Nice defense coming in from Arano, but 2v1 is not looking good as he's going to need to back out here, create some space. Gives himself a little bit of an opportunity here. It looks like T225 might be getting chased by that other character, so Arano gets a free chance in escaping here. Doesn't really want to risk too much here as he goes for the shield. Gonna be able to go for a little bit of heals here. Goes for the reset here. Has the advantage here, but GG Sean, T225 still going at it. Nice scale, trying to see if he can close in this gap. Nice hits, though, from the dual Halbergs. He's gonna be able to create a decent amount of damage here, but not enough. Oh, dodges the strike from the blue focus off of GG Shaw. Looking at it, finding it, and being able to not get caught up. And it looks like JDG's burst is going to be the first one that gets eliminated by Wolves KB. Meanwhile, X-Gen is going to get their first elimination. GG Shaw getting absolutely obliterated, though. Nice hits coming through. Finds a gray shield. Does get the connection as well. It looks like that shield coming through as well. Both of them just healing up as well. The third party comes in from XX1, but it's not going to be enough as he ends up getting shredded by the dual Halbergs of T225. Claims the first elimination. Decides maybe he wants to back out of this, but no, he wants to go for part number 2. He wants his stake.
Oh, no.
Oh no, but now he gets caught on the inside. The stab comes through. Nice connection. Goes through with the F key. Trying to go for the heals. The heals is going to help him keep him alive a little while longer, but now he's getting shots in the back by Arano. Goes through from the shield. Throws himself down. The bow's just disconnecting all of the heals that he puts in and all the work that he needs. And T225 is going to try to scale rush and get out of Dodge's way as fast as possible.
Very nearly gets taken down there. That purple pole sword from XXY just absolutely obliterating his health. And here we are again, Arano doing the same thing, looking to do the same with that pole sword scale rush. It just absolutely decimates your health bar. You get the scale rush confirmation, and as long as the terrain isn't too goofy, you're able to follow it up immediately with a vertical light attack, leading into quite a lot of damage. It's not a combo necessarily, but it does a lot of damage. But as we all know, Zipping Ying is very good at surviving off-spawn situations. Zipping is queen. She does so unbelievably well in these situations, and that's why a lot of these players, when they do pick that Zipping, they opt to go for the more aggressive drop location. T225, he's been stuck in, he's been going crazy, getting super aggressive, and he's still able to get out alive. So really speaks to the potential of Zipping. I did see Wang Liang with a gold, is that a gold pair of dual halberds, definitely set up already. Only blue armor, but that's going to be a lot of damage if he does manage to find a connection. Arano, though, speaking of a lot of damage, he has taken a considerable amount of it and is forced to use his Farrier mech. The V3 dropping down that pillar, jumping into the mech. He's now going into the right-click form. T25 luckily manages to find himself a purple armor in the trove. Just a quick little armor swap. Oh, I'll take that. And he's just going to disengage. I think he's pretty happy with it. He knows he's not all that likely to be able to close out this kill, so he just looks for the disengagement. When you're heading over to Plume Castle, chat, if you're chasing after somebody, you're going to be in for a very long chase if that person manages to make it to Plume Castle. Plume Castle is just one of those places that is very easy to loop people over and over and over again. It's one of those infinite kiting spots where you can just run forever, especially on certain characters like Zipping Ying, or your Farrier as well, because Farrier, she does have an extremely good combo breaker. Her F1 gives her mobility as well as the combo break and forces the person who's attacking her into a clank. But it looks as though things have settled down for the moment. Some of these players are looking to go into the realm of Yang as it's almost halfway spawned now. We've got one in Plume Castle, one to the west of Plume Castle as well, next to that Morris Blessing. Frostivus, Wang Liang, and Action all lurking around that spot. I wonder... It looks as though Frostivus might be looking for the Morris, but I'm not too sure. It could be a Morris, a Morris Blessing angle. Could be. But it looks as though Wang Liang's definitely looking for that realm of Yang. What do you think here? What do you think that?
I think they're probably it looks like they're more so looking forward to the realm of Yang. It looks like there could be that advantage as well. But obviously, even with that though, there still is a little bit of a wait game and a wait time. It's like when you're in the elevator and they're like, please. The service time is going to be 2 minutes. You have to be able to kind of gauge it correctly here, but not get caught up. Because if you're late and then you're just standing there looking at everybody like, hey, how y'all doing? What's going on? Then it's just weird, right? Just like
it does happen a lot.
It looks like the other player didn't make it, at least from what I could tell. He might have just stood there and been like, well, that's unfortunate. That's all I'm saying. I'm the type, I'm not going to lie, I get a little tilted when I try to get into the realm of Yang and I don't make it. And I'm like, ugh. And I'm just like, well, that sucks.
It's annoying.
You feel left out a little bit here as we look at the first fight here between Kame and Wolves, and it looks like a Kame is going to connect the first one, though. The question is, are they going to successfully finish off the rest of this? As it looks like KB has the chance to get put up, and it looks like he will be able to at least go and get his fan back from him as he does end up losing that the first time here. KB just trying to see if he can maneuver it as well here. Nice blue focus trying to find it, but Akame is finding every timing he can for these parries to connect it, not giving him an opportunity here maybe for the heals. And it looks like he will be able to, though, as he does stop him from that nice shot from the foe, but sadly not going to be enough here as Akame is just putting in the work onto KB. He doesn't want to give him the opportunity, though, as he forces the ulti here coming in from Akame, and now Akame getting it, trying to close this out, and he does, as he successfully ends up getting the first elimination inside of the realm of Yang, gets the wins. But listen, like I said, Akame, from when I saw him for that first split, he absolutely switched up in such a way. His improvement has been incredible, and to see him win his first realm of Yang in his first game here, Akame is here to stay. I think his energy is here, and he's like, all right, now it's time to lock in. Let's get it.
Indeed. And also Frostivus, another person going into the realm of Yang, coming out victorious. Definitely nice to see. Another interesting thing that's very nice to see is that I have some statistics here. So Akame, his realm of Yang win rate was 33% in the regular qualifying rounds last week with 12 entries. So quite, surprisingly, quite a few players actually have a less than 50% win rate going into the realm of Yang. Only a very few of them actually have a high win rate, and typically it's only because they've only been in a couple times. But Akame on that ACOS, he's definitely in a position to win the realm of Yang. One of the gambits that you're sort of going for when you pick a character like ACOS on a lobby like this, where everybody else is playing Zipping and Ferry and that sort of thing, is that you're looking to go for those realm of Yang wins. Oh, Frostivus. Can he get the soul back? He does. He does manage to do so. I'm not sure if he picked up that kill before, but he's definitely looking to try and pick up this kill onto Wang Liang. Wang Liang in a very, very bad position here. He's trying to make it out alive. He only has 25% of his ultimate to work with, but he's not able to do anything about it. Unfortunately, he does get lobbied by everybody in the vicinity. XXY coming in, trying to steal that kill away, but wasn't able to do so. Frostivus up to 3 eliminations now, but he does get taken down by JDG Verse. But hey, it's no problem. He does have that Vermilion Bird's Might. So did Wang Liang. They're able to come back to life, no problem. Although they are giving a kill over to somebody else, they're bound to be happy with what they managed to do with the buff while they had it. But heading on over to Bowder, X Shin, and JLAS. Unfortunately, JLAS has not had the best of win rates in the realm of Yang in the regular qualifying group stage, but action, a beautiful dodge there coming out. He does have that Yang depletion, so he's definitely in that desperation mode. He needs to try and find this elimination so that he can get that Soul Bloom to stay alive. Opts to go for the cleanse, definitely the smarter decision here. He has had to use his second dash on the V2, but it doesn't look like it's going to matter for AS, and he definitely committed in the right way right there, cleansing that Yang depletion. Lovely to see, and he's back in the game.
Back in the game as well is going to be very helpful, as Wang Liang looks like he definitely wants this fight here, and he wants to be able to keep this same energy towards XXY here. Is already dangerously low. Wang Liang not afraid at all to try to fight this out here. And it looks like the dagger just trying to just get him away little by little, but Wang is going to catch up to him, catches the elimination, and XXY out of this game number 1. Wang Liang finding the advantage here and just giving himself a little bit more time to close in that gap as he's successfully able to do that. More and more as we look back here on the replays here on how Wang Liang was actually able to win that realm of Yang the first time. X-Jin ends up popping open the first ulti here, ends up stopping him midst between before he ends up getting frozen, and then he's able to catch him inside of the stun here, uses it to his advantage. Beautiful dodge strike towards it. Obviously the freeze just able to slow down time just a little while longer. Oh, nice hit just to be able to connect it here, but it's not enough here as Wang Liang just able to put in a little bit more damage. Nice little bit of a stun here, trying to connect it, and he was able to successfully make it happen. Almost kind of fumbled, not gonna lie. Almost.
Yeah,
It wasn't looking too hot at first.
Good to see as well, considering his realm of Yang win rate being less than 20%. Let's just say that. and he comes out on top. Maybe he's changed it up this week. He is running the Tessa as well. Tessa, we all know, is a very strong, somewhat reliable character. If you're able to get that charm onto your opponent, usually the best way is to get that uppercut and get that charm, securing the confirmation, and then to try and play around your lantern so that you can come out and just absolutely obliterate someone's health bar while they're stunned up. And he manages to pull it off. He manages to pull off the dub in the realm of Yang. Is he going to be able to get in yet again? Not sure if he did. Not sure if he did, but we do... Oh, no, he did. He got in against Arano on the other realm of Yang. But we're going to be taking a look at Frostivus and X-Shin. Frostivus, is he going to be able to pull out the second realm of Yang, win this game? X-Shin playing that aerial game. Frostivus tries to deny the heal, but perhaps it was a bit over aggressive. He does eat a lot of damage, but he's managed to equalize it somewhat. He's sending those blues. He's got that cavalry bloom. The amount of pressure, the crouch that was beautifully done by Frostivus, crouching under the blue focus. Beautifully done. X-Shin getting caught again, but buffering his ultimate, sending it out. Frostivus having to use his own, but he gets frozen. It looks as though it might be cooked, unless he drops it. Does he drop it? No, he does not. X-Shin does not drop those combos, ladies and gentlemen. Frostivus, unfortunately, he does get frozen through his F1 activation. V2 Justina is one of those abilities that can freeze you through a lot of different things, and it can be very, very strong. However, you only get 2 dashes, so you have to make them count. It looks as though these two might be out for the count unless he manages to finish him off. No, he manages to finish him off. Arano, playing the farrier, manages to stall for an incredibly long amount of time, taking it down to the wire, but Wang Liang coming out on top, going up to 4 eliminations. Very nicely done.
Very well strumped out here, as Wang Liang is going to end up getting that white tiger. It's like it's going to be a very, very decent advantage for him here, as we're looking at Frostivus here, who has 3 eliminations deep so far here into this game. Top 3 between X-Shin and Wang Liang. X-Shin with 4 eliminations, signing up with Wang as well here. It looks like he finds his next person here. It's going to be JDG's Verse, who Verse actually ends up getting an elimination as well here into this fight. The question is who's going to connect first, and it looks like Frost will be the first one here. So he slides down, trying to see if they can connect the blue strike here. Not going to be able to do enough of that, but the parry is going to be able to stop the stun, forces the ulti to come out, drops the totem just to stop the movement away, and it forces Frostivus to try to see if he can get back out of this fight here. Doesn't want to fully connect this and doesn't want to get caught up by the Rocketeer, as Frostivus is going to be able to go towards the scale of the wall here. Making it harder for Verse to be able to potentially hit his shots, but it looks like Frostivus wants the smoke. He still wants to try to connect this, and the rocket's going to slowly ricochet. Slams down all the way, hits the rocket as well here. Time strike, trying to see if he can not get caught up again into this. It looks like Frostivus wants to fight this, even though it is a disadvantage into this fight here. It looks like he's going to get striked again.
He does have...
But Frostivus does have a shot here.
Oh, he catches him.
That's true. He's still going to be able to try to see if he can capture it as well with the fan, as it looks like the grapple's going to be able to go away. Verse wants this. He's going to try to back out. Frostivus steady connecting, trying to see if he can catch up. The musket almost being able to hit Frostivus, but misses out. And it looks like here comes the first strike. Nice kick towards the connection. Oh, beautiful parry, as Frostivus is going to use that and absolutely destroy the health of Verse here. Waiting for the opportunity to see if maybe he's going to push in for another blue focus. Waiting for the parry opportunity, but it's not going to be enough here. As it looks like he goes for the next one here, finds the gray shield swap, but just like that, the gray shield is gone. Dangerously low, finds another gray. Absolutely. How did you find 2? Huh? I didn't think there were 2 there. I thought it was just 1. Meanwhile, he was able to find a second. Looks like some both shots might be connecting from another player. Looks like that's going to be coming in from Wolves. He's going to have to be careful. Wolves might be able to steal this elimination away. As
another white shield!
Trying to close this down. How does he find 3 white shields inside of this fight? Is absolutely absurd to me. This could be insane here. Wolves actually connects his 2. Nope, he doesn't. As Frostivus is actually able to capture it. Finds the shield swap as well for him, and it looks like he gets the ankle breakers right from under his feet here, like we're deep in a Broadway musical. Meanwhile, Wolves trying to see not to get carried out as well, as Frostivus is just absolutely slicing and dicing like we're in an app game. Meanwhile, trying to see if he can conjure up the blue shield strike, trying to see if he can focus it, but not enough. Pops open the ulti again, back at it again, as he finds the shield.
It's good.
Now he's going for the juggle. It looks like he might be able to get the juggle pieces. Frostivus catches 2. He gets the dynamic duo. He's in second place. He ties it up with X-Shin with 5 eliminations apiece.
What a beautiful performance from Frostivus here, reading them like a book, absolutely decimating verse. You know, that cheeky little parry. Okay, here's a tip, chat. Here's a tip. If you ever see a fan player holding horizontal, so you can tell the difference between horizontal hold and vertical hold on the blue focus. If you ever see them holding horizontal, crouch during their hold, and if you see them release it, it'll go over your head. So it'll go over your head if you're in crouch, if you're crouched, and then you can just press parry, and it will force you to stand up, and you will parry the fan as it flies back in that animation. And essentially, it's just free. If you see them holding horizontal, you can almost always get the parry as long as you stay crouched and they actually release it, of course. But a lot of people will see you doing this and then try and go for a crouching horizontal or swap out dodge into a vertical or something along those lines. So you do have to be careful. But if you see them constantly releasing horizontal blue focuses on the fan, you can just crouch and get a lot of free parries. It's a nice little bit of tech. Frostivus putting it to use right there. Beautifully done. And then coming in and just absolutely obliterating Kai Bao with the Cavalry Bloom on those gold dual blades with that combo. Very nicely done. Unfortunately, Kai Bao, he tried to armor through the pounce from Frostivus, but he just wasn't able to armor through the second one or dodge it. Unfortunately, he just didn't. He just didn't come out. I don't know. He could have dodged immediately after the ultimate activation, or it could have been simply that Frostivus timed it very, very well. But it's usually on those animations you are able to dodge immediately. I think he just didn't manage to get it out in time, unfortunately. But it is what it is. It's good for Frostivus. Frostivus. Unfortunately, he didn't have the best performance in the finals. He did not. He didn't do insanely well, but he got to the finals last week. Though that was the important part. He got to the finals last week, and now he's coming into the second bi-weekly. And based off of this first game, he's come to win. He's come to show everybody that he's recognized what everyone's doing. He's caught up with the tempo, and he's ready to get oogly. But we're gonna have to wait and see. It looks as though everybody's waiting to see what happens in this game, though. Everyone's slowed down quite a lot. The realm of Yang, the Yang depletion situation has been alleviated. Frostivus managing to find that Soul Bloom. So there's not all that much action to be seen, unfortunately. What do you think these players are going to be looking to do going into this endgame derby?
Oh, definitely trying to be patient here. I think for some of the top players here, they don't really have to force anything if they don't want to, right? They can just try to dodge, stay out of harm's way as much as possible. They don't really need to force any connections of fights. They can just stay with where they're at, right? They have a lead. Third place has 4 eliminations within itself. Everybody else is within 2s and 1s. So some people do have to pop off towards the end of this game, but at this point, it's about survival. Meanwhile, everybody else, I don't know what this hopscotch moment is that we're watching currently here between Jux and Wang, but in terms of how these players are supposed to really go about it here, if we look back at the scoreboard here, Jux, T225, and Akame, they need to really pop off here towards this end, but they don't need to force anything as we look back here on this fight here in terms of XXY and Frostivus. Beautiful parry connection here onto this moment here as Frostivus continuously getting some damage onto XXY here. It looks like he's going to use that to his advantage. Nice dodges to connect it, but the totem pole is going to be able to get him out of Dodge's way here as he does hit that first strike here. Oh, he misses actually. Hits the second. Rockets start to ricochet around it. It looks like after that here, still a little bit of some dead time. Looks like they're still back into this fight. 17 seconds left on this clock here for the replay. Beautiful parry to connect it. Nice reset coming in from XXY, trying to see if they can connect it, but Frostivus gets a little ahead of the game, gets for the dodge, and is able to actually succeed in getting that going. So I think with this final circle, especially for some of these top players, they don't have to do anything. But these bottom players, they're going to need to really, really pop off here towards this final circle here. And I think for the ACOS players, it's going to be really hard for them to stay alive in this final circle. It could just really go down to who's the last person to hit who.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It is going to be difficult for these ACOS players to stay alive, as they're kind of the odd ones out. Xshin, I think he might be the only Justina left alive. Yeah, he is. The only Justina. Jux is also the only... No, wait. Wang Yang is also on Tessa. So we've got 2 Tessas 1 zipping, 2 ACOSs, and a Justina. Quite a diverse endgame, actually, now that I think about it. We've usually seen only 1 or 2 outliers when it comes to most of our Holoroth endgames. Usually it's mostly Feria or mostly Shael or something along those lines. But we're looking at a very diverse endgame here. So things could go a little differently than usual. ACOS might actually be, since there's 2 ACOSs, 2 Tessas, the Justina and the zipping are actually in the minority here. So it might end up being the case that T225 is the one that gets focused down. He's not in a bad position, so to speak. He is still on the zipping, so he is able to heal himself up very effectively. He's able to stay on the move with that extra dodge from his F as well. I think he's running the F1, so he's going to be very healthy. That damage reduction is going to come in clutch for him here. He's getting peppered by these cannon shots, though, by Wang Liang with that purple cannon. I don't think Wang Liang's managed to find himself Rupture Gale Flame Breath, fortunately for T225, but it's still doing a considerable amount of damage. Wang Liang definitely in a very good position. I think it's probably going to come down to a Tessa win here, not going to lie. Although the ACOSs are in a good spot.
I'm going to be honest here. I think it's most likely going to be the Tessa or... Nah, actually, I'm going to be honest with you.
I mean, Wang Liang's in a good position here. He's got that gold armor.
I'll give it up to the Justina.
You think Justina's going to come out here? I mean, Justina can do a lot. She can do a lot, but it's kind of a struggle. She needs people to group up, and then she needs to look for that dash, the freeze with the V2, and try and get as much value as possible. Since she's not using V1, she can't go into the sky and buy a bunch of time. So she has to be aggressive with the V2. But the good thing for him here, though, is that he's completely isolated on the other side of the zone at the moment. He's not being pressured whatsoever. And Justina is the kind of character that once her F has been forced out, she kind of needs to use that ultimate if she continues to get pressured. So I'm surprised that she's not receiving that much pressure from the rest of the lobby. Most of these players are looking to try and pressure T225 on the zipping or just generally control this terrain over here. But it looks as though that might be changing very shortly. X-Shin has been forced to come off of that terrain. Akame looks to set up there for just a moment. Most of these players just playing footsies, going back and forth, showing off what jades they have. We've got the dragon-like might coming out from Wang Liang. We've got the cavalry bloom from Frostivus. Action with that golden longsword is definitely going to be able to do a lot of damage if he managed to find one of these players slipping. T25, he's kind of stuck in it's not the worst positioning, but it's definitely not the best. He has this little building, this little corner inside the building to hide in, but that window, he needs to be able to get out the window without taking too much damage. He has a little of a decent spot to heal, but it's getting very close quarters now. Got X-Shin and Wang Liang scrapping it out, and X-Shin, there it is. The Justina ult has come out, and he's about to get frozen. Oh, he's about to get charmed in the zone. He just gets absolutely obliterated. He uses his F, loses his armor, forced to use the ult, and he just gets absolutely cooked. Wang Liang, though, he's not in the best spot. He may have forced X-Shin into his death, but he is now very, very low. Oh no! Knocked into the zone! Oh, Akame's literally 1 HP, and Frostivus is going to come in with the lawnmower and just pick him up. That stray little, like...
it's not looking out for Wang Liang, though, inside of this inside here.
No, it's not. It's definitely not.
He's getting caught here as T225 actually ends up getting caught within the stun of the Tessa ulti here, all on the inskirts here of this circle on the outside here. Meanwhile, T225 goes out, ends up getting sprayed. Jux comes out with a Tessa ult and says, hey, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. I hope you're well here as he's going to get stunned. Oh, he ends up getting stunned on top of the tree here. He might be free, potentially not actually get cut up towards this final circle. Meanwhile, Frostivus just trying to see if he can rotate this around, just making sure that nobody's inside of this outside skirtion area here. And he does, he ends up getting caught up by the Tessa stun here. Circle slowly closing in little by little here. Frostivus just trying to keep it alive here. Wang Liang trying to do the same as T225 gets sent off the outskirts of the circle here. The circle just causing a little bit more damage here. I mean, the zipping, having that opportunity with the shield to do a lot here. Frostivus is just trying to stay inside of the circle here to do so much. Jux trying to go for the final kill. He's going to get the first one. Nice try, trying to see if he can close in the gap on the next one. T225 just trying to hold on little by little. Nice parry to connect it, but it's not going to be enough here as T225 trying to hold on for a little while longer here. as the time is up. Both of them still alive, but it looks like we most likely know who ends up taking that one, okay? Justine is still alive. The eliminations was really strong here. Are we surprised? Not really. It should be Frostivus.
Not really. Yeah, it's Frostivus. Frostivus managed to pick up a crazy number of kills towards that end game, towards the very, very end of that final zone. Hey, he did get rather fortunate that Akame got knocked into the zone by that fan blue focus, just sent packing into the storm, and he comes in with the lawnmower and picks him up on a sliver of health. Frostivus with a whole bunch of eliminations. Although he didn't manage to get the full multiplier from that first place placement, he does come out on top, victorious, our MVP in game number 1. What a performance. Lovely to see as well. Our boy Frostivus, such a nice guy. Such a nice guy. Anybody who's caught his streams, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, he is. He's good, people. He's a lovely guy. He's very, very friendly. Every time you see him, he's always smiling. Not so much here. I think he's locked in. He's serious mode. And do you remember J Cup finals when he was just absolutely locked the hell in on the coach to the venue? He's just like, nobody talk to me. Nobody talk to me. But most of the time, he is smiling.
He did it.
He did. No, he did an excellent job. And hey, stepped it up from last week. You know, he definitely had some good games last week in the group stages, in the elimination phase. But in the finals, he wasn't really able to find his footing. But now, first game of the day, first game of this bi-weekly, he's showing up. He's showing up.
Well, it's also his first week into the Nbpl for this season. You know, usually those jitters really kind of get to some of these players, especially for Frostivus. I think Frostivus, he knows the stage that he's at now, and you know, last year was kind of like his first real taste of it from like a final standpoint. But now he's in Nbpl. Like, there's no, you know, now there's no like, oh, it's questioning it or maybe. It's like, no. Here it is. He's getting it done. We're here. And now let me just go through the first week. By the next one, we will be all right. So obviously to get the first dub is going to be huge here. And obviously in terms of that, we got some questions for you. So hopefully y'all be able to answer these and get it right. But before that, let's look at the replays. Not the replay, but the scoreboard. As we got Frostivus with those 7 eliminations up top with 10.6. Wang Liang with 4 eliminations at 7.6. And Xjin with 5 and with 7th overall. 7 overall game points as well. So obviously a good stellar game for really these first 3 players. I mean, Wang Liang obviously has really been active in terms of keeping himself consistent in that top 5. The same with Xjin. Xjin has been here almost every single game thus far. I think he might have dropped 1 game where he had like 2 points last week, right? Like, he was consistent in being in that top 3 or that top 5 and rarely dropping. So to see him here, no surprise. Frosty, though, our Frosty Swirl, getting himself those 7 eliminations. I mean, it's good to see as well, on top of Akane with Akame and T225 with those 2 eliminations as well here, as they're going to try to figure this out here as well. But so let's go back to the replays here. And Duncan, like, what did you think about how this game 1 went?
I mean, I was quite surprised to see this much diversity in the first game of the day. I feel as though some of these players from last week have kind of recognized that there is a lot of eliminations to be had if they play a more aggressive character on the Holoroth games. You know, you can definitely find a lot of kills that, you know, although your characters like Faria and Zipping, Shyle are very safe and they're very defensive, and you can get away with not being killable, so to speak. If you go for, at least they're not very killable if you're not playing an aggressive character. But if you're playing the ACOS, if you're playing the Justina or the Tessa, you can definitely find quite a few more eliminations if you play it correctly. You have to play it in such a way that you're looking for those isolated fights. You're not fighting in the herd, so to speak, the herd of zippings, as I like to call them. And Frostivus manages to do just that. He plays to his strengths on the character. With ACOS, he goes to the realms of Yang, he finds the 1v1 fights, and he comes out on top, doing an extremely good job. 18,000 damage with 7 eliminations. I have to say he was somewhat fortunate in that final zone to not be the one that got lobbied and not be the one that gets focused down by everyone. You know, Akame, he was on the ACOS. He did have F2, so it's less defensive, but regardless, you know, he was still on the ACOS, and he could have been the one. Well, I mean, Frostivus could have been the one that was focused down other than Akame, but he wasn't. Akame got taken down. Frostivus comes out on top. You know, hey, I'm gonna be honest. I mean, he's just.
I'm gonna be honest. If you would have told me that ACOS would have been the win to win game 1, I'd have been like, nah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of other.
I personally thought it was gonna be Wang Liang.
I thought it would most likely be the Justina, just because, like I said, I think the freeze and getting those stuns could be such a huge advantage for some of these players if they play it right. But at the same time, I know that they still had the Ziping Ying, so they definitely had the disadvantage when it came to the healers and knowing that they could still be alive for a little while longer. But I guess maybe the time they just didn't time it right, and that could have been why. But I really would have thought that we would end up seeing, like, most likely that Justina, just because I think the freezes, the Arctic Wraith really comes in with a massive advantage, especially when you're on the outskirts of the circle like that. But it's interesting. Like I said, if you would have told me ACOS would have won first game 1, I'd have been like, you crazy. That's wild. Now, in terms of other things here, y'all already know, because I was just saying it. How many players chose Faria Shen in game 1? Ooh, starting off a little tough. I need to pay attention to this one. If you paid attention, and make sure to answer correctly here for a spring split random gift from NARAKA BLADEPOINT.
Yeah, make sure to get your answer in the chat. And pay attention as well. Pay attention, because if you are the winner, there's going to be a little countdown in the chat. If you're the winner, you're going to be chosen amongst all of those who answer. You're going to be whispered and added in the chat, so make sure to pay attention. You don't want to miss out on your rewards, on your little gifties. You don't want to be that guy who misses out on his rewards. That would suck. You should be locked in by now, as are most of these players. But going back to what you were talking about with Justina, you're right. It's the kind of character that can do extremely well in these final zones, but it can also go horrendously wrong, as we saw with Xshin. So initially he had very good positioning on that pit of terrain, in a little mound next to the building. He was in a decent spot and he wasn't getting pressured, but the problem was that the zone was going to push him. So it depends on your rotation time and when you choose to rotate towards where the safe zone is going to be. And I think he went a little bit early. He should have, well, in my opinion, I think he probably should have tried to stay back with his back to the zone as long as possible. Although it can be very risky, because if you get stalled, if someone forces you to sort of stop and actually fight them, and you're getting like pushed by the zone, you can get pushed into the storm and start taking that tick damage and have your healing cut. Obviously, you're not going to look to heal right in front of someone, but it's still a factor, especially if you have something like advanced heal ticking, or if you, whatever you might have. But the problem here is that he pushed in a little bit early, and then he got pressured immediately by Wang Liang. He eats so much damage, and he's forced to use his F. And since he's using F2, although it's the combo breaker, it doesn't offer any shield. It doesn't offer anything other than the combo breaker itself. So just an ice block. And once that's done, you know, if the rest of the lobby sees that he's used it, what does he have? He doesn't have anything. He has to use the ultimate, and then he gets hit by the Tessa ult, and then he's just cooked. He got super aggressive. You saw that the moment he got hit by the Tessa ultimate, after he used both dashes immediately to try and find some kind of value, because he knew that he was cooked. He knew it was absolutely cooked, because there's nothing that you can really do at that point. You just can't really do anything. You have your ult, you have 2 dashes, and that's it. Where are you gonna go? Where are you gonna heal? You have to find a kill. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to do so, and that was that.
I think even in that moment too, where you're really trying to create that aesthetic and maybe give that opportunity for an elimination here. I mean, sometimes it can be tough when you have everything against you, right? You have everything, like you're back against the wall, you're trying to figure it out, and sometimes like you can really make the wrong pick, and that wrong pick could be the one that ends up ending your game. And that's kind of the tough part when it comes to NARAKA, is making those choices. And sometimes you just have to. Sometimes you have to make those choices and just hope that you pick correctly, right? So obviously in that moment, sadly didn't. And that timing really can be just going back to just having the right placement and the right timing here. But even with a player like Wang Liang here, who was in a decent space, but he was getting stuck on that inside. He was trying so hard to
got stuck inside,
but he was just kept getting caught on the inside each time. Like, just keep getting caught in that area here, and that kind of hurt him a little bit towards the end of that game. And the Tesla stuns, they were missing the stuns. The opportunity to get those stuns was huge, but they missed out on them. And that's another thing that's also really unfortunate in those moments, is getting those stuns and missing out on that opportunity. What we call that is whiffing. Whiffing some Tesla
you
stuns
don't
is
want to
crazy.
be whiffing. It's possible, especially if the person that you're going for it on manages to see that you're about to do it, or manages to react, because it is reactable. So you can react to it, but if you're in that final zone, there's a lot of stuff going on. There are definitely plenty of opportunities to catch somebody unawares, to catch somebody slipping and manage to get the value. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to do so. But ladies and gentlemen, we are already going into our second game of the day. It's gone so quickly. That first game felt like it went by in a flash. We're already on game number 2. And we have got Arano, XXY, Jux, and Verse all in our first round of selection.
Frost the bottom of the pack,
gone
unfortunately.
Second round. What's
kind of unfortunately the bottom of the pack here. So it'd be interesting to see what their first round picks are going to be and how they're going to affect the rest of the game. The question is which ones do you think would really change the dynamic of game number 2 if they really were to go with a bold choice?
Well, I think that it's gotten to the point where if you're in first round selection, you just have to pick the strongest character. And there it is. There it is. 3 zippings and a Justina. Verse on the Justina is an interesting pickup, but still, the three zippings, banning out that character for the rest of the players in the second and third selection. We have got Frostivus and Xshin picking up the Ferry here, Akame and Wang Liang both on the Shyle. Now this is a lot more in line with what I'd imagine. Oh no, okay, Wang Liang with the Justina. I mean, Justina's not bad on your daytime Holoroth maps. She does have those dashes, and she does do fairly well into Faria as well as zipping. She's one of the aggressive characters that still has defensive capabilities, and actually does very well into the characters that we usually see. But whoa's Kai Bao? Ooh. He's gonna be bringing out the Zai. Ooh, what do you think of that?
Deadly chains can get you grabbed and wrapped up with the wrist and pull you in and say, "What's up?" How you doing? Don't want to get caught up. So let's see what happens here as we got the chains coming out, pulling out the weapons, ready to go. See if they're gonna have that energy to do really a lot of other things here as we see the lock-ins.
Definitely a Kai Bao pick. You know, Kai Bao, he did that cosplay. He'll be remembered for doing that cosplay forever. The Cyberpunk Zai cosplay, I think it was. If you didn't catch that, go and look it up at some point. It was a good cosplay. But anyway, we're going into our game number 2, ladies and gentlemen, with a Zai and quite a few Justinas. It is not going to slow down. We do still have some of those zippings. We do have a Shyle and a couple Farriers, but one of the good things about this Justina pick is that it does very well into Faria. It does very well into Shyle as well. Shyle, although she's been dominating the meta in solos, at least in matchmaking, because hey, you can just only play Shyle and you can typically do extremely well because she's so hard to take down, and she has so many options in neutral with that F2, which is gonna get nerfed. It's getting nerfed today, chat. The new season, she's gotten nerfed. The queen is dead. No, she's not dead. She's still gonna be played. She's still gonna be decent, but she has had her power reduced a decent amount. So we're gonna have to see where that goes in the future. But they're not playing on that patch today in NBPL. NBPL is still playing on the previous patch. So I do imagine that we'll see them go onto the new patch, onto the new season with all the glyph changes and the armor changes and everything next bi-weekly, I'd imagine. I'd be surprised if it was pushed to the 4th one, but we'll have to wait and see. But we're going to be jumping right into the game, ladies and gentlemen.
Definitely a decent game, though, as a little bit different from what we had before. Very split up this time here. Not everybody's going to be clumped in one major section here, as we do see some of the same players landing near Plum Castle towards that left side, as we see KLA and we see TE as well. But definitely going to see some players in some different areas. We see Matab getting landed on by Frostivus. We see GG Shaw, JDG, and 521's Akame near City of Tang, kind of near that Moonfall Pass in between there and one other section as well here. And it looks like the split up is still going to be really good as Wang Liang and Wolves Kai Bao immediately fighting this out here. Wang Liang going to go for the freeze as well here, trying to see if they can get a little bit of protection here. Wang Liang trying to see if they can run towards the back of this, though. Has the opportunity. Oh, but ends up finding the blue focus strike. Ends up deleting a lot of the shield coming in from Wolves, but Wang Liang is still going to try to see if they can get out of this. Goes for the blue shield swap, finds it. And by the time that happens, Wang Liang is already up top, going for the shield, waiting for the opportunity. It looks like he's able to get a little bit of heals. Has a decent dagger here.
F3.
Oh, nice strike. Goes for the freeze. The timing couldn't be any better. Waiting for the time strike here as well. Just trying not to get caught up here. Wang Liang getting thirsted in this moment. Wolves wants this elimination and he gets it.
What on earth am I looking at? What on earth are we looking at, ladies and gentlemen? Wolves Kai Bao, not only is he picking Zai into this lobby, but he's also playing the F3. Now, F3 is not a combo breaker. It's possibly the most aggressive choice you could make playing Zai, and Zai is already a very aggressive choice. And he actually manages to make it work. He takes down Wang Liang off spawn. Very nice to see. But going back to the action, we have Akame, a beautiful parry he managed to get onto Verse here. Verse forced to disengage, forced to try and find an armor swap. He does find it and has managed to turn the tables, but Akame with another beautiful parry, forcing Verse to use that F2. Akame, he predicts that Verse is going to come in and chase him down. Oh my! That's a lot of damage. He manages to force Verse into chasing him here. Gets a huge amount of damage, and it looks as though it's going to be all she wrote. 5-2-1, Akame taking down JDG's Verse. We're heading right back on over. Wang Liang, he was not pleased with that performance that he had, getting taken down by the F3 on the Zai. Kai Bao now in a pretty bad situation here. He's got no armor and he gets taken down, absolutely cooked. Wait, there was a purple armor there, Saj. I like how they just showed this random purple armor in the distance that he could have gone and gotten. That's so sad. Feels bad. But Wang Liang does manage to find his revenge onto Kai Bao. Both players now on 1 kill. It doesn't look as though Kai Bao is going to be able to pick up what was in that Morris from the puzzle, unfortunately. So having landed there, he does lose out on the valley. But Frostivus heading down to the southern side of the map. Frostivus with those dual blades again. He seems to be enjoying these dual blades a considerable amount on that purple armor. The damage coming through drops the pillar, but unfortunately it whiffs. And oh, the Justine! First, he's 1 health. Forced to use that ultimate to try and disengage. Frost goes for the pistol shot, but he's unable to find the connection, unfortunately. He's going to chase him down. Does he find him? He does. He finds him in the building. He only has small heals, though. This is rather cooked for our boy Verse. The pistol shot once again, and he is literally on a sliver of health. Frostivus constantly trying to chase him, trying to keep up with him whilst finding these pistol shots, but it's very difficult. There's so many little nooks and crannies in this area. He manages to take him down, and there it is.
Verse is struggling a little bit. You can definitely tell, though, that there's not a lot of confidence in some of these fights here. Looks like T225 wanting to go toe-to-toe with Arano here, but Obviously, he's in the wrong side of this moment here as the heels are at his disadvantage here. Nice strikes to capture, but it's not going to be enough as Action actually steals the elimination away. Arano now going with the heels here. Action wanting to try to see if he can connect and maybe get a 2-piece as well, but Arano does not want any smoke towards this, though, as he tries to go for the switch weaver, but it's not enough here, as he does end up going for the F key here, going for the shield, as Action trying to see if he can capture just a little bit more hits for the heels as well, but it is going to be enough, but now he's back at it again with this fight. Let's see if he can connect it. It looks like he's waiting for the blue shield strike. Both waiting it out here, trying to capture the parry, but it's not going to be enough. Oh, as Action finds it. Gets the gray shield swap, by the way, as well here. Both Z-Pings trying to see if they can keep it alive here. And it looks like Arano gets absolutely juggled, though, by the man himself. Action just pulling him into this corner here. Now here comes the scale, just trying to see if he can get out of it. Oh, with the parry, Arano! He's going to be able to get the parry and sends him out there. It says see you later, gives him a chance for him finally to be able to get out of Dodge's way just for a little bit here, but Action does not let him go without a fight. He wants to capture this. He wants to close into the gap little by little, but he's not making it easy as Arano is moving super well. He's moving and schmoving like a cookie. Oh my goodness, schmoving like an ice cream milkshake. You love to see it here as XXY. Trying to see if he can get some pistol shots here, but Arano, it's just like what they say when you hit a home run. He is gone.
He is indeed. He is out of there. He's trying to put as much distance as he can. It looks as though XXY is just going to take the slow approach. Slow and steady wins the race, as it is said. But Arano, he's gonna find that full heal. He doesn't have very many armor powders. In fact, I think that was his last armor powder. And it's not the kind of situation you want to be in at this point in the game, considering that we have the Realm of Yang coming up very shortly. Morris Blessing also has started to spawn and is on the other side of the safe zone. Now, normally, quite a few zipping players will typically opt to go for the less aggressive approach and go for that Morris Blessing, as although you can win in the Realm of Yang, considering that in the first game we had a lot more players going for an aggressive character, like the Justina, like the Akos, the Tessa. I think that some of these zipping players, or the players that are currently playing zipping in this game, are going to go for a less aggressive approach, as they recognize that the meta's changed a little bit for Nbpl right now. Last week, we didn't have this many aggressive picks. Wolves Kai Bao, speaking of aggressive picks, he is definitely going to be jumping into the Realm of Yang. Zai, for those of you who don't remember seeing Zai all that much in Nbpl, she is a very strong pick in the Realm of Yang. However, so is Feria. Feria is the kind of character that can force the fight into essentially either a draw or a win for them. And it can... It's kind of just the pick that you want to go into the Realm of Yang with. Wolves Kai Bao sending out that F3 into the overhold here, or into the maybe the 0.9, in fact, sorry. All the damage, though, coming out onto Kai Bao, and that's why you don't typically see the F3 from Zai if you get caught in a situation like that. Action chuckling to himself, knowing that Kai Bao is just cooked and he can't do anything about it because he has that F3. It can be very strong in the aggressive position, but if you don't manage to find it, then it can be really, really punishing. In that kind of spot, I feel as though if you're Kai Bao, after you've used the F3, you kind of need to use the ultimate. But the problem here, the dilemma, is that if you use the ultimate and then the Feria goes into the mech, then you have your ultimate essentially just completely mitigated. So it's not the best spot to be in, and unfortunately he wasn't able to make it happen before using that ultimate. Oh my, that was a lot of damage coming out from GG Shah. T225 gets taken down as well in the Realm of Yang. We got the Tessa and the Feria win here in the Realm of Yang. To be expected, not gonna lie. Unfortunately for Kai Bao, coming out with blue armor. Does he have a Soul Bloom, though? I think he might do. There it is. Yes, he does have a Soul Bloom. So he's not in that desperation mode. Thankfully for him, Wang Liang and T225, on the other hand, they are going to have to find a Soul Bloom for themselves. Oh, does Wang Liang have one? I think Wang Liang saved the Soul Bloom from when he killed Wolves Kai Bao at the beginning of the game. Yep, there it is. Okay, there it is. And T225 as well. He had a Soul Bloom too. Okay, Yang Depletion, Schmang whatever. Who cares about Yang Depletion?
Yang Depletion still can be really supportive here in some of these areas here. Is obviously they're going to try to see if they can take a moment to strike here as Wolves trying to see, being the solo player here in this lobby with those chains, trying to see if they can do some disastrous damage. It looks like he might be able to here, but Frosty is actually going to steal elimination away from Wolves. And now here comes Frosty. Four eliminations so far here. The question is, can he secure his fifth? He might be able to here potentially as he pops open the shield. And then here comes that opportunity for those chains to strike. And it looks like he will be able to as best he can here. Wolves is trying to create as much damage, as much destruction as possible. Oh, but it looks like it's not going to be enough as he catches his fifth elimination. Frostivus going absolutely mad here. Our NA top player for Alliance says, hey, I'm here to fight this out, buddy. You thought you had a chance, but I'd like to talk to you about your car's extended warranty. Guess what? I helped fulfill it. You don't need to deal with it anymore.
Oh,
now we're back at it again.
We are indeed. Action looking to chase down AS here with that gold pole sword. He does have the Vermilion Bird's Might as well, so he's not at that big of a risk. That looked like a parry, I'm not gonna lie, but unfortunately it wasn't able to find it, but he catches him anyway with that horizontal into the frame trap with the jumping vertical. Very nicely done there by Action. Looks as though GG Shah scrapping it out against Arano. Arano, one of the favorites from last week's finals, having done extremely well, not having managed to find his footing just yet so far today, but this might be the turning point. Managing to take down GG Shah would be pretty massive for Arano, considering that GG Shah does have those golden halberds. Nice little bit of loot to put in his pocket. Doesn't read the blue focus release here, but he does have his ultimate ticking away.
Oh,
no. An absolutely obliterating GG Shah. Arano was so unbelievably low as well, but he managed to find the Soul Bloom pickup before Action is able to deny it and manages to die. But he's still chasing him down. That Assault Smolder is doing so much work, cutting that healing. And if you're going up against the zipping, that is exactly what you want. Arano now forced into picking up that white armor, but it's not going to be enough. I don't think so. And there it is, Action coming out with another elimination, catching up to Frostivus with 5 total.
He's about to catch his 6 right now. He's about to catch his 6 right now.
He catches it. Oh.
He's about to catch his 6 right now. Telling you right now, he's about to catch his 6. Nice bow shot just to be able to connect that here. Forces the back and forth here. Circle closing in. And now, just like that, is going to be able to get this shield back. But it looks like XXY. Oh, HX. He wants this fight here as he's going to be able to scale. Rush it, holding them off for both of them here, waiting for the opportunity to strike. Waits for it, lets the Eric be able to connect from the fan here. But it looks like that staff sword still going to be able to do some incredible amounts of damage and absolutely ridicules, ricochets with all of the shield as much as possible here. They're both on the outskirts of the circle here, just waiting for it to strike here. But it's not going to be too much here as they're both waiting it out. Most both strikes to be able to handle it here. He's back on his totem. He could technically be able to call for his anchor and dip out, but he decides not to here as he wants to get outside of this circle here. And not to any more of these problems here. Action just trying to fight this out and holding strong. It's going to be a tie game between both Frosty and Action. What a beautiful fight. We love to see this.
We do indeed. Another thing we love to see is Frostivus, our boy, getting into the realm of Yang. And there it is. He's in, ladies and gentlemen. Frostivus up against T225. Now, this is a spicy matchup. Both of these players on the Ferrier, but Frostivus is in a huge advantage. He has that golden fan. Not only is he going to be more valuable in the neutral, he's going to be able to pump out more damage if he finds the openings. Oh, the Soul Shatter as well. Everybody's hated Jade, I'm not going to lie. Oh, the damage from the pillar drop as well, getting that RMB confirmation. Holy damage. Absolutely obliterating his health bar. He got the pillar down in advance as well, and it's looking pretty cooked for T225, knocking him out of his jump with that cannon fire, the turret shots. Does he find him in the air? He does. Takes him down even lower, and he's literally a sliver of health. He is out of the mech, and Frostivus just doing so much damage. This is exactly what I was talking about. Having that golden fan means that you're going to pump out more damage in your Farrier mech, but it's gone back to neutral now, and the effective health has somewhat gone equal. They're just sort of crouching in front of each other. Frostivus No, Frosty. Okay, both of them. Like we can see the smiles on their faces, though. That was definitely good jokes, good banter. Both of them just doing it, crouching horizontal holds in front of them. Oh, that's funny. That's a good one. I think Frostivus as well. I think he might have a Soul Bloom stashed away somewhere. Otherwise, it's be rather strange for him to spawn out here in the zone. Not too sure. He might be scouting. He might be doing something, but he is gonna have to find that.
Might be going to see if maybe it's still there before he goes and gets it. Which honestly, I feel like more players should do that actually more. Is using that opportunity to go see if it's there. If it's there, then go to be able to do then be able to go resurrect, knowing that it's there. Because you don't want to go all the way out there, risk it, and then it's not there, and then you're like, you have no heals, you die outside a circle. We've seen it countless times in this game so far. So I think that might be one of the better things to be doing now, especially in these games here, because there's still a lot of time left. So it's not really like you're in a rush, except for a player like Jux or GG Shaw, who only has 1 elimination to their belt, and they're down under like 6th place, right? Like then it's like, okay, they need to rush, they need to maybe get some eliminations, they need to stay in placement, they need to get something going, which is completely understandable. But for some of the other ones, they don't necessarily have to force anything if they don't have to. They can take their sweet time.
Yeah. But one of the things, Darby, I'm not sure if you know, one of the big changes that's coming along with this season patch that came out today, ladies and gentlemen, I talked about it earlier. Those of you who weren't here, make sure that you go and update your game. Big season starting today, ladies and gentlemen. Big changes, lots and lots of big changes. But we're going to be going on to more about that in a moment. GG Shaw and Action fighting it out. Action getting caught by that Tessa charm. Is he going to get charmed before he gets in the meg? No, he is not, senor. He manages to get in, iframe that charm, and avoid the potential follow-up damage from GG Shah. However, since he's been forced to use his ultimate, he's now in a rather precarious position. All of the players in the vicinity have recognized that he's used this valuable cooldown and now going to look to try and take him down, try and find the potentially right here, the 3-ban zone could be activated, and I think that because of that, Action preemptively got out of the mech, knowing that it would likely get forced out anyway. But it looks as though, oh my, Action turning around and just absolutely decimating Shah's health bar with those bow shots. Not only buying himself a little bit of time, but he's getting a little bit of that rage back. Action. He's immediately running over to that 3-ban zone, knowing that Shah has ult advantage onto him here, and immediately equalizing the situation and taking him down rather low as well. Shah tried to use his ultimate before the pillar was activated, but didn't manage to find the confirmation. It looks as though Action might be coming out on top here and absolutely cooks GG Shah with the fan. Beautifully done there. What a performance. Frostivus.
Nice strike.
Another homie. He's still
trying to hold on for as long as possible. Action, but still taking the lead though with those 7 eliminations here. So Frosty still doing well though with those two eliminations. He's gonna need to put in some more work if he's gonna see himself in that top slot, because I mean, actually, never mind. He is in the top slot, but Action is only behind by 1 point. So if he
he's gonna die in less than a minute unless he finds a soul balloon.
Unless he finds a soul balloon, so he's gonna need to fight. He's gonna need to get a little bit more desperate towards these fights here, and the circle spread is still pretty wide to where he can technically still fight somebody. It looks like he might have found his target. He might have found Jux here inside of this area here. It looks like he's gonna go for it though. Nice strikes to connected, misses out on the opportunity for the scale. And it looks like he's still gonna be able to connect towards here. Pops open his ulti, trying to see if maybe he has the opportunity. He uses that as a good luck, and maybe a get out of jail free card just in case it gets a little hasty. And it looks like it might be getting a little bit too hasty here as he decides he's gonna back out of this, waiting for the strike here.
Oh, the damage!
He loses it for the chance. The question is he gonna be able to get the shield? Oh no, he isn't able to do so. He is able to get the elimination though, counting it for 6 eliminations.
But it's
gonna pop the shield, but that's so unfortunate. Gets the kill, but doesn't get it, and he ends up going outside of the circle. And you know what? At least if he dies with that, he still takes somebody out with him.
Yep, he took down Jux. Jux, he's bound to be molding. 0 kills taken down. Unfortunate for him. But Frostivus, 6 eliminations, not too bad. Going out in 4th place. 4th place, 6 kills. That's pretty solid, if I might say so myself. I don't think he's going to hold on to this top spot, though. considering that we still have Action alive. He has 7 eliminations, and he's got that gold armor and gold pulsars in a very solid spot to be in, considering there are only 3 players remaining. 3 players left alive. This is not where you want to be if you're Akame, though, being immediately focused down by these other players. Oh no! The Moonbane Grief! What do you know, Darby?
This is the one thing that you hate the most. You can't stand the Moonbane when it comes to this game. You can
I can't. It slows down the game.
Moonbane.
It slows down the game. It griefs players, gives you no rewards. Oh,
Akame almost lost in on that.
Oh no!
And Akame ends up getting struck with that one, though, but he is decently far away, though. Let's see. He might be able to at least get himself out of that dodge's way, though, potentially. He has the shield, and here comes Action. Massive robot. Chunk, 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 chunk. Oh, and he gets a nice strike right on the T225 here. Trying to keep the shield just alive for himself here, but it's not going to be enough, as he does end up getting eliminated inside of this fight. The strike just could be so lethal here, and obviously top 2. Final fight. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. X-Gen going to be able to hold strong here just for the opportunity for this to happen, as T225 trying to see if he can close in. X-Gen trying to keep the gap a little bit further away. Nice hits. Going to be able to capture the strike. Same with the fan. The Duke Blue strike going to be able to do a lot. Trying to stop him from getting inside of his ulti here. Nice strike towards it. Just trying to get away from it. X-Gen needs to dip as best as possible here. Goes down for the strike. Oh, ends up actually hitting him from outside of it, though. But it's not going to be enough, though, as he does take the timing to try to see if he can get out and dodge his way. And it looks like Action is going to successfully be able to do that just in the nick of time. And now both of them are going to go for the shield. Besides, they don't want to go for that fight here towards the very end here. Action still just trying to hold strong, has that gold shield, and still has a lot more time and energy to do what he needs to. They don't have to force anything if they don't have to. Meanwhile, trying to see if he can miss it, and it looks like he did, and he misses. Because now X-Gen is going to try to see if he can close in this gap. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to go for part 2 of this fight. T225 versus X-Gen. Valda versus KLA. Trying to see if they can take the strike just a little bit harder. Both of them waiting for the scale rush here, potentially waiting for the parry. Sadly, misses out on the opportunity as X-Gen is going to take the advantage. Blue strikes, trying to see if they can focus up on each other here. Meanwhile, X-Gen decides he wants to back out of this, but it looks like he's not going to wait this time. T225 wants that strike. He looks at him, he says, "Come here, boy. Let me get some of that." X-Gen just trying to stay alive here towards this fight. Does not want any more of this energy or any more of this action, as now he's going to come for the strike. Says, "See you later, buddy." Does not want this element of surprise here, as he takes the time to go for the strike. Nice hits from the dual halberd. He goes for the parry. The parry's going to connect it so beautifully well, though. The timing couldn't be any better, and now they're both scare rushing it. X-Gen misses out on the scale to capture him, and it looks like we're going to go for part 3 of this fight here. Unbelievable. What a time for this game. X-Gen and T225 are making every single fight, every push matter, and every one of them count. As it looks like X-Gen waiting for it, trying to see if he can connect it with the dagger downs here. Goes for the heal for his dagger. He realizes it's his last final fight. Beautiful parry off the bat, but it's not going to be enough, as he does end up going for a beautiful reset here. T225 trying to see if he can scale rush it down. It looks like he was able to, though. It'd be interesting if both of them got hit by the Bane's Breath, though. I'm not going to lie. As next 16 seconds left on the clock for the Bane, though. They're still on the outskirts of it just a little bit while longer here. X-Gen wants to fight this out. T225 wants nothing to do with it. Nice hit, though, from the scale, from the fan. It decides to push him right back in towards the door. Catch him off the inside. Nice kick to be able to connect it. Nice strike from X-Gen, trying to see if he can push him out a little bit further. Trying to wait for the parry, but it's not going to be enough. Blue's time strike, trying to see if he can capture it. T225 ends up capturing the moment here. Goes for the totem. He's stuck on the inside. There's nowhere to go, nothing to do, but he ends up getting out. X-Gen is now going to go for the heal here, waiting for the time. Oh, T225 is just playing with him now. He's like, "Come on outside. Come on outside. Let's go. Come on outside. What we doing? We ain't got to do all this on the insert." Meanwhile, X-Gen gets absolutely deleted, though, by that. Nice strike, trying to see if he can conjure it up. Ends up shield swapping, finding the gray shield inside of this moment here. The timing couldn't be any better here, but it's obviously the worst advantage you have here, because he has the purple and you have the gold, sir. It's not a good moment here to have, but sometimes it's better to have no shield than no shield at all. And it looks like he has no more shield to his name. Dangerously low. X-Gen's going to try to see if he can scale rush out, but it's not enough. As T225 is going to catch him from the back. Gets the finish. Gets the dub. The first place points. T225 hold strong just a little while longer.
Oh,
but X-Gen,
what a game. Unfortunate for our boy X-Gen, leading in the kills, unable to finish it off with that first place placement. But hey, he's still pretty happy, I think. I think he's still pretty happy, considering the placement coming out and getting that MVP for Bowder. Bowder, a team that in trios as well has also been performing extremely well, managing to come out in top 6 in the trios finals. Bowder has come back to fight for the J Cup spot this year, and it's definitely nice to see a team that we saw a lot of back in the first set of NBPLs that we ever had, but unfortunately they somewhat fell off for a while. But now they are back. T225 though, he did manage to claim that first place placement and the extra kill, so he's pleased with the performance. He didn't get the MVP, but it's not the end of the world, you know, still pretty solid. And Frostivus as well, I think he probably is reasonably pleased with the fact that most people actually got taken down towards that end game. Only 4 people were left alive in that situation, ending in 4th spot with 6 kills. Definitely solid. I don't think he's managed to hold on to that first place spot in the leaderboard. However, 2nd place with that many points, not bad at all. But one thing that I wanted to touch on that I was going to talk about, then we got distracted by all the action, was that big changes are coming soon. And one of them,
talk about them.
One of them is Soul Blooms are now going to have a timer. So you're not going to be able to leave them behind after getting a kill. So that situation when Kai Bao, Wang Liang, and T225 all died in the realm of Yang, and then all just had a Soul Bloom ready to go and cleansed it immediately, that's not going to be possible anymore. That's not going to be possible unless you manage to kill somebody literally like seconds before the realm of Yang pops and you get in, and then you happen to lose so quickly that you're able to get out within the 2-minute timer that is going to be, you're not going to be able to save them anymore. So it's going to change a lot of things. It's going to be very risky to go into the realm of Yang. Yeah. What do you feel about that?
It's interesting because I get why, because NBPL realizes that, like, okay, we see what y'all are doing. Now it's time, because now it's like technically it's free. It's free for you to do that. There's not really a risk, right? But now there is.
If you have the Soul Bloom, it's chill.
Now there is if you know you have a Soul Bloom on your back. So that makes it interesting. Meanwhile, if you look at the top score, Action, 7 eliminations, 11.85 from T225, holding strong, able to get those 3 points, putting himself in 10 with 10 points total. Frostivus, top 3, 6 points, 9.3. Frosty and Action still in that top 3. Top 5 coming in from T225, and he was able to get a 2nd place. So obviously, a great game from him. Akambe, 2 eliminations, 4.1. He's able to get some points on it, keep it going, so that way he doesn't lose out. He's working really, really well on some other things too, and it's just he really, really has been working towards it.
Yeah, he has. He's been working hard, and it's good to see that we have a 5-2-1 in NBPL. Lovely to see. Lovely to see. But hey, taking a look at the total leaderboards, our boy JLAS has not really managed to match the performance of the trios team for JL, unfortunately. JL been absolutely popping off in the trios, but AS, he's been slacking somewhat. He's just not managed to find any success, it feels like, in the past couple weeks. In the previous bi-weekly as well, he was not doing so well, unfortunately. But as these things are, it can all turn around. It can all turn around at the drop of a hat. All of a sudden, he could get out of the funk that he's been in. You know, he finally find his footing. We'll have to see. But I'll tell you who's found their footing: Frostivus, ladies and gentlemen, still leading the standings with 19.9. I thought Action was going to take over, but he was still a point behind. I think actually, if Action had won, if T225 hadn't killed him and taken the 1st place placement, Action would have taken 1st place in total standings. But T225, he's like, I got you, Frosty. No worries, bro. I'll keep him down.
Gonna be good and able to give him an advantage though towards that as well.
Wait, what?
Definitely good towards it though. That 19.9, what a strong start for him though. He's been feeling it out. He has a lot more to give to the game, and obviously you could tell that it's really been going good for him, though. But I got to give it up to Akame, though, that no matter what's been happening, though, he's steady keeping himself in that top 3 or that top 5, right? And sometimes that can be really, really helpful for him, though. Action, keeping that same momentum as always. Frostivus, this was a game for him, though. He really was working towards this one. I love Action. Action really needed to get some dubs here, so it's really good to see him in that top place slot here. He was chasing that for so long last week, but just sadly could not be able to close it out at all for some of these games here. So it's really good that he was able to take that advantage, hold on to the queue, and just absolutely dumpster fire the rest of these players here. T225 trying to hold on for as long as possible, getting some decent hits as well here. And towards that final fight, was able to find the advantage he needed to. Nice hits coming through from the fan. And obviously, look at that timing. He's able to scale rush out of it. Lands right in front of him and says, see you later, buddy. What do you think was going to happen? At the MVP, though, I mean, he still played it super strong towards the very end of this fight. And, I mean, that was a long fight. That was like, what, 4 or 5 resets coming in? If we look at the MVP for this game, it's the Action coming in with 7 eliminations, 33,000 damage.
Holy
15K
moly.
healing. Look at this graph. Whole sword over almost 10K. Assault, Art, Martial Art, Octa / Blade, Advanced Heal, Starfall, Assassin's Legend, and Melee, Resist, Soul J2. Action had it all.
Good lord. That Advanced Heal doing so much work. You noted the healing, 15,500. Hey, that's Advanced Heal, baby. That does a lot of healing, especially if you have that gold armor. You're able to heal that gold armor up fully in two armor powders, as opposed to the usual 2.5 that you would need if you didn't have Advanced Heal. So definitely very handy Jade to pick up. And we all know the prowess and the potential of Advanced Group Heal in trios. You know, we see it time and time again. The Zippings reaching 30k healing or something bonkers with Advanced Group Heal. But it's solo, so we don't have that. We just have normal Advanced Heal. And then Siphon Tech. But you know what time it is, ladies and gentlemen. You know what time it is. It is Answer for Treasures. Make sure to get your answers into the chat to have a chance at winning a Spring Split random gift box. And the question is, which player used Zy-G in game number 2? Was it A, CD Wolves Kai Bell? Was it B, Alliance Frostivus? Was it C, Bowder Action? Or was it D, KLAT225? Make sure to get your answer in the chat to have a chance at winning yourself a cheeky little gift box, and make sure to keep an eye on it, otherwise you might miss out. Make sure to keep it locked in and stay in your seat, because we've got plenty more NARAKA to be played today. I think most of you will get this question right. I'm not gonna lie. It's I did talk about it quite a considerable amount going into that game, but we'll see. Maybe you weren't paying attention, or maybe you just turned up, but I'm sure everybody else in the chat will be able to help you out. But
absolutely, 2 games deep. 2 games deep. We got 1 more game to go before we get ready for our halftime, and we still have 3 more games. And after that, we'll be heading to Morris Isle for some good old classic fun, as it's about to get absolutely dangerous and disastrous for some of these other players. But until then, we'll be right back for game number 3 on Holler.
With each breath, pain and destruction, my world is broken by your seduction. Your touch, a whisper from the past, a memory that's fading fast. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the bi-weekly solos to day one. We're going to be going back into the action very shortly off the back of some very interesting games. Our second game of the day ended rather abruptly with only 2 people scrapping it out in the end game for what felt like a couple minutes. You know, just going back and forth, getting those resets. You know, that's Farrier Gaming for you, ladies and gentlemen. That's Farrier Gaming. But we're going to be jumping back in.
I mean, technically, if you want to talk about how insane it was, though, I mean, obviously the last game was also very similar too. Very wide open circle. Only had the 2 players there. They played it absolutely like multiple times before they actually got a chance to, like, you know, until someone got eliminated. Like, it was a really tight game for a lot of these players, though. But really, it's the chase, especially for some of these players. Some of these players really love the chase more than anything.
You gotta love the chase if you're playing solos, I feel like. If you're playing solos, you gotta love the chase. And you gotta know how to chase. You gotta know how to chase, you gotta know how to run, and you gotta know how to tell what your opponent is thinking. The 3 tips from Spider, from Jacob, that he gave to everybody when he was asked, what does it take to be a pro solo player? That's what he said. Learn those 3 things. But that is all that can really be said from Spider, as we don't have Spider playing today, unfortunately. That is going to be on Saturday. We're going to have Mike, Spider, and the Ooglers coming in. But today, we've got more solo games. Bowder X Shin and Alliance Frostivus, both in our first round of selection. I'm interested to see what they're going to be picking up. Not going to lie, it's probably going to be Zippings. Most likely. I do see Frostivus potentially picking Zipping, or potentially picking something a little bit different, potentially. But he's gonna prove me wrong. They've already all picked
a lot of fans of Zipping Yings right now. Not a lot of Zipping Ying fans. It's a tough crowd. It's a tough crowd.
But we are gonna get 2 ACOSs from JLAS. Let's see if JLAS is gonna be able to pick up some eliminations this game. This is his chance to do so with this ACOS pick, and T225 as well. GG Shah and Wolves Kaibao both on the Farrier pickup here, and then Arano and XXY are both going to be picking up the Shile, and JDG Verse as well. It's going to be going for the ACOS pick, and then TE Jux, the lonely Justina in the lobby. 3 ACOSs, 1 Justina, and then a few Farriers, and then 4 Zippings. God damn. God damn. But we're going to be jumping into the action very shortly. What do you think? What do you predict for this game, Derby? What do you predict?
I feel like it's going to go probably the same way. I feel like there's definitely going to be a lot of definitely heavy 1v1s. A lot of people really pushing aggressively to some of these players. It might end up the same way with just 2 players alive, and it's only like circle 5. You know, I feel like with how these players have been going so far, I feel like that energy has really kind of shifted. And now that Xkin, Wang Liang, Akame, and Frostivus were the first round selections, you know, I feel like they're going to be here to kind of give some issues to some of the other players here, because a lot of people were kind of depending on that Ziping Ying here, and I feel like some of them were kind of waiting for the opportunity for that moment to strike here. So I feel like now that we're close to the halfway mark, you know, we still have 1 more game here in Hollerov. I feel like we're going to see a very similar game. The question is, who's going to be the final 2 that are going to fight it out towards the end? Only time will tell.
Indeed. I would love to say that Frostivus is going to continue his reign of terror so far today. However, he is now on the Zipping Ying. So the only real way he's going to be able to get that many eliminations is if he has a really, really good off spawn. So Zipping Ying, as I talked about it earlier, has a very good off spawn line where she just drops really hot and just gets really, really aggressive as she's able to stay on the move and constantly be healing up. Having that 70% rage activation for the ultimate is really, really helpful for Zipping Ying. But if he's not able to find those eliminations early on in the game, then it might prevent him from getting that ball rolling and actually snowballing into the mid and late game. So we're gonna have to wait and see. But where are we dropping, Darby? Where are we dropping?
Man, the drops are continuously being absolutely excursioned in certain areas here. It looks like we got to see XCG and Kalea fight this out in the center. of Salvation Podium here. It looks like there's going to be some fights happening immediately, so it's going to be interesting to see where they're really going to take that advantage, as Team Alliance is going to be heading towards a Quail's Crest on top of Palm's Castle, so he's going to have a full open space to do what he needs to here. It doesn't really look like there's anybody that's going to be nearby. Meanwhile, we got a full stack section all the way in Matab here. We've got GG, we've got 521, we've got EW, we've got J. I mean, they are most likely going to be fighting this out here, so that's going to be a very full sweep of fights happening immediately. As we see TE, it looks like Kai Bao and one other player heading towards the end of Dunes, and Moonfall passed downward towards the center. So let's capture this first fight here. Let's see who's going to be able to capture the first elimination here into this game here. But if it isn't these two fighting it out in the very section, it's going to be in Matab, and they're going to be duking it out immediately.
Yes, indeed. It looks as though Wang Liang is a podium enjoyer as he's landed there for a second game in a row. Oh, heading over to Plume Castle, Frostivus in that off-spawn situation that I was just talking about. If he's able to find this elimination, it could be huge for him, but it eats a crazy amount of damage. But thankfully, as we can see, he has that F1 to heal him back up, giving that little bit of damage reduction. It looks as though he may have slowed down on the chase, though. He doesn't want to get too oogly too quickly, as it could be his downfall, not having very many resources to work with. But we're heading on over back to Matab. We've got X-Shin on the chase. JLAS. He's not in a good spot at all. Effectively 300 HP to his name. There's not really all that much that he can do except run away, and it looks as though he may have found a breathing. He may have found the breathing room that he needed. Oh, no, Arano, he was a distraction for X-Shin just so that he could take up the chase himself. But, oh, he just misses out on the R&B mid-air. JLAS, he's found that armor swap. He does have those purple dual halberds, so if he does find the opportunity to turn around, he is going to do a lot of damage to X-Shin. X-Shin only on those white nunchucks, so not all that much damage to speak of. Nunchucks are very strong, very good at chasing, but if they're white nunchucks, they don't do very much damage whatsoever. But, oh! What do we have here? Wolves Kai Bao taking down JDG Verse. Very nicely done. Is he going to be able to take another one down? Jux taken extremely low here, forced to try and scale rush up, try and get out of danger, but it's pretty rough. Does he find the heal? No, he does not. Kai Bao not giving him any room to breathe. He's still on the chase. That Pulse Sword. Pulse Sword's not that good at chasing, though. Pulse Sword's not that good at chasing. It can be good in certain areas, but it's not that great. You can see that Kai Bao's kind of struggling to stay on his heels. Kind of a struggle. He's back out in the open. He finds the horizontal, and it looks like it might be cooked for him, and there it is. Wolves Kai Bao picking up his second elimination of the game.
Very strong elimination here that he absolutely needed here as AS is getting caught in the back. Not only that, but the bow absolutely putting some devastation on him as well here, as we do see the two players end up trying to catch him on the outside here, but X-Shin is going to capture that first elimination and steals it away from Arano, as Arano's kind of doing the same here, as Arano ends up getting drilled here by the dual halberds here. Definitely does not want to give that second opportunity here for it. It looks like he will be able to, though, as he absolutely decimates those heals. Doesn't give him that opportunity, tries to find another shield. It looks like he is able to find the next shield swap. The question is he going to be able to do a lot more, as those nunchucks are putting in absolute damage onto X-Shin. X-Shin not putting out and leaving without a fight here. He wants to keep that going, but it looks like it's going to mean a sacrifice for himself, as Arano is going to keep that same energy, keeps that pressure onto him, and captures that elimination with the nunchucks really causing that issue. Wow.
He is indeed. He had that F2 on the zipping, so he knew that the enemy would have to blue focus him if he wanted to stagger him, but he still just he calls his bluff twice, but it doesn't go well for him, and he eats a bunch of damage. He's not able to stay on his feet, unfortunately. Frostivus here, though, this is exactly what I was talking about. If he doesn't find that pop-off early game that you kind of need on zipping for it to be fruitful, then you kind of get stuck in the mid game, just sort of wandering around looking for any loot that you can find and trying to find a just anything that you can, because you can't get the ball rolling all that effectively. You can move in the herd if there are lots of other zippings, but if there aren't all that many zippings close by, then it can be kind of hard to actually do all that much and find those eliminations, as you don't do insanely well in an isolated 1v1. Although it's good, it's not that good. But Wang Liang, speaking of good, he's got that gold fan and absolutely obliterating his opponent, picking up his second elimination of the game. Very nicely done. Does XXY res here? Does he do it? It looks as though he might, considering that Wang Liang is already on to his next victim. Arano has been spotted out on the Shyle. He doesn't have ultimate, but he's going in. He's getting spicy. He does have that F2. He tries to find the catch, but Wang Liang with that F2, he's able to scale rush out of that tiny little spot, that tiny little building. But, oh, speaking of escape, it doesn't look as though X-Shin is going to be able to escape the clutches of GG Shah. So unbelievably low. He's scale rushing around. He's trying to find the movement. He's trying to stay on his toes, but he's struggling. He does manage to find the armor swap. Only a white armor swap, though, and it's not going to be enough in the face of that purple hang sword. And he gets absolutely sliced and diced by GG Shah, who also picks up his second elimination of the game. Definitely a much slower game. A much slower game. Our ACOS's Verse and AS haven't managed to find any eliminations. They haven't managed to find those isolated 1v1s, it seems. And, actually, as I say that, Verse is fighting it out in the northwest side of the zone here. Who is he up against? I can't tell. Oh, Akame. He's scrapping it out against Akame in this weird terrain situation. Akame is fighting back, but he gets parried. Verse going for that sliding uppercut into the jungle, down the terrain, manages to find it. He's chasing him. He's trying to find another opening. Akame is not going down without the fight, though. He still does have his ultimate available. He's still on the move, using that superior movement with the fan. The scale rush is fastest scale rush in the game, by the way, along with Dagger. He finds the blue focus, though, catches the horizontal, but the terrain, again, is going to prevent him from doing a damaging combo. Unfortunately, JDG Verse, he's still on the chase, though. He's not letting him go. He does have his ultimate available, and he's going to need to use it. He gets parried. The dagger sap, the short handle weapon sap coming out from Akame, topping up his health bar, and it looks as though he might be just looking to grapple out.
Looks like he's going to be able to grapple out. Meanwhile, the other grapples is going to see if they're going to have this opportunity inside of this realm of Yang here as they go airborne, but no connection needed here in this moment. Nice parry to connect it, but a nice reset coming from Wolves Kai Bao here is he's going to be able to find the nice stun here towards this, trying to see if maybe they can go for the next scale. Oh, and he hasn't made it with the katana here. Let's see if they're going to use that towards his advantage here. Frostov is caught on the backside. Weird. What's wrong? You can't look that way. You can't have your back turned to wolves. That's how they catch you, especially when it comes to a wolf. You definitely don't want to get caught inside of the pack. As it looks like Frostov is dangerously low. Now he has to try to see if he can scale rush and get out of here. The timing for that F key couldn't be any better here. He's going to create that same pressure right onto him. Nice dodge, nice move. Frostov is dangerously low. Being able to pop the F key, keeping the game alive for himself. Now Wolves is dangerously low, and Frostov is able to turn the game around and keep it alive for himself. And that's why you pick the heels in that moment. And obviously the heels win in that game. As we look back into this next round of Yang, GG fighting it out with T225. Trying to see if he can get with the strikes, though, from the rocket, but it's not going to be enough here, as both of them are just waiting it out, and they're just missing as much as possible here. That's a lot of misses from each side here. So whiff, whiff, whiff. Meanwhile, GG Shaw is going to be able to catch the juggle, capture the finish, and T225 gets out as well. What was that? They just was like strike, dodge, strike, dodge, strike, dodge.
That's just the hang sword for you there. Well, we're heading back over to Metab, JLAS. He is engaging onto Arano. Arano with that Vermilion Bird's Might. He is not really bothered about taking fights. He'll take all of the fights, especially considering he has that gold set of nunchucks and the purple armor. He is on the chase. JLAS and Arano both having used their ultimates here. It looks as though AS, he's going to try and buy some time until Arano's ultimate expires here so that he can equalize the playing field, as that ultimate can be really difficult to fight through. You know, it's the kind of ultimate that, although it doesn't give direct aggressive advantages, it does in the sense that it's defensive. Because you're defensive, it allows you to be aggressive, and Arano is doing just that. But unfortunately, his ultimate has now timed out, and I think he's going to look for a little bit of a calm before the storm, before he gets that ultimate back up again. We're heading on over to T25, though, who's trying to find himself an elimination. He needs to find that Soul Bloom. He doesn't have one stashed this game, unfortunately. The only one who didn't have one stashed, it seems, and he's found his target. He has found AS. I'm not sure if he knows that he doesn't have his ultimate, but he is going in nonetheless, playing on these buttery rocks, this terrain situation is definitely rather difficult to get value out of a Heng sword. He's taking it over to the flat ground. JLAS finds that huge blue focus damage, absolutely shredding that blue armor, making T225 think twice about continuing the chase. And oh my, Arano getting taken down here. He did have that Vermilion Bird's Might, so he's not dead just yet. But T225 taking a crazy amount of damage himself as well, forced to use that ultimate to try and disengage. He's jumping around, he's trying to find the heal, but Shah, he's on the chase. He spotted him out. He does get one heal, unfortunately for him, but it doesn't look as though it's going to be enough. The RMB Blue getting sent out. He's still jumping around. He's still trying to disengage. Metab, I have to say, is one of those places that it can be, it is definitely possible to find the disengage. However, every corner that you turn around, every corner that you go by, you can literally just find another person, and there it is. He finds 3 people all stacked together and gets absolutely obliterated.
What a well-timed play for some of these moments here. It's unfortunate that he was able to lose out on potential elimination inside of that fight, but with that Vermilion's Birthmind does give you that second chance. And you know, we love a good set of second chances here inside of NARAKA BLADEPOINT. Now, as we're gonna go for the rotations here, it's a different status so far. Action, T225 out of this game. Frost, if it's still alive, keeping that consistency. And at this point, this is gonna be a good runaway game from him if he plays it well. If he plays it well, he gets a few eliminations, ends up in that top 3. Technically, he could. Okay, and this is not saying that he doesn't have to, but he can lose a game if he wants to. Like, he can obviously play smart and play well. He could play safe in the next 2 games if he really decided, like, you know what, I'm doing well. Sure. Let me not force my hand. Let me play a little more safe now that I'm finally starting to run away. That's if, depending on how well this game goes for Frostibus. And obviously, as of now, he gets his first elimination. The confidence is high. Obviously, he's going to use that to his advantage, knowing that he could potentially be able to climb up a little bit more. As we look back into the replays here between AS and Arano, in terms of how this Realm of Yang fight went, nice hits coming through from the connection. Slam's going to be able to do a decent amount of damage on Arano, but not too much here. The nunchucks, I don't know what happened, but them nunchucks has been a lot more lethal than I would assume, as AS ends up getting some decent hits, though. Beautiful strike coming in from those as well. Here comes a dual halberd. It's going to be able to come through and try to cause some issues here. Nice blocks coming through as well. The timing couldn't be any better, as he ends up catching them off that outside strike, throws them up like a nice beef patty, and serves them up well with some ketchup and mustard.
What do you like on your burger, Derby?
Definitely a little bit of both.
Your cheeseburger kind of guy?
I love egg on my burger for sure. Lettuce, tomatoes.
Eggs are solid pick.
Eggs are it's so incredible. Okay, listen, if you throw in like something extra too, sometimes, you know, they'll put like steak and stuff in it too. Like, they'll give you the burger and then they'll give you the steak like in the, and it's amazing, absolutely amazing. Depends on what you get. Sometimes it can be incredible. We look back into our next Realm of Yang game here. GG Shaw trying to see if he can hit him up top here with the bow, trying to see if he can get any more strikes, but it's not going to be enough here. Looks like he's going to be connected inside of this. Goes for the juggle, trying to see if he can get some nice strikes here, as he's able to, though. Beautiful hand as well into this. Now, obviously popping, making sure Arano pops that shield here, trying to see if they can get any more connection, but it's not going to be enough here. Is the shield really able to do a lot here? The question is he going to be able to do enough and get some damage with that as well? You can do as much blocking as possible without some of that damage. It's not going to be enough, and it looks like it's not. Shaw is going to keep that and use that to his advantage. Listen, you can block as much as you want, but if you're not striking, what are you doing? You're just
exactly.
You're just baiting the inevitable, sir.
Indeed, and he does find the elimination. Looks as though Kai Bao needed a soul bloom there, and he managed to find one that he's left behind. Fortunately for him, by heading into this fight, this Realm of Yang, Wang Liang definitely in health advantage here, but it does look as though he might be cooked. He gets hit by the grapple combo. It's so unbelievably low. He doesn't have any cooldowns, but he takes out nonetheless. He finds the opening, dodges the jumping attack, and takes him down. Beautifully done by Wang Liang. Holy, the damage coming out from that golden fan, just doing so much work for him. And he's going to add a golden spear to his inventory. That is a feels bad. That is a feels bad. But Wang Liang, that's a feels good. He's definitely happy with this one. Like Sister Arano, he's running on over back to Metab. We've had a lot of action in Metab this game. Arano, it's possible that he left behind a cheeky Soul Bloom for himself. He does look like he's going somewhere with purpose, so he might have one stashed away up here. Although it's somewhat unlikely, it looks as though he may have just spotted these players out who are lurking at the top, Frostivus being one of them, only on one elimination so far. But as you said before, you know, he's done extremely well in the first couple of games. He doesn't need to pop off like crazy in this one. But yeah, it's what happens when you play Zipping. It's what happens when you play Zipping and you don't get a huge off spawn. You just don't really do all that much in the game, and you just hope to try and find a couple eliminations, a couple third parties potentially, and then look to try and play in towards that end game. XXY with that Yang depletion having been taken down by Wang Liang. He does find the bounty, so he's running straight on over to his bounty's location. But problem with Metab is that it can be very difficult to lock players down. There's so many avenues of escape, so many scale rushing lines that you can use, so many different places that you can go, and it's really hard to hold someone down, especially if they're playing something like Zipping. So we're gonna have to see if he's able to find that Yang depletion cleanse, but it's going to be difficult. Arano with that F2 on the Shiol, both of these players with the Shiol, with the F2, with that Yang depletion, they're going to have to try and cleanse their Yang depletion as quickly as possible and try and find this elimination sooner rather than later as the timer is ticking down. But not only that, the third-party opportunities simply continue to grow. Arano here popping his ultimate along with XXY, the F2 coming through, the teleport coming through as well, the cannon shots coming in from Wang Liang, and just trying to grief, trying to take them down lower and lower to see if he can steal away one of these eliminations and prevent one of these players from cleansing that Yang depletion. Arano grappling up, he did get taken down reasonably low. The teleport coming in after the reset. Arano just managing to dodge past this pendulum, staying on his feet, but he still has yet to find the Soul Bloom. Look at this place. Look at this derby. There's so many players just lurking around this area. Is going to get crazy. Arano,
it's because they don't want to force anything. They don't want to force any of these fights because currently they kind of realize that it's not working. Right? Some of these players, especially some of these players are down at the bottom. AS, XXY, Verse, especially Verse. Verse has been caught in some really bad situations. He really has been struggling to win his 1v1s. He might be able to get something in terms of maybe a thirdsies, but currently it's not looking good as Arano caught in a tough space. He gets a bow shot off his elbow, and now he's trying to get out of Dodge's way as much as possible. Definitely does not want to get ducked in the wrong place at the wrong time here. It ends up getting carried by, at least countered by 2 different people here, and now he's trying to dip away as much as possible, but there's bow shots, and there's so much attacking happening from every which way, not getting caught on the outskirts, not looking good for him, and Shaw's going to capture the next elimination as well. And that's what I'm talking about. These problems in some of these areas here, it's been really bad for some of these players. XXY, the next player that's caught in between. Oh, do you want to go out next? Let's find out. As XXY might have been able to find himself a little bit of a moment here, just so he can be able to get out. Finds the blue shield swap, but it's not going to be enough, as now he's caught on the outskirts. Wang Liang wants this fight. He wants to get a free elimination off of him, but now he ends up getting absolutely swept out of the situation here. And now he's forced to dip out of here just in the nick of time, so he doesn't end up getting out on the wrong side of this track. Meanwhile, like I said, XXY has been struggling. Like I said, down in 1 elimination, 11th place so far, 2.1 points in total. Wang Liang might be able to get himself a free elimination off of this as well. Beautiful parry, beautiful counter strike. Is going to be able to get that done. And Wang Liang is finally going to be able to get another elimination under his belt. 5 eliminations deep. But these players down here at the bottom have been nothing but fresh meat. Nothing but fresh meat for some of these players that's used to it. I'm talking about Wang Liang. I'm talking about XX. I'm talking about T225. I'm talking about Frostivus. Frostivus, surprisingly, with that 1 elimination so far here, like I said, he doesn't have to force a lot if he doesn't have to. He can just lay back, let everybody else do all this work. All he has to do is stay in the top speed. He'll be all right. He's doing okay.
Yeah, he is chilling, especially considering that Xshin and T25 have both already been knocked out in this game 3. But JL, very fortunately for him, managing to find that purple armor swap on the tracks of the Thorny Roller, narrowly avoiding it. a couple times there. I thought we were potentially going to see a thorny roller grief, but fortunately for JL, that did not happen, and he's still on his feet. He's still chugging away. The chase has been stopped here, but you know what started the ballista shenanigans, ladies and gentlemen? We love ballista shenanigans. And GG Shah, our current kill leader in this game, is going to give it to us. He is on the ballista, ready to absolutely obliterate any of these players who show their face. Jux, oh my, narrowly avoiding the ballista shot. JLAS though, he is not. He gets destroyed, and then Frostivus picking up the kill with the bow shot as well. Very nice for Frostivus picking up his second elimination of the game, slowly snowballing his lead further and further higher up the leaderboard. The GG Shah, he does have 6 kills this game. He's only on 10.9 on the total leaderboard, so he does have quite a ways to go yet. Still 12 points behind Frostivus. Frostivus, as we've said, he can just chill here, and he's doing a really good job of it. He's chilling and not being the target of the lobby at the same time. He's just sitting back with his bow, peppering Jux with bow shots. He's struggling. He's struggling. He only has 1 grapple left, so he's not in a good position. Speaking of not in a good position, Kai Bao is I think the only one in this lobby left with only blue armor. He does have 2 eliminations, so it's not that bad. But blue armor at this point in the game is not what you want to see. It's possible he might be able to find the purple armor that was dropped from Verse to pick up that gold armor.
Right.
But he's going to have to go over to the Morris Blessing. He's going to have to go over there. He is playing the Ferrier, though. If you're sitting on blue armor, Ferrier is a pretty decent character to be on, considering that you can buy a lot of time with that mech and stay alive and stay on the move. But if he gets spotted out, if more than one person sees that he only has blue armor, he's going to get lobbied, and he's going to have his cooldowns forced out. It's not what you want. So he's managed to do a good job of staying inconspicuous, but I have a feeling that it might not be for very much longer. We do have the Moonbane that got dropped down in the middle of the zone here. But this is what I was talking about, Lobby. This is what I'm talking about. It slowed it down. The Moonbane slowed down the lobby. It can be a catalyst for chaos, but at the same time, I feel that unless you're really forced to go into it, it's just going to slow everything down here. As we can see,
definitely is going to slow down, and I think it's going to slow down even more, because like I said, like they have to play to some sort of speed to get something. But some of these lower end players here, like Jux and Burst, they're gonna need to force, but they won't. Especially Burst. Burst has gold. He doesn't need to like really push anything if he doesn't have to. So now it's all about timing here towards this final circle, especially, like I said, letting the circle do a lot of the work.
I like how the zippings are just sort of running in tandem with each other. The zipping mafia just moving as a herd.
Definitely could be that statement here for that moment here, but let's see where that really does become a lot more of an issue, though. The more and more that it starts to close in here. Let's see if they can figure this out towards the end of this. As Jux,
only Justina
get out of the scale. Definitely does not want to get caught in a corner here. So good move from Jux, not being able to get caught in a tough situation here. As Verse still has to be able to rotate this around here. He's still the oddball out of this. Nice bowl's going to be able to connect onto him, and not too much. As it looks like Wang Liang wants to try to see if he can create some problems for JVG. Somebody wants to get that gold here. Could be a huge advantage. Nice strike, though, towards the bottom here. Oh, ends up getting hit, though, from the backstretch, from that staff, from the pole staff.
The pole sword.
Wait, is he traded out?
He traded out for a white armor.
Oh.
But nobody's come to pick up the gold armor yet, so he can't grab the purple. He's kind of in a bad spot here, but he has managed to fend them off for a moment.
He needs to grab
it's
that
gonna
gold
be tough though.
Somebody's gonna swoop it.
But it's empty though. If he picks it up, he gets mobbed. Okay, now that he's lost his white armor, now he can probably pick it back up, I think. He's not gonna do so. It's so hard to survive at this point in the game with white armor. Not even 250 armor to his name. It is rough right here. Oh, the parry! Oh, it's cooked. It's cooked. He's gonna have to use his ultimate, and it's even though he does have that ultimate, it is going to be rough.
Definitely is going to be rough towards the end of it, though. Verge just trying to jump, move, dodge, doing whatever he can to be flying out of the sky, but it looks like Jugs is going to be able to capture his first elimination. Finally, after all this time here, might be able to catch a second, and he does! Jugs captures his second elimination, puts himself now in 6th place overall. Wait a minute. Jugs might be able to could be closing this out too if he really plays his cards right. And if he does, this would be huge for him as a player overall here, but let's see if he does create this momentum and this movement together here, as we do see all of them all together, trying to see if they can rotate this towards the very down towards the ending. Let's see if he can conjure it up. Oh no, the nice strike is going to be able to get a lot of shield away from Jugs here. Jugs has the opportunity here, potentially maybe for a strike here. But it looks like it's not going to be easy for him though, as he's going to try to rotate this as much as possible. Scare rushes all the way up top here. He still has the chance. Nice bow, trying to see if maybe he can connect some damage onto it here. Question is, does he have a little bit of free space just to be able to heal a little bit? Yes, he does, just in the nick of time, just to get something here. All he has to do is keep scaling it just little by little here, trying not to get caught up in between both. Goes for the freeze, so that way he can maybe try to see if he can get some shield, but not enough here. He pops his ulti here. The question is he going to be able to capture at least somebody here into this Arctic Wraith? Looks like he does here. No. Nice strike, but GG Shaw is going to capture the elimination onto Jugs. Jugs trying to stay strong so hard towards that very end of the fight here, but it's not looking good, as Wang Liang might be the next one that potentially goes out. He gets hit dangerously low on shield. Beautiful parry to connect the counter onto it though, as now he hits the cannon shots right towards Shaw. Shaw having no more shield, forcing to pop the totem, and now he's going to pop into his mech here, giving himself the opportunity to go for the shield here, but with 7 seconds left, or actually not 7 seconds, the circle is already closing in here. GG Shaw has popped his ulti a little too early. It's not looking good for him, though. He's going to have to absolutely dissolute this whole entire party of craziness here, as Wang Liang, the only one that doesn't have a mech here, being left out like a 5-year-old at a birthday party, definitely does not want to get caught up here in this tough situation. He ends up getting slammed up top here, and he's getting trampled next to it, as Wang Liang is just trying to get away. He says, listen, I'm not trying to get caught up in this beef. If y'all want to go fight that out, that has got nothing to do with me. Y'all can keep slamming down with all that massive amount of metal and all those rockets, but me personally, I'm not trying to get caught in none of that. Meanwhile, Wang Liang is going to slowly come down. Beautiful bubble timing too as well on the outskirts, but it's not going to be enough. Dangerously low. Shaw trying to keep it alive, but it's not going to be enough, as Wang Liang captures the elimination, captures the dub with the 3 extra points on the way to the top of the leaderboard. Wang Liang definitely needed that fight here, but it looks like it's going to be most likely the winner of this fight was GG Shaw. Towards the end, kept the same amount of momentum strong all the way. And man, oh man, Shaw took a page out of his book. He used his timing well, and he was able to absolutely come through and give himself a dub for our week 2.
Game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. What a scrap at the end, though. We have the 2 Farrier mechs trying to get as much of that end game as they could, trying to get into the zone, trying to, I want to park here. This is my parking spot. That they couldn't hold on to it for the whole way through, unfortunately. Wang Liang, he's shaking his head. He's upset with himself, I feel like. He doesn't manage to find that MVP, unfortunately, even though he did play extremely well. Oh, it looks like he's going up to GG Shaw. He's like, what are you doing? What are you grieving me for, bro? But he doesn't come out on top, unfortunately, this game. But we are going to be going into a little show match, ladies and gentlemen. Our little bit of a show match for the new skin for the Hang Sword as well.
See if that advantage really does come in towards it. Even with everything that's been happening here, like I said, 3 games were so strong. They did such a great job here. Like I said, they really maintain, and for some of these other players here, like I said, sadly Frostifus wasn't able to capture that dub, but he is still within that lead overall. He was able to take it all the way and still was able to hold strong for as long as he could. Meanwhile, everybody else, like I said, was just duking out. Jugs was able to get 2 kills, and he goes from close to the bottom of the leaderboard to 6th place. 6th place. What a place to be in that moment. when you're down bad, you're in the middle of getting something, you see 2 advantages that you can have, and he ends up taking them before he ends up getting out. Sometimes it's not even all about lasting towards the end, it's about capturing what you can get, and he was able to get a 2-piece with a biscuit on top of a drink. And now he can go back, he can enjoy that and go, okay, I still got 3 more games, let's get another one of those.
Indeed. What's that thing that you say? Something with a Sprite? A number 7 with a Sprite or something?
My 2-piece barbecue with a Sprite. That's the 2-piece.
Yeah. Cheeky little 2-piece. That's hey, you know, that's pretty good. Pretty good. If you're lurking at the bottom, you managed to find your way up the leaderboard. That is always a good feeling. Being able to get that ball rolling. You know, a lot of what we see here is depending on their mental. You know, each of these players, if you get a good start to the day, it can be just an absolute feast for you. You're just going through all of the series, just constantly pumping out those numbers, staying towards the top. But if you don't have the best start to the day, it can be really difficult to make that comeback. You know, mentality is one of the most important things when it comes to pro playing in these kind of lobbies at this kind of level. It's not easy. No matter where you are on the leaderboard, if you're sitting at the bottom or sitting at the top, it is still a hard place to be. And hey, a lot of you at home, unfortunately, yeah, you're not going to be able to contend in these lobbies. And all of these players, even though they're not getting all that many kills, they're still insanely good players. And a lot of it comes down to experience. So 521, unfortunately, he doesn't have that much of an experience in NBPL, and he hasn't managed to find his footing just yet. However, Frostivus, hey, our boy, coming in to his first season of NBPL, and he's been performing extremely well. Last bi-weekly, he did manage to make it to the finals, but unfortunately he didn't do all that well. However, coming into this bi-weekly, although we don't have the heavy hitters like Mike and Spider in this lobby, we've still got, you know, the Wang Liangs, the GG Shahs, the like all of these gamers, absolute gamers, T225, the Oogler himself, the 0.9 releaser. You know, it's still a very hard lobby to be in, and considering how well he's doing and how new he is to everything, it's very nice to see. But this game going over to GG Shah with 8 eliminations. What a game for him. 13.2, skyrocketing up the leaderboard. But if he wants to catch up with Frostivus, who's currently sitting on top, I think, considering that Xshin went out reasonably early in that game, he's gonna have to get another game like that under his belt.
Absolutely. If we're looking at the standings here overall, still some players here really struggling towards that bottom versus XXY and AS. Not even with 5 points to any of their names here overall here. Definitely has a lot of work to do here. But who was down at that bottom? That's not there no more. Jux with a 7.9 here in 6th place overall, and obviously Frostivus is still in the lead with that 23.3. Definitely, like I said, didn't necessarily need to force anything. He still was in the top slot, so now he has to be careful here, because now GG Shah is closing in 15.9, having that 13.2 game, very solid. And same for Wang Liang with 11.4 to his name. What a game that you absolutely need in those moments here to do what he needs to, as T225 and all the way in the 5th place with that 14.8. But Jux, nice little turnaround here for himself at 4.1. Very, very stellar, and absolutely something that he needed to have in these games if he's going to see himself in that top 6. Ladies and gentlemen, he's there.
Indeed, he is. He does have quite a ways to go, though. 14.8 immediately goes to 7.9, so he's gonna have to pick it up. But I believe TE, the previous world champs in trios, although they have now moved over to JL, that's still the name. That's still the name that currently holds the championship. So can Jux live up to the name of the organization and pull it out? We're gonna have to wait and see. But Frostivus still leading at the scoreboard. But Wang Liang pretty close behind. We're going into a little bit of highlights here. Xshin absolutely obliterating JLAS, another team that has kind of been associated with the championship, considering that the majority of TE from last year's trios moved over to JL for their trios. He needs to pick it up if he's gonna be able to look his trio teammates in the eyes. You know, you gotta pick it up, JLAS, my boy. I know it's difficult. You know, I was just talking about it. it's not an easy lobby. It's not an easy lobby to be in. Solos is rough sometimes. You can get absolutely obliterated at a moment's notice and just get lobbied by 6 people. It's really hard to stay alive at times, but it is what it is. Wang Liang, what a performance there at the end, though, managing to stay out of sight from the farriers, stay up top, but unfortunately wasn't able to get the MVP. That goes to GG Shah with 31,000 damage. Holy moly!
Almost
that's
matching with game 2's winner, because game 2's winner was 33K.
Yeah, these numbers that we're getting put on the board is kind of crazy.
We are
almost
getting trio numbers as a solo.
Yeah, yeah. That's kind of. I feel like that's kind of what happens with some of these characters, though. You just get so much damage because you're living for so long. You get to stall for so long that you're able to pump out that damage and boost those numbers like crazy. But what a performance from GG Shah. 8 eliminations in game number 3. What a beast. He got that advanced heal. He's got that storm stride, rampage. Rampage, those of you who've been playing lately, Rampage is so sleeper broken. I swear to God. This Jade is crazy good. It is so good. If you haven't tried it out, you should definitely try it out. Extremely strong Jade. It didn't used to be. On release, it was kind of mid, but then they changed it. They buffed it so that the second part of Rampage, when you do that sort of like forward swing, you're shing shing. The second part is now purple. Second part is purple, and it does so much. And it's not parryable since it's purple. But you know what time it is, ladies and gentlemen? It is time for Answer for Treasures yet again. If you answer this question correctly by putting your answer in the chat, then you have a chance at winning a Spring Split random gift box. And the question is, who is currently leading the standings? Is it A, Alliance Frostivus? Is it B, XCG Wang Liang? Is it C, Bowder Xshin? Or is it D, KLAT225? Now, considering that we were just talking about it, we just saw the scoreboard, I'd be rather ashamed if people got this wrong, but hey, yeah, you should probably get this right. Unless you just arrived, you should be getting this question right. Make sure to get your answer in the chat, and there'll be a short countdown, and then once the countdown is over, a screenshot will be taken of the chat, and one lucky person out of those who have answered will be chosen, whispered, and added in the chat. So pay attention, don't miss out on your gifties.
Yes, make sure to continue.
I think we are going to be yeah, you're always going to be paying attention. You got to be paying attention. Otherwise, you're going to miss out. Don't be that guy.
Even with
we're going to be heading into a show game. I think we're going to into show game, a little game, like a Hangsword showcase game for the Hangsword, the new skin. I think we're going to be going into that before our game 4 of the day. I'm not 100% sure what exactly the rules are, but it's going to be interesting. We're going to be having an interview soon. We haven't had one yet so far today, but we're going to be having one soon, I'd imagine. But how do you feel about the Hangsword, Dubby?
I like the Hangsword. I think it's honestly a really explosive weapon, especially in certain moments, like whether or not it's for 1v1s or for when there's just a group of people around here. And then, like I said, with these last 2 games, we've seen a lot of really hasty moments where a lot of players are really just trying to scunge up some last-minute eliminations, like they're trying to just scoop open some coins here and not trying to get caught up here in all of these areas here. But make sure to just, like I said before, keep your Nbpl connected to your Twitch so that way you can get these dailies and these weeklies, baby. So far, the vibes have been really, really good, even with everything that's been happening so far here. And like I said, you guys will get a chance to see a little bit of the legendary skin that has already been dropped. So you guys get a chance to maybe go up in there and, you know, hopefully, maybe you might be able to open it up potentially. For the new 2024 Nbpl themed weapon skin. We'll be able to watch a little bit of it. We still have an interview, and obviously I think we'll most likely be showing it during the break. So obviously while everybody's getting a chance to go and get their snacks and some drinks, use the bathroom, we all get a chance to watch the amazingness of this new Hangsword. And the Nbpl, really, this is exclusive. Like, this is a nice skin. It's the first time we really get a chance to see the Nbpl logo and everything really themed Nbpl overall with this aesthetic. And I think even with the aesthetic, it just really adds to how special the Nbpl is and what it can be, especially when you're not only watching here but also when you're in the game, because you get a chance to show it off and be able to go, yo, how'd you get that Nbpl, man? you're missing out. It's a lot of action with these pro teams, with these pro players, and obviously the casters are absolutely going crazy too on top of this,
Yes, indeed. I don't know why, but it just popped into my head when you did that English voice. We're gonna hear some English dubbing. Indeed, darling. The top of the morning.
I had everybody.
But yeah.
Too.
Oh, good. But hey, what a game so far. What a day so far. I'm excited to see what we're going to be getting for our game 4, 5, and 6, as it is now going to be Fireflies in the rest of the series. After our show game of the Hang Sword, we're going to be going into Morris Isle with our Firefly games. And I'm not going to lie, although we saw a bit of a change up in the characters being picked for the first 3 games, I don't think that we'll see too much of a change for our second set of games, considering that we're probably going to see more Shyle and more. I think Shyle is now going to be picked more on Firefly days, but we're going to have to wait and see. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be going to a short break, and we'll be right back very soon.
后面有4位高手呢，也已经准备就绪了。那我们接下来抓紧时间，先请他们登场，欢迎。今天表演赛呢，我们将请来今天场间的4大高手来一决高下。那这4位的话，现在已经来到我们的台上，让我们欢迎的就是考拉、T25、暴打、小星神。 这边欢迎的是我们的狼队的陈道宇，以及刚刚发挥出色的大强。今天布置的任务是咱们4大高手的话，每个人都要用这个虎男进行一个刀房的对决。先来问一下大强吧，大强觉得今天自己的场上表现怎么样？
还可以。
那感觉这个场间的话，会不会给自己通过这个刀房的对决，迎来后面更好的一个状态？
我只能说，让他看看什么才是世界第一虎男。
世界第一虎男，这刀房有说法，得问一下叉 B 了。就面对对方已经说了世界第一虎男，你有什么话想 diss 一下他？
没事儿，我那个开大的时候我就跑，然后我就没大招，我就用横刀蹂躏他。
哎，说起了横刀，没错，那就是看到今天道宇刚才在广告里面已经隆重倾情出演介绍了我们全新的百战无限的这把横刀的皮肤。这把武器今天官方也是送你了，感觉拿着这把皮肤玩火男有没有说法？
感觉自己变成那个世一火了，就拿这把横刀就变成世一火了。
世一火今天也来了，宇宙火、世一火，包括是第一火男，今天都齐聚一堂了。大梁面对这边这么多的 No.1， 你有什么说法？对于他们所有人，
我是死一火。
哎，我觉得有句话叫什么克高手是吧？开个玩笑啊！今天看来今天这场间的表演赛肯定会很有意思。一会儿打完之后，也让我们今天的4位职业选手来评价一下这把武器究竟实战的手感怎么样。好了，话不多说，进入今天的火男冲拳刀房表演赛。
And we are back. We got a little look at Panda Man, T225, Wang Liang, all with on the stage. They had that little hang sword. I don't think that was a real hang sword. I think it was just a styrofoam one with the sort of design of the hang sword on the side. But it's always nice to see. And hey, I'd like one of those, I have to say. Having a life-size sort of model of the hang sword would definitely be very cool. It'd go very nicely with my little miniatures. I have a little great sword miniature and a long sword miniature as well. But nothing life-size just yet. Maybe. What would you like to have as a life-size model, Darby?
Are we talking character or weapon?
Weapon.
Oh, see, my brain wants to go katana just because the 3 swords would just be so like really cool. But I'm not gonna lie, the heavy sword and just how massive and how strong that is, just it's an eye catcher.
It is.
It's an eye catcher. It's you can't really go wrong with it. So I might have to go with the heavy, but I love a good katana though. So you know what? I'm gonna take the katana because some of the katanas that we do have in this game have been absolutely incredible. And I think for some of the skins that I think we've seen overall in terms of NARAKA, there's been some incredible ones. I think the only other one, if I had to pick one, is the ice longsword.
The ice longsword would be very cool. That would be very cool,
especially if it's glowing in the middle. And it, you see the light kind of flash in and out, like, it's kind of going in, like on, like not necessarily RGB, but just the same flash of that blue inside, like it's glowing. Crazy.
That would be crazy. I think I'd definitely go for the heavy sword though. The great sword, that Wolf King's Fang. That would definitely. I'd like to put that on my wall if I could get fixings that would support it, considering how massive it would be. But hey, one day. We can only dream. Another thing that I think would be really cool if they did do, just thinking about it, when we saw that little that animation for the new comic coming out.
Oh yes,
we need a NARAKA anime. Give us NARAKA anime, please.
I feel like this is the first step. It's usually always something of a book or something to read, and I feel like with a lot of like really heavy like manga or comic fans, usually they'll read into those first, and if they really like it and if fans really start to go crazy, then obviously the anime usually is the next step, right? It's I don't really think there's been a lot of moments where we've seen animes become mangas. Usually it's mangas first, some chapters, people really love it, they love reading it, and eventually then it becomes an adaptation for an anime version. So I think this is kind of the first step. So I don't know. Could be. I mean, if we continue to do more things like this, there could be an anime in the near future.
Yeah. No, I think we'd all love that. We'd all watch that. Following in which character though? I mean, Wu-chan was featured there, but hey, you know me. I'd love to see a fire dog anime. Taka just like coming into his powers or something. I don't know.
Who do you think has the best storyline? Who do you think would have the best storyline?
I mean, I think Taka, legitimately completely unbiased, legit Taka, because one, he has the family, like the G family is very, formal and stuff, and like the fact that he's very laid back and very
kind of biased,
fun loving. No, but then he's also got his sister, the storyline with his sister, with Zai, who was like removed from the family, sent away, so that the sort of dynamic between him and his sister, and then also he's in Valda's law. Him and Valda were once a couple, and then they break up and stuff like that. So there's a lot of arcs there, like the family arc, and then the sister arc and fighting her, and then you can bring in Shiel. But we're gonna have to wait and see. One day, hopefully, we'll see it.
And we'll show you guys something else as well. Or not. So I'll say this then, if that's the case. If you're gonna go Tarka, I think for a storyline, I'm not gonna lie, I think what would be a really fun one, I'm gonna be honest, in terms of like just the character I would love to see, and this is completely unbiased, I think Yueshan would have a really interesting storyline overall, just in terms of like,
I mean, I agree.
how he becomes the Terracotta Warrior, how that whole storyline kind of exempts for him too. I feel like with Uation, that or Takeda, I think I would love to see how Takeda's lineup would be in terms of the story, like going like with the mask and everything like that. And here we go. Production's playing with me. As we get back into all right, so as we're about to get ready to lock in for this fun little show match game here, as we were talking about slightly earlier here, I do think Takeda would probably have like a really good storyline. I think if you look at the entirety of him, especially with like his powers, what he does, obviously his dark demon force, like how does he get it? How does he fight with it on a daily basis?
Yeah.
How does he not let the darkness consume him? You know, in every way, shape, or form. I think that'd be an incredible storyline to see how the demon vessel of Takeda
that would be very cool.
Day in life. I think that'd be fun. Now,
I mean, I'm not gonna lie.
If I'm being biased, then I'm gonna say Valda.
Yeah, you know, I mean, Valda would be a cool one because she's the ship captain and stuff. You know, also Taka and Takeda are like best friends. Taka actually tutored Takeda, I think it is. Taka was Takeda's teacher. Or now, something along those lines.
Drink each other.
I think Taka would drink everyone under the table. My guy's chugging along all the time, bro. What do you mean?
That is true. He does. His whole thing is chug.
Exactly. But I don't know. I'm gonna stand by Taka. It seems like there's lots of different arcs that there could be there. You know, the family arc, the Zai arc, the Valda arc, the Takeda arc. You know, and then if you extend the Zai arc, you can bring Shiol in. Takeda brings in Karumi. Valda brings in like adventures on the sea and stuff like that. All sorts of different stuff. I think that would probably be the.
They can always go back to the very start too. Just start with Viper. That's kind of how NARAKA was introduced. Was with Viper.
Viper's kind of story is also pretty interesting too. Yeah,
that would be
a mother
I see that
and all that stuff. There's a whole bunch of lore there, like Viper and Justina. There was once that little animation that they had with Viper and Justina were fighting each other, or something along those lines. I can't remember the exact story behind it, but Viper definitely has a lot of story as well. But I think I don't know. You know me. You know I am biased, but in my unbiased opinion, I also think Taka. I'm not gonna lie.
Biased, but unbiased.
Yeah, biased but unbiased. Exactly. But speaking of bias, Panda Man or CDY, my homie, I didn't think I was going to see him today, but we are going to see him today, playing in this little show match for the Hengsword skin. I still want to know what the rules are. I'm not going to lie, I don't exactly know what these rules are going to be, but Wang Liang is confused as well. He's like, what's going on? I wonder if it's just that everyone has to play Hengsword or something? Is like, it's only Hengsword? Or I'm assuming that that's what it's going to be. Is it going to be normal Immortal War rules? Is it going to be... What's it going to be? We're going to have to wait and see. It's a surprise for everybody. It's always nice. I'm just looking at Darby. He's just crying. He's just...
No, let's just put that shit in my ear and you just would have heard him. You would have heard him go, and... Not yet.
Not yet. Classic.
This is funny. All right, we got another 30 seconds here for us review to get ready to show you guys not only the new weapon and get a chance to have a little bit of fun here in the centerpiece. You know, we got a lot of hardcore action happening with some of these players, so it is good though that because some of these games did end a little bit early, we get a chance to do something a little bit different, right? We haven't get a chance to really do any show type stuff. So now that we're here, we're back at it. And it'll be interesting to see how these players are going to adapt to this moment here, just having fun and having a good time.
Yeah, nice little mental reset as well for some of the players. I think that not all the players are going to be playing in this. So some of the players are just chilling in the back, you know, just having a little snack, re-engaging for the second set of games, for the second part of the series after this game finishes. Wang Liang's got a smile on his face. He wasn't looking too pleased at the end of game 3, I have to say. He was not looking too pleased. I'm not sure what he said to Shah, but it didn't look very friendly. I'm not gonna lie. But we're about to be locking in for this show game, and here we are, ladies and gentlemen. What's it gonna be? Do we have a picking phase? I think we know what Pandaman or CDY is going to pick. I have a slight feeling we know what he's going to pick. Wait, what's going on here? Everyone's playing Taka. What is happening? Wait, what is going on right now? Bowder XXB? Who's XXB? I don't think we've seen XXB before. It looks as though it's going to be a 1v1 custom game. To show off this new hang sword.
Looks like it here. Definitely some. Looks like definitely a decent amount of some fun hits though so far.
Oh, it's the 1v1.
Yeah, it's
CDY versus Wang Liang. Let's go.
Let's see how the connections work though for this one. CDY, let's see if you can find it here. Nice hits and the dodge trying to connect it. Nice. They're just trying to make sure they want to hit the parry. They want to hit the parry on this one and get the animation going. They want to see the show thing happen here. It looks like he's gonna miss out on it though. XCG wants to see if he can try to connect it to it 4 and 4. Looks like the other player's gonna be Wang Liang here. It looks like he's gonna be on a secret. It looks like another count possibly. Probably why.
No, that's Wang Liang.
Ulti.
That's Wang Liang.
No, I know. But this is his account.
Yeah, this is his account. This is his actual account.
Oh.
Because yeah. This is his normal account that he plays on. It's just that it's in Chinese. But in normal games, when we see them play in the NBPL, they have their English name, or it makes it easier to read. Looks as though they're getting some ult charge. CDY, he's getting his ult charge so that he can go into another fight. Or for any of you guys who have done custom games, you know what's happening right now. Everyone's trying to get their ult charged up so that they can fight on even footing for the next fight. They should have turned on the ×5 rage. I think they might have it, but it's just not enough. They need to get a little bit more ult charge. But here we are, back at it again. Wang Liang and CDY scrapping it out. CDY getting hit by that blue focus started off, but equalizing the health pool almost immediately. Are we going to see the infinite? Oh, the huge parry coming out from Wang Liang. Beautifully done. CDY catches the punch, but isn't able to pull out a weapon in time. He goes for the up close and personal. Doesn't manage to find the blue focus. Sends out another one. Wang Liang now at health deficit, but he does have ult advantage here. His ult is going to last longer. Looking at CDY's face as he chuckles to himself, seeing that Wang Liang just run for the hills. The CDY now, he's at an ult disadvantage. Wang Liang is going to have to try and make it work while he can, while he still has few seconds left on his ultimate. About 3 seconds, 2, 1, and it's gone. There it is. And CDY is now in advantage state. He has the opportunity to take this one home as well. The Panda Man himself, CDY. You know what it is, ladies and gentlemen. CDY in the 1v1 on the Taka. You know what it is. CDY, the best Taka in the world by far. I remember I got to play against him in China in the Taka 1v1, and I played against Spider, Mike, and Chuzeng. All of them, Panaman by far took the cake. Panaman was by far the better Taka. I could always tell when I was fighting Panaman as opposed to the other players, because he just knows the Taka line so much better. He is just that much better on Taka. It's insane. T225, another Taka enjoyer. Ooh! Oh, he dropped. Oh no, he gets the Raw Dragon! T225's still alive! The wall griefed him! Oh, picks up the guitar. Oh, the hang sword. Picks up the parried weapon. He doesn't have that much time left on his ultimate. Goes for the jumping LMB, but he's unable to find it. He's trying to get the punch, but he gets uppercutted. And there it is. XXB. I think XXB is X Shin. I think that's just his account's name. We've never done a 1v1 derby. Oh no.
No, we haven't. No,
we didn't do a 1v1 in China either.
I mean, technically we kind of did. Like,
wait, how?
Like, I think there was a point where we did. Like, well, no, you were teaching me. Remember?
Yeah, I taught you some stuff.
That was you teaching rather than like actually trying to 1v1, if that makes sense here. As it looks like one of them ends up getting caught up on the wrong side here. Looks like they're gonna end up with a nice little swipe here. You love to see it though towards this one though. But it looks like, I mean, honestly though, it does look good though. Like in terms of the animation, how it looks, like the way that the gameplay is for it, really smooth, sleek, slender, nice color, good look overall. T225 trying to absolutely decimate this on XB here. Looks like he's gonna take his time here towards this, trying not to get caught here. Looks like, oh, nice try to scale rush it. Oh, with the parry, he's able to do a lot. He ends up catching him inside of that 1v1 with the nice little bits of the hits though, and says, see you later, buddy.
The emotes. What am I looking at?
Oh yeah, it's time for the emotes. You couldn't do that in game, and now you can do it here. Ain't nobody gonna say nothing. Guess what?
Well, they're just trolling. They're literally all just trolling. It's quite funny to see. What am I watching right now? Wang Liang's just getting griefed by all of them. Here we are back into the action at T225 against Action at the Taka 1v1. He manages to find the LMB, but he's not able to get the uppercut confirmation. Action's able to stall it just for a little longer, keeping his ult. He gets the combo start. He get the Raw Dragon? No, the terrain griefs him yet again. He's not able to find it, unfortunately. Looks like they're healing up once each. But T225, he doesn't have any time left on his ultimate. And he's now at a big disadvantage. Ooh, the standoff. Oh, and the beautiful parry. But he's not able to get any punish, unfortunately. If it hadn't been for the terrain, I think he probably would have been able to get the uppercut combo. But unfortunately, he's not able to do so. T225 delaying the F1 punch. Catching him with the combo. The Heaven Step. He drops it, though. He drops those, unfortunately. Now, Action is in the winning position. If he finds one opening, it could be cooked. But T225, he still has somewhat of an opportunity, but it's not looking good. And T225 gets taken down. This is I like this. Getting to sit here and watch the pro Ooglers do Taka Zero bans. I love it. I'm having the time of my life right now.
Looks like it's definitely going to be helpful as well with any and everything that's going on here. Obviously, they're able to just absolutely cook it in the best way possible here. You know what they're doing. You know how they're able to make that happen as well towards it. Obviously, they're going to be able to keep that same aggression happening here. Just trying to keep it alive here.
Oh, the LMB comes through.
Oh, here comes the juggle. Yeah, he's got him. Cooks him. Cooks him. Cooks him. Cooks him. Cooks him. Rotation style. Cooks him.
Action takes down CDY.
Cooking him.
Now we're gonna go through the whole process of getting our ultimates back yet again, while they troll each other. CDY, you gotta step it up. I think he was just trolling. He's just kind of trolling. He's won everything except he's won every fight except for that one. Getting each other's ults back. I feel like it would be one of the really cool things that they could do. Chat. I think some of you custom game enjoyers might agree with me, is that it would be nice if you could spawn, or if you could create these 1v1 lobbies and then have just sort of like a little pickup, like an item that you could go and pick up that's just like sitting around here and that just instantly gives you all of your ultimate. It would be really nice, I think. It would be a nice little quality of life addition to the custom games. But CDY, ooh, pops the ultimate. He gets caught by the horizontal, though. Doesn't manage to get the extension with the Raw Dragon, unfortunately. CDY going for the dry punch there. Just the run-up punch. Very risky. Can go horribly wrong. Oh, but he just does it again. And he's trolling him. He's trolling him. He's not infiniting him. He's just memeing, it seems. Oh, CDY, he gets caught on the dodge there. So unbelievably low. Oh, but he catches the scale.
Oh, nice catch.
Takes him down. Very nicely done. What am I watching? What is this? Oh. Throwing hands right here. T25, I'm surprised that he's the only one rocking the star Targa skin. I'm surprised that all of the rest of them are running the Bruce Lee Targa skin. I mean, the Bruce Lee Targa skin is definitely a classic, though. It's definitely a classic, and we recently actually had the opportunity to get it. For those of you who weren't playing NARAKA back when it first came out, you all had the opportunity to get it again by buying some boxes. And to the lucky few who did manage to get it, must be happy with it because it is such a nice skin. Although it's not as fancy as the star skin, I have to say it's because of how simple and sleek it is and how nice it is. It is going to be always one of the best ones. But we're having the rematch again at CDY against Action. Action, he doesn't really play much with his punches. He's just constantly going in for the hold dodge LMBs with that hang sword. And then he does the crouch midair to finish off the little infinite. Oh.
好的，辛苦二位解说。同样的话，有请我们的4位的表演赛嘉宾来到我们的舞台上，有请4位。哇，今天可以说这个场间啊，虽然我们没有看到我们常规的场间采访，但是我觉得通过这个场间的一个刀房的一个放松的一个表演赛，也是让4位心态越来越好。来，给你颁发一个荣耀啊，拿2把行吗？哎，今天这个武器用完了之后，问一下叉 B 吧，手感怎么样？感觉
爽，
爽是吗？那这边呢，25感觉怎么样？
顶级，
顶级啊！那问一下道宇啊，虽然说今天有一些小瑕疵，但是你感觉这个全新的武器用起来，皮肤感觉怎么样？
手感非常好，
手感非常好。那最后问一下这边大梁，感觉今天怎么样？用下来之后，
回去就买一波吧。
哎，不是今天送你了吗？ 安排，今天是表演赛嘉宾必须要安排，起码把这个福利给拉满。那么还是要回到今天这个比赛，可以说今天这个比赛还是比较焦灼的。今天虽然没有比赛任务，但是有什么话送给接下来，哎，在这个双周代表狼队出战的兄弟？
希望他加油吧，好吧，进个周决应该没问题。
哎，那同样。 今天啊，可以看到下半场的比赛将会尤为的精彩，也是再次感谢我们的4位职业选手为我们送来了顶级的一个全新的武器皮肤的一个表演赛。希望大家都可以在这个全新的武器的皮肤的加持下，在永劫无间找到属于自己的乐趣。好了，马上开启今天的后3场比赛，收了休息，不要走开，马上回来。
Let's go!
Did you see this coming?
And welcome back after an incredible assertion here between 4 of our top players, absolutely kicking some behind with this new weapon that you guys can also get currently right now in the shop for NARAKA BLADEPOINT. It's the Nbpl skin that is now out, and we got a chance to absolutely get it done. And so far, honestly, it's been really cool more than anything. So I'm excited to see if we actually end up seeing it at all during, you know, probably not these next games currently, but probably the games after that potentially. But after that, we're gonna get back into it. The game so far has been really good overall. I think there's some interest in terms of how these next games are planning to go, and it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun to see where we take these next games. And like we said before, we were talking about it earlier prior to the game starting, we said that most likely there wouldn't be too much of a shift, but I always said game 5 and game 6 is usually where things start to switch up a little bit. Usually people start to get like some haymaker picks. We don't usually see some of the picks that we're used to, and every now and then we might see a random pick happen. Like we said before, last time we saw this, we saw a Tarka randomly pull up out of nowhere. So you never know who's going to be picking who for game number 6. But we have 3 games left, and they're all going to be on our very beautiful classic map, Morris Isle. So hopefully you guys are paying attention. Hopefully your NARAKA BLADEPOINT is linked to your Twitch, so that way you can make sure to get those drops. And on top of that, you guys are ready for the next bit of action here, because we still have 3 more games left.
Indeed, and I'm definitely excited to see. I think I'm most excited to see if Frostivus can hold on to that top spot on the total leaderboard. You know, it'd be good for Frostivus. It'd be good for his confidence. It'd be good for, I mean, it's going to be good for everybody who supports him. Everyone who will support him no matter what, I feel like, no matter how well he does. But it's always really nice to see the player that you're supporting sitting at the top of the leaderboard. And here we are, just to reiterate, make sure to get your NARAKA account linked to your Twitch account. Now you can go to the NARAKA website. There are links there. I'm sure somebody will send you a link in chat if you don't have it linked up, but make sure that you get it done. And if you're unsure if your drops are progressing, or if you're actually able to get them because you've got it linked, go into the top right of your screen where it shows that little icon, your little profile picture. Click on that. It'll pull up a drop down menu, and there'll be a button that says drops and rewards. Go and click on that little option, and it will take you to a page that will show you all the drops that you can get and whether or not you're progressing to actually get them. And then they will be sent to your in-game mail shortly. Sometimes there's a slight delay. Obviously, there's lots of people trying to get the drops, so be patient. Don't you worry, you will get your prizes. But going back into this series, Frostivus definitely want to be keeping an eye on, alongside Wang Liang, GG Shao, Xshin having done very well in that little show match for the Heng Sword skin. It's gonna be a spicy one. I'm definitely interested to see the added factor of the Fireflies, making it so that people have their ult times up much more often. You know, having extra ult time means potentially more fights. But one thing in the past that's occasionally happened is that because lots of players have their ults up, we actually don't see as much fighting sometimes, because they know that other players will have their ults up, and if they aren't like immediately next to the Firefly locations, they can't actually contest them sometimes. So it can be a little bit different. It can be a little back and forth. We're gonna have to wait and see. Who do you think we're gonna be seeing in this game though? Which kind of characters do you think we're going to be seeing, Darby?
I think it's going to be interesting to see where people are going to go with these next sets of games. I don't necessarily know where we're going to see how the next steps are going to go. I think it's going to be interesting. I don't know. I can't really give too much of it because everybody's been so focused on the zippings. Everybody's been focused on the Farias. So I feel like now we're going to see some Takedas. I definitely think Takedas are really going to start to show up and show out within this game. Might see the last bit of the zippings in certain areas. After that, might see some surprise picks. I feel like we might see a surprise pick. I feel like we might see another Tarka.
Potentially.
I could see a Tarka popping up. I could see maybe. Let's see. I can see probably a Matari. I could see honestly a Matari.
Matari pick up.
Karumi.
A Karumi?
Karumi maybe.
Karumi in solos, you're tripping.
I love to throw them out. I love to throw out a random one that people aren't ready for. You know, you just never know. You just never know. That's the thing. We'll probably see some Yotos. I think we'll probably see some Yotos.
Yoto? I mean, Yoto hasn't seen much play for a while.
I had somebody troll twice on a Tian High. So at this point, anything's possible. Nothing is not off the table.
I mean, that's true, but still, I think considering that it's only qualifier, or that it's still qualifiers, and that these players are trying to get into finals, it's at least for the people at the bottom of the leaderboard, you definitely need to still try, I think. And then I feel like that kind of whole trolling thing may have changed a bit, because the dynamic has changed, that now you can get bags for just getting MVPs in games, you know? It's not just about that final prize pool, it's also about potentially getting MVPs during. But we're gonna have to wait and see. We're gonna be going into the round selection very shortly. Wolves, Kai Bao, G-Sha, JLAS, and KLA T225 are gonna be picking their characters first. We're gonna have to see. We're gonna be coming up very shortly. I reckon we'll probably see some Justinas and some Shiles alongside. Yep, there we go. Shiles. 3 Shiles and 1 ACOS Shile now banned for the rest of the picks. Justina, Tessa. Yeah, Tessa actually. Yep, Justina's, 1 Tessa, 2 ACOSs so far. Reasonably diverse, nothing too crazy just yet. Reckon we'll see some more Tessa picked up here. Yeah, there it is. And there you have it, Tessa and ACOS. Frostivus on the ACOS. Is that the double pick? I think that is. He's picked that twice now. That is going to be his second utilization of ACOS. I think it's a pretty solid pick. I'm surprised he didn't go for the Justina, though, I have to say. Justina is one of Frostivus' favorite picks, one of his comfort picks. I mean, his name is Frostivus, you know?
Right.
So, but I'm kind of surprised he didn't go for the Justina pick here. I'm pretty sure it wasn't banned out, so he definitely could have picked it.
Right.
Perhaps he's just looking for the ACOS here. I mean, one of the things that we did notice early on in last bi-weekly was that ACOS was being used by Spider and Mike to actually counterpick Shile. For the longest time, I was under the impression that ACOS wasn't all that good into Shile. However, they've shown that if you play it in a certain way and essentially use it to force out the blocks from the Shile then loses a lot of potential. She doesn't have that. Like, the fact that you have to commit to kill the Shile with most characters, and it takes quite a decent amount of effort to do so, to force out those blocks. With ACOS, you can do it pretty easily, and then it mitigates a lot of the value from her ultimate, which gives a bunch of other characters trouble. So ACOS doing so well into Shile, that might be why Frostivus is opting to pick it up here and go for the double pick. With Justina, you can do a similar thing with the V2, freezing the Shile in her ultimate, but I don't think it's as good potentially as the ACOS pick if you play it in a certain way. But we're going to have to see. We're going to be jumping into our 4th game of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Get hype, chat. It's Firefly time.
Firefly time here for this round here. It looks like we're going to be seeing a lot of So we're seeing some V1s, V2s, definitely a fair share, a lot of V2s mostly, through a majority of them, but a V1 coming in from Verse. It looks like it's gonna be a V1 as well for Bauda's Action as well. Also, Wang Liang is also going to opt in for the V1 as well. Meanwhile, everybody else is deep within the V2s here, but obviously going into our main circle here, you know, our main squeeze, that is the map within itself here for, I mean, space is definitely wide for a lot of them, but a certain player is definitely going to be fighting it out. Definitely some dual fights immediately off rip. You got Alliance and 521 Akame. It looks like they're going to be fighting it out in between Jade Pawn and Fields. Looks like we have KLA and JDG fighting it out. Looks like they're going to be fighting near Spring Valley. Might be fighting it out inside of that cave. XCG. Looks like we got Wolves fighting it out in Mohesive Haven near XCG, as well as we see two other teams. It looks like everybody's going to be dual fighting except for JJ, which is way on the left side here. Just completely just not where everybody else here is in Zest Winery. Just going to, you know what? I'm just going to go way over here. I'm going to take my time. I'm not going to focus on too many crazy fights. I'm just going to play to my best abilities here, and that's what I'm going to do. So it'll be interesting to see how this goes all the way to the end here. But let's see, though. First fight's happening is AS is going to be fighting this out immediately with Verse. Verse, we're going to keep that same energy right towards the very end of it, making sure that it goes all the way towards the end. See if they're going to keep that same energy as Verse, working towards that. Putting it together. Looks like Verse going to try to see if he can dip out of this. Doesn't really want any more energy if he needs to. Waits for the scale rush. Is sadly going to be able to miss out on it. Unfortunate. Verse is going to use that to his advantage. Goes for the juggle. Gets the finish and says, yeah, you're going to have to run that back for me, buddy.
And absolutely shreds him. We're heading on over to Wolves Kaibao and Wang Liang fighting over in the eastern side of the map. Wolves Kaibao eating that staff R&B blue focus from Wang Liang, but he does force out the F1 from Wang Liang. Able to force out that combo breaker is always a nice little thing. As actually, now that that reminded me, though, I was going to say that the cooldown on Kaibao's F2 is shorter, but in fact, it is pretty much the same duration. So it might be cooked, and there it is. He catches him with the F2, sends him flying, it doing a considerable amount of damage, and then catching him with the R&B, and that's all she wrote for Wang Liang. Unfortunately, Wolves Kaibao picking up their first elimination of the game, and Jux as well. TE Jux picking up that elimination on ACOS. Very nicely done. Frostivus, speaking of my boy, he's picking up that elimination onto T225. Very nicely done. Unfortunately, he did commit his ultimate to take him down, and now he's in a third-party situation where Akame has the advantage over him in ult charge and in effective health, but it looks as though Frostivus is actually going to equalize and gain the advantage back on himself. He has the Purple Fan as well. Purple Fan, extremely strong weapon, as we've seen time and time again. Goes for the R&B release, gets a clank. Unfortunately, he's now at a disadvantage again, and the tap dodge is caught by the vertical blue focus from the spear. The slow blue focus absolutely cooking him on the tap dodge. Unfortunately, he's not able to get away from that. Well, speaking of getting away, Jux is not getting away from Xshin. And Xshin with that charm into the grapple combo. Slice and dice, ladies and gentlemen. Very nicely done from Xshin. Wolves Kaibao now coming into the fray, sending out that F2. Oh, he does manage to catch him. He catches his toes as he goes up the tree, but he doesn't get the full damage, unfortunately, for Kaibao. But it looks as though it does not going to matter. Jin does have has the V1 available. Does manage to find the connection. Wolves Kaibao is fighting for his life. He's trying to get that soul back, but unfortunately he's not able to do so. He does have one more teleport. He doesn't manage to find the catch, though. It's avoided by Xshin along with the F2. Xshin managing to get on top of the building, but he does have health disadvantage. Does he have the armor swap? I don't think he does. He doesn't have the armor swap available, unfortunately, but he does get the parry onto Kaibao, not doing an insane amount of damage, considering it's only a blue pair of dual halberds. But, oh, the uppercut coming through, catching him on the tree scale. Oh, and another parry coming out from Xshin. Beautifully done.
That was beautiful.
Sending Wolves Kaibao to the Spirit Realm.
Oh my goodness, Xshin with the timing, the beautiful stretch, the blue focus strike on that to be able to get that deter going, and then on the top of that was able to completely turn around and then just dush him out at a beautiful time. That would literally, that's how you play the game in NARAKA BLADEPOINT, and that's how you're able to get the finish here. Now, even with that, couldn't have been any better. That was how you play that game here. Action really being able to lock that in and does such an incredible job of it. You love to see it, though, when it comes to really being able to maximize your moments here and know when it's time to like really go, all right, that's cool. Let's get it done. Jux working towards everything and just trying to play it safe here. Meanwhile, Jux in that 6th place position has that first elimination on the board, which is good for him. 8.9 still ahead of it, but he's got some people trailing up on him with that 8.5, which is Akame, and 8.8, which is Wolves. So they're going to be right there going neck for neck right here into this 6th through 8th place here. And obviously Verse is trying to catch up with those 2 eliminations as well here. So let's see if they can keep that situation going. I want AS to get another elimination. That's just me, though. That's just me being a supportive friend. Come on, AS, you got it. Hercules.
AS definitely could do with a few more eliminations to pick up that scoring from the bottom of the leaderboard right now. He's currently sitting on 1 point so far. It's not looking good, and I'm really hoping that it's not going to be a repeat of last week. It's 2 bi-weeklies in a row. That would be pretty rough, not only for him and his mental, but also for the org, seeing the solo player not do so well. It's somewhat disheartening, but hey, speak of the devil, JLAS scrapping it out over here against XXY. XXY forced to use his ultimate. JLAS responding with his own. He's trying to find the chase down, but unfortunately, he's not really able to do so. All the freeze coming in and the damage, and he just gets absolutely obliterated, absolutely exploded. And we were talking about hopefully him finding an elimination, but he's already out. It's cooked for him. He's cooked. He's back to the lobby, ladies and gentlemen. But Arano, one of the favorites from last week, fighting it out against XXY. He finds the overhold on the cross, and he finds the freeze, dodging out against that blue focus RMB, catching him with the light. Beautifully done. The nice fade out, fade in from Arano, and he's going to leave that Soul Bloom and head on over to the Realm of Yang. I wonder if he's going to check, is the Firefly there? I think it might be. He went to go grab the Firefly that spawns where he just was, but I'm not sure if he's going to make it to the Realm of Yang in time. He might not be able to get there in time. It looks as though the grief comes out. Oh no, Wolf Skybauer, he's mad. Verse with the F1 on the Realm of Yang spawn, and he denies himself and Kaibao the entry to the Realm of Yang. Yeah, that's pretty grief, big dude.
Look how high they went, though, inside of the Realm of Yang, though. Absolutely flying. As I say before, they go in airborne. As X-Gen's going to be fighting this out with Sha. Nice little bit of a strike, trying to see if they can connect it here. Misses out on the nice downward strike coming in from the Akos. Trying to see if they can find it. Pops open the ulti here. Doesn't want to get caught. Oh, the panel coming in from the Tesla is going to be able to get the stun, but not before the Tiger Slash comes through as well. And it looks like he will be able to get it up top here. Oh no, he misses out on the opportunity as he falls down all the way down to the bottom here, giving X-Gen the disadvantage because he misses out here. This actually could not actually be good for him, though, as those strikes tries to come in. You know, the Tiger Strike comes in very, very dangerously. Falls back towards the end, though. Nice strike, trying to see if he can hold it strong again. Here comes the next one, trying to see if maybe the stun is going to be able to help him again. Let's see if he's going to be able to have the advantage here, but it's not going to be enough as he times it just right, gets the finish and goes bet. Let's keep it going. The shutdown can be just as great coming in from a player like Bowden X-Gen.
X-Gen is an absolute machine. This guy, he's been popping off. He's been doing so unbelievably well for the past few weeks. Like, this guy, what a beast. Like, what a beast. He came to play this year. And it's always lovely to see when a player who, although he wasn't performing poorly, I feel like he wasn't like sitting at the top of the leaderboard every week. You know, like he wasn't always at the top. But occasionally he'd have these pop-off games. But now I feel like he's solved his consistency issue and he's doing much, much better. But we're moving on over to a scrap here between Jux and Akame. Jux definitely has the health disadvantage here and the damage disadvantage with that blue hang sword instead of the purple. He does catch the LMB, is able to force out that F2 from the Justina. But it doesn't look as though this is going to be enough. He's kind of in a bad spot here. It looks as though he's forced out. The ultimate, and Akame is forced to retreat. He's trying to disengage here. Jux, he's not going to let him go just so easily, though. He's trying to re-engage and utilize that ultimate, and it looks as though he's going to be able to do just that, but GG Shah is going to come in, steal the kill, and the Soul Bloom away from Jux. Unfortunately, it looks as though it's cooked for Jux, and GG Shah comes out the victor in this situation, picking up 2 kills and the Soul Bloom. Very nice for GG Shah. Oh, it looks as though Wang Liang's coming in, though.
Let's see if we can go ahead with this one on the next one, though. Oh, catches a beautiful fire. Gets a little bit of some burn check on Shah here. Question is, he might be able to do it again here, potentially. Nice strikes. Gets the Tesla to be able to get a little bit of a stun onto that one, but not going to be able to do too much here. It looks like he's going to be able to capture it onto GG Shah. The question is he going to take the advantage that he can? Yes, he does. Oh, beautiful moment here for that capture. The stun. Wang Liang reads him like a book. Gets the strike down with the pole staff and says, see you later in game number 5. Meanwhile, X-Shin and T225 fighting this out here on the outskirts here. Looks like he's going to drop all the way down here. Pistol Shots trying to see if maybe they can connect him as well here. T225 trying to go for the heal here. Not really going to be able to do too much here. Meanwhile, trying to see if he can take the advantage the way that he needs to here. X-Shin not being able to do too much here. What is Verse doing? You see him like just kind of he was like tiptoeing, like all the way down, like, hey, don't mind me, I'm just gonna go over here real quick. Like, what are you doing? Meanwhile, looks like I take it back here because Verse is able to get his second elimination off of that as well. Verse able to back off this, does end up getting stunned here, but Wolf Sky Battle is gonna be on the backstretch, dangerously low, half heals, half shields here. He's gonna have to at least exit out of this area as much as possible here, just so he can't get caught up in a tough situation.
You don't want to be caught in between all of these players. Action has definitely done a good job of disengaging here, though. Unfortunately, it doesn't look as though there are any Fireflies close by. Otherwise, I'd imagine he would have picked them up by now. But, oh, very nice. Nice little bit of min-maxing there. If you guys didn't manage to catch that, he was healing up his health. And in the process of doing so, he dropped his health jade so that when he healed himself up, he wasn't missing any health. So when you have health jades, it increases your health pool by a percentage. However, it doesn't affect how much your Vitalia or healing berries, as they're called now, heal you for. Therefore, with your base health being 1000 HP, and your healing berries only giving you 500 HP each, if you have health jades that increase your health pool by, let's say, 12%, which is 1 jade, and you were sitting at, or let's say you had 2 health jades, for example, 24% extra health. That means that you would need to heal essentially another 240 health. But if you dropped the health jade before your heal goes off, it lessens your health pool, and then you can heal up the normal health pool, only have to use 2 healing berries, and then pick up the health jades afterwards and effectively get more out of your heals than you normally would, which is a nice little bit of min-maxing. Not all that many people do it in ranked or anything like that, only a few, because it is pretty try-hard min-max, but it does come in handy in very specific situations, like let's say when you're in the zone and you're trying to heal up as fast as possible, or if you're trying to conserve your resources, that sort of thing, it can definitely be very helpful. But we're going to be heading on over into the realm of Yang, ladies and gentlemen. XXY and Wang Liang going up against each other. Wang Liang with that gold pole sword and purple staff. You know what time it is. It's weapon swap time, ladies and gentlemen. We don't see it as much as we used to, but it is still extremely powerful. They did nerf it a decent amount to some extent. Like the blue focus on the second LMB of the pole sword definitely does less damage now, but hey, it still works. It still does a bunch of damage. But XXY, he's looking for those freezes, and this hang sword is doing so much work. And XXY, he's just reading Wang Liang like a book, catching him, dodging those ultimates. He doesn't read this one, though. Unfortunately, 2 blue focuses released into his face, but it's not going to matter. He turns around with that pistol and says, "What up?" and takes him down. Beautifully done by XXY.
XXY playing well inside of this realm here. He needed something. He has been struggling, okay? He's down at the very bottom. He might be currently last place. So this win within itself here is huge. Absolutely huge.
Absolutely. Any win is huge, I feel like. Wang Liang, though, he's going to have to try and find this Soul Bloom, try and cleanse that Yang depletion. Otherwise, he's going to be in for another L. Unless he finds himself a JDG verse, finds himself another Tessa. He's on the chase, but I don't think he's going to fully commit just yet. I didn't see him grappling in, but he definitely spotted him out. It looks as though Arano, another player who went to the realm of Yang and lost, unfortunately. He does have a Soul Bloom to cleanse this Yang depletion. Heading back over to Wang Liang, you see him spot out Kai Bao. I think he saw him. I think he did see him, but then he lost him momentarily, and now he's a little bit lost himself, it seems. Kai Bao heading on over to Celestra. He's got 26 grapples plus. He is chilling. He is not going to get caught by Wang Liang here, I don't think, with only 7 grapples to his name. He does have the bounty on him. That's why he's chasing him. So he spotted him out with the bounty, but then got confused because the bounty only updates on the map every so often. It's not constant. It's not a constant indicator as to where somebody is. But Wang Liang has now been forced to go to the edge of Celestra. Not really where you want to be if you're looking to try and chase somebody down. Celestra, this is one of those places that you can stall for so long. Manages to find the opening of the verse. Catches him with the blue focus. Catches him using Tuna. And he's on the chase. He has 2 minutes 20 and counting. He needs to make it happen sooner rather than later. The longer that goes by, the more desperate he becomes, and it's very evident to the rest of the lobby as they are all immediately lobbying him. They spot him out, they spot him chasing down this player, and they can recognize the Yang depletion situation. But fortunately for Wang Liang, there was a random purple armor just sitting there in the open, and he gets the armor swap. But it doesn't look as though it's going to matter. He's constantly trying to chase down XXY here. He's trying to overhold him, but it doesn't look like he's doing the best job here. Oh, and he gets cooked by the pistols. And JDG Verse picking up another elimination for himself, taking him up to 4. Very nicely done.
He got cooked.
He did indeed.
He got cooked. Absolutely sizzled, soldered, sauteed, fried, baked, skewered, simmered, seared, every which way in between. And speaking of getting seared, looks like Verse is getting seared right now with that ballista shot right there. You saw that on that fire? That's fajita style. You ever been eating at a restaurant and you saw fajita, hot sizzling fajita out, and you can be like, man, I should have ordered that. That was currently him in that moment. That should have been me. Meanwhile, Arano finds out what XXY, trying to see if they can get something with T225 here, but T225 definitely does not want to get caught up in this. Let's see if he can try to see if he can go for the wraparound. It doesn't look like T225 really wants it. Definitely trying to play this out a little bit better here. Knowing he does have the advantage here, 18.2 points. Second elimination to his name so far here. You do see it overall. Action with 4 eliminations, taking the top spot away from Frostivus here.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Unfortunately, Frostivus got taken out early on. I don't think we saw him getting taken out here. Action putting those numbers on the board. If Frostivus wants to stay in top spot, or at least minimize the gap that will arise at the end of this game, Action needs to go out here, but I don't think he's going to. He's been playing out of his mind today, doing extremely well. Frostivus having taken the initial MVP at the beginning of the day, and then doing extremely well in the second game as well. But Action, he's not gonna let him take it home that easily. And here we are looking at the Realm of Yang fight between Verse and Arano. Arano getting caught up by the Tessa ultimate. Verse just grapple spamming him, preventing him from being able to claim back his soul. And then on the charm, using that pulse sword, single hit. This is a very important mechanic that I'm gonna explain in a moment. But he catches him on top of the pillar, just preventing him from being able to capitalize on any of those freezes. Even if he does get frozen on top of the pillar, it's going to be hard for him to fully capitalize on the freeze itself to do damage. So one of the really important things that Tessa players and the Justina players should all be aware of is if you get this stun or if you get this charm onto somebody, it's always best, or at least it's typically best, to use a weapon or an attack that does damage in a single instance. So your pole sword RMB on the first charge, for example, it does damage in a single instance, meaning that you end up securing the damage, so to speak. Because if you don't, and let's say they're playing Shiol, or they have a combo breaker of sorts, or something along those lines, then only the first instance of the multi-hit attack's damage is going to do the damage, because they'll combo break or they'll block it with their Shiol ultimate. Very important mechanic that if you're playing Justina or Tessa, you should definitely know about. But unfortunately for Kai Bao, he was in his Shiol ultimate, but he was just getting constantly peppered from all sides by these range weapons, by these players. The Tessa ultimate coming in while he was healing. He was just unable to stay alive, unfortunately. And it looks as though the focus has now been moved over to XXY on that Justina. Having committed his ultimate to try and get this kill for himself, he's now put himself in a rather disadvantageous situation. He does have the gold armor, gold pole sword, gold fan, but it's not really going to mean anything if he doesn't have any armor healed up. This is going to be rather difficult. He's literally surrounded by 4 players with his back to the zone, narrowly avoiding all of these projectiles coming towards him, but he just gets thrown into the zone, and that's all she wrote for XXY. KLA TSP5 picking up the kill without committing too many resources himself. Very nicely done. I'm not sure how exactly he managed to pick it up. I didn't see in the kill feed what he used, but hey, he got out reasonably scot-free there. Didn't have to commit all that much, didn't put himself in danger, and that's how you want a third party. Third partying is an art. If you put yourself in position 1 and put yourself deep into the fight, then it can be it's very easy to get immediately turned on by everybody involved. You don't want to lose too much in a third-party situation, especially in solos, because otherwise you're going to get cooked. You're going to get turned on. If you lose your health, you lose your ultimate, you immediately become the focus for the rest of the lobby, and you will get lobbied. But Xshin sitting on 4 kills.
Lobby is such an interesting word too when you really think about it, because we talk about we say the analogy of sharks, when they smell blood, and obviously that becomes a frenzy. It's kind of similar to that when you speak on that. But then at the same time too, for some of these players, their play style, they don't want to get caught up, but at the same time, towards the end, they definitely want to try to scoundrel as much eliminations as possible towards this final circle. And obviously seeing these 4 here, the way that they're able to absolutely gouge out of this, they definitely don't want to lose out on a free open opportunity for an elimination here. And obviously here comes the first one here, as Xshin's the first one to get striked here. The question is, does anybody take advantage of that moment here? And it doesn't really look like anyone's deciding to take advantage of the fact that Xshin did just get hit by the Bane's Breath here, and he's still going to stay alive here. Nice shots ricocheting towards him though, but he still has some of that shield here, trying to see if he can go for the stun here, as he does try to see if he can back off this. He's top 4th place right now though. Definitely would be really tough if he did end up going out here, as Zaranos is trying to see if he can counter in next hits though, and it looks like he's struggling here with that. The strikes is going to catch through, and just like how you said before, he gets lobbied. Nice parry to connect it, but it's not going to be enough as Zarano catches the elimination, and just like that, he has taken over and got on top of both Jux and Wolves Kai Bao in 7th place with 11.3.
Indeed. Well, Frostivus is bound to be pretty happy about that one, considering that not much of a gap has been created from from first and second spot. He can definitely make up that difference in a game. Only 2 points, 2.2 points. That's nothing that Frostivus can't handle. So he's bound to be pretty happy about that one. Although Wang Liang is closing in onto Frostivus as well, only two points behind. So hey, I mean, literally the top 4, they're all pretty much, top 5 even, are all 2 points apart. So that means that the top 5 could literally change within one game. If one of these players gets a massive pop-off game, they could easily go to the top of the leaderboard and hope that Xshin doesn't get any points whatsoever. But going into this end zone, we have 3 players left alive. each player on a different character as well, which is quite interesting. Verse looking to use his Tuna. Tuna, a very useful Jade. Those of you who don't know, if you use Tuna, well, if you pick up Tuna, you need to have the rest emote equipped, and then you use the rest emote, and then on each tick, every second, you heal your health. And then on the fourth second, if you continue it for that long, it then gives you a buff that essentially heals your armor over time by a small amount, meaning that in these kind of end zones when you could get peppered down by ranged weapons and that sort of thing, having Tuna ticking away in the back, always extremely helpful, and a very, very strong Jade. If you ever manage to pick it up, make sure that you have your rest emote equipped, otherwise you can't use it. An emote-dependent Soul Jade is quite funny, really. But hey, we're going to be seeing a little bit of action very shortly. I imagine the zone is starting to close smaller and smaller. Each of these players is just sending out blue focuses left and right to try and buy themselves some real estate. And it looks as though T225 may have eaten the brunt of that Merciless Havoc verse. With Merciless Havoc, this is going to be truly merciless for T225. He's stuck in a really bad position here. He's stuck behind this little building, this little gondola or whatever you might think. What, I don't know what to call that, I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of like half a shed, half a gondola, a little gazebo, something like that. But he is forced to use his ultimate. He does have those gold dual halberds and the advanced heal, so if he's able to find one heal, he can then immediately re-engage. But it is rather difficult, as none of these players, neither Arano or my brain, or Verse, sorry, want to fight here. Neither of them want to go into position one and actually take the face-to-face fight, because, quite frankly, you don't need to. You could just poke him out. Since he has no ultimate and he only has F2, you can just constantly poke him out. This is a rather interesting little fight here. This tiny little wall is literally a godsend for T225. He's just hiding behind it, and Verse can't actually hit him unless he pushes into his face here. Arano also in a similar position with that Cavalry Bloom. He doesn't really have the range to do all that much with it. It's just constantly buying time, and it looks as though Verse is taken to the skies. He's going to try and survive as long as he can, spamming grapples back to back to try and stay airborne as long as possible. Arano now put under pressure by T25, forced to use his ultimate, immediately going airborne, now doing exactly the same thing that Verse was doing. It looks as though Verse is going to come out on top here, I'm not going to lie. He does have that charm on to T225. Arano comes in and steals the kill away, though, and Verse, he's gonna take the dub, ladies and gentlemen. Very nicely done.
That's huge by him. Now he's in 7th. His chance, and now overall, that's overall score. Puts himself in 7th place with 1 game. Like I said, that struggle bus is really tough when you're down at the bottom, but all it takes is one good moment towards the very end here, and that's it. That's a wrap. And look how it's been going for him, though. He still was able to keep that confidence. He was able to put himself in a really good situation here. And now towards the end was able to do just exactly what he needed to do. Have a really good successor towards the end. Capitalize on these moments and is able to get himself a final dub. Still has 2 away, but now he's no longer in that very bottom slot.
It's always nice. JLAS, I have to say, he really needs to step it up, man. You know, like, it's all well and good not performing all that well in a finals, but then if you can't really get all that many kills in the actual qualifying rounds, it definitely speaks to the fact that you might be doing something wrong. Like, he needs to go back to the drawing board. He needs to go to his coach and just say, we need to figure out why I'm not getting any kills, because he's certainly a good player. To be here in this environment, in these games, you have to be a good player. You can't, like, none of these guys are noobs. They're not scrubs. They are extremely good players. So for JLAS to be just having such a poor performance consistently at this point, they need to figure out what's going wrong. It could be the pressure. You know, maybe he's just a nervous guy. You know, maybe it's the pressure's getting to him. Maybe his game plan has just got a very obvious flaw that he hasn't noticed that other players are taking advantage of. You know, it's, who knows, really? But he needs to figure it out sooner rather than later, because Ooh, it's
here
pretty
it
rough.
goes.
It's
Even with
pretty
that,
rough.
though, we still got another question to give you guys for our game number 4. And the question is, which player killed XXY in game number 4? Oh, this is one you're gonna be paying attention. Is it JDG's Verse, EWG's Arano, Albalda's XJin, or KLA's T225? Pick your answer now for a chance for a spring split random gift. You love to see it. You love to see how it comes together, though, for some of these players, though. For a player like XXY, though, still down there at the bottom. But Verse, though, able to get himself a little bit higher up than the others so far.
Yeah, absolutely. It's nice to see that he pulls out an MVP. But who was the one who managed to take down XXY here in this lobby? Make sure to get your answers in the chat. Make sure to pay attention to the whispers and the ads in the chat. But we're going to be looking at the scoreboard for this game. And there you have it. Verse sitting atop the leaderboard with 5 kills and the first place placement, getting that multiplier, that juicy multiplier. Arano coming in second with 7.6, XJin with 6.7. I was looking to XJin for him to come out on top here and then increase the lead to essentially secure that first place spot more securely against Frostivus, who was only 2 points behind him. But unfortunately, he did get taken down by the rest of the lobby. It is what it is. Thankfully for Frostivus, Wang Liang, T25, doing reasonably well, consistent. You know, consistency is key here. You want to be doing it consistently well, and not consistently poorly, as the boys at the bottom of the leaderboard currently are performing not all that well. XXY, at least he's gotten a few more points, but AS has not gotten a single kill so far in the last 4 games. Not one. So it's kind of rough. We feel for you, big dog, but you got to lock in. You got to lock in. Hakame, 8.5. Jux, 9.5. Wolves, Kai Bao, having come in, having not played in the first bi-weekly, and the second bi-weekly, there is somewhat of a contrast between Kai Bao's performance and CDY's performance from last week. But hey, Kai Bao still got plenty of time. He's still got plenty of time to pick it back up. You know, there's been plenty of times where certain players have performed not so well on their first day of bi-weekly solos, and then come back in their second day of it and performed a lot better and ended up qualifying for the bi-weekly finals. So we shall see. That could be an eventuality. Who knows? But we're gonna have to wait and see it first. Getting into that top 6. Sitting on 14.2 off of that 10-point win. Absolutely huge. Absolutely huge. Damn. This little laptop looks so nice.
At the replays here so far here, as we look at Wolves KB getting that kill off of Wang Liang here, seeing that with GG's as well, getting caught up by Jux action, trying to fight this out with Jux here, getting that absolute juggle here and just using that to his advantage. Nice swipes all the way with the longsword here. Beautiful Harry coming through from the action. And that was the one that we saw that was absolutely flawless. Absolutely flawless. Way it was running towards it. XXY just trying to fight it out. But Arano able to secure that elimination here. Look at this fight here between all of them here. And then he was able to continue it as we get as quick 2-piece as well as Shaw's able to get 2 from that one. Verse using that opportunity to get a nice little bit of a shot as well towards it. Wolves Kai Bao on the outside. Arano just trying to fight it out towards the very end here. Arano able to take that.
It was unfortunate for Verse though that he couldn't take those kills at the end. He got that kill denied from him, and then Arano went down to the zone, so he missed out on 2 kills, unfortunately. So hey, it is what it is. But it is his first MVP, and a pretty solid performance. Feels though we can all agree on that. Got that siphon technique and the tuner staying extremely healthy. 15,000 damage. It's not the same as our 30,000 damage games that we saw earlier. Only 5 kills, but still a very strong performance from Verse. I think, yeah, no, it's nothing more can really be said about that. Coming in, it's going to be a good mental boost for him. He's potentially going to come in the next games and do well as well. All you need is that one good game, and it can all turn around. And I think we're all hoping that JLAS finds that game.
Absolutely insane though. Overall, though, And he definitely had a decent set of soul jades here. The vibe was definitely good, but obviously it was a good first MVP for him as well. He needed this, okay? The amount of time, the amount of effort for that, he needed this to finally get a chance to see him up there on the top of that leaderboard here for that vibe. Absolutely incredible for a player like Verse. Verse needed that, especially towards the final. I mean, he was able to get at least one elimination towards that finals. If he would have got two, definitely would have been a little bit better, but he still was able to work exactly the way that he needed to be able to succeed. Now we still have 2 more games left, and usually, like I said, by game 5, game 6, these picks start to teeter a little bit here, because now some people have picked doubles. As you had brought up earlier, someone had already done Ziping Ying twice.
It was ACOS. Frostivus picked ACOS twice.
And sadly, that just wasn't enough, because he ended up getting eliminated early into that game. So he's going to have to pick a little bit more smarter towards the final bit of this game, because some people have definitely picked Ziping Ying twice. And I think there's probably been some Justina pick twice too.
Yeah, I think so. I think we'll probably see a Justina pick from Frostivus, I'd imagine. I don't think... Did he run the Tessa? I don't think he did. He went ACOS, Feria, and then Zipping, and then ACOS again. So he has a Tessa available. I think we're going to see Tessa and Justina come out from Frostivus, most likely. I'm not sure which one he'll pick first, though. We're going to have to wait and see. We're probably going to see more of the same. It's possible that we'll see a Taka. I mean, hey, you know I'm always hoping for a Taka pick, but there aren't all that many Taka players in this lobby. T225 definitely has picked Taka in the past. And hey, X-Shin, he definitely showed that he could play Taka in that little hang sword show match that we had in the halftime break. So, hey, who knows? X-Shin might pull out the Taka. X-Shin Taka, Pog. We don't have CDY here today, unfortunately. Wolves Kai Bao is stepping in for this week. So no usual Pandaman CDY double Taka pick, as he did double pick it last week on one of the days. But hey, who knows? Who knows? I doubt we're going to see anything too crazy, though. It'll probably just be Justina, Tessa, maybe T225 Takeda, actually. T225 on the Takeda is very plausible. He does like to bring out his Takeda on Morris Isle, and he does do very well with it. It's always been one of his staple picks, so we shall see. What do you reckon, Darby? I mean, I asked you this before, and you told me Karumi, but...
I don't know why you laughing at the Karumi pick. Watch the Karumi comment, and then I'm going to look at you and be like, you look stupid. Remember I told you that? You look so stupid. I can't wait. I can't wait. I hope somebody... It's going to be a while. It's going to be a long shot. I didn't say it was not, I didn't say it was impossible, but I did say it's possible. Okay?
Yeah.
You just laughing at me. I hope if somebody's at production, tell one of them to lock in Karumi, just so I can make him look crazy. I'll be like, see, look what happened. Now look at you.
See, yeah, definitely viable.
Now look at you. That's what I thought.
Hey, well, we did get some buffs for Karumi this patch, by the way, chat. For those of you who aren't in the loop, the new season dropped today. These players at Nbpl, they're not playing on the new patch, however, so no Karumi buffs just yet. But on live servers, we do have a Karumi buff. We even have a slight Taka buff, which is also interesting. Shael got nerfed, ACOS got buffed, Zai got buffed, and I think that may be it.
A lot of buffs here for sure. We did see the Zai for sure in our game number 3. Was interesting to see a Zai in the final bits of the Holoroth games here. So would we be able to see a little bit of return from her? I did say that there could be some Yodahimes. I could see a little bit of some Yodahimes potentially in this game. I noticed how I didn't bring up Valda though. Notice how I didn't bring up Valda. I was like, nah, it's probably not gonna be a Valda. As much as I would love to see a Valda pick, I don't think we're gonna see a Valda pick, and that's the thing that's like unfortunate. But hey, it is what it is.
There it is. As expected, we see a lot of Shiles and Frostivus on the Tessa pick. Now, this could be huge for him. Tessa is a pretty solid matchup into Shile, as you're able to get a big chunk of damage off onto the Shile, even when her ult is active, if you manage to get that charm. If you get the charm status effect, if you get them charmed for 3 seconds, you can pull out a pole sword and just do a whole chunk of damage. If they're not in ultimate, then it's even better. You can potentially go for the Heaven Step or the Fan Infinite and just send them back to the lobby. Well, we're going to have to wait and see. T225 on the ACOS pick. Perhaps he's saving the Cicada for game number 6, but who knows? We're going into our game number 5 very shortly. All of these players are pretty locked in. JLAS, lock in, big dog. I believe. I'm sure, like, I think it could be a mental thing. Who knows? As I say time and time again, mental is so unbelievably important. What do you think is going through their heads right now, Dobby?
A lot of choices, like figuring out like where they're gonna land. Obviously, for some of the players, they're probably definitely some aggression. Probably want to get some aggression picks as well in there, and just trying to be like, you know what, I'm just gonna probably pick something that goes through certain things, or gets very consistent in certain areas. And then other times it's kind of like, all right, need to be able to work towards other ones, and let's just see where those elements start to really come through and conjure up over time.
Yeah.
Let's see where they really show up overall, though, as we did still seeing some ACOS, still seeing a lot of the Shayla, and we're gonna get one Zaishi, one singular one. And everybody's fully sticking with the Zaishi, really.
The what?
Not everybody really picking the Zaishi.
Oh yeah, Kai Bao. Wait, double pick Zai. I was focusing on everything else, but Kai Bao on the Zai again with F3 again. This is probably the most aggressive pick I've seen, and not gonna lie, I don't think it's a very good pick. Quite frankly, it's just not a good pick right now. F3 on its own is bad. If you take F1, at least you have the combo breaker, and then because of how Zai works, when you use your ultimate, if your F is on cooldown, it refreshes your F's cooldown so that you can use it again, giving you effectively a double combo breaker if you need it. Is so useful. The F3 can be good. It can be good at chasing people down. It can be good if you play super aggressive, but because you just don't have the combo break, it can be very dangerous at times, as we saw in the game earlier when he picked it. He just got absolutely cooked by the dual blade combo off of the pillar drop in a Realm of Yang, and he couldn't break out of it, and he hadn't used his ultimate, and he just got destroyed with blue armor.
Right.
Like, he couldn't do anything. So it's definitely a very dangerous pick. But we're going to be going into our game number 5, ladies and gentlemen. These boys are dropping on the Firefly spawns. It looks as though Wolves Kai Bao, the aggression has already started. Jux not having any armor to speak of. Ooh! Akame coming in with that early ult, considering that Tessa has the ability to use her ultimate at 55%. He's able to capitalize on having only managed to pick up one Firefly. Much better than everybody else. Wolves Kai Bao, though, gets that F3 proc. He does knock him down. He does get that fire take, but he's not able to follow it up. Unfortunately, he grapples back in and sends the horizontal blue on the spear. Very aggressive. Wolves Kai Bao managing to pick up his first elimination of the game. Heading on over to the western side, the desert, Arano and Xshin scrapping it out. The armor swap coming through for Arano. He's saved. The armor swap saving him. Xshin now not necessarily on the back foot, but definitely has to rethink his aggression here for the moment. Arano getting that heal off, looking to continue the chase. He's trying to find it. He's trying to find him. I don't think he's going to find him just yet. Moving on over to Frostivus, JLAS, and Kai Bao all scrapping it out here. Frostivus does have a huge ult advantage over AS. Might be able to find the charm of JLAS. Getting that blue focus clank. Frostivus forced to use his F1. I think he'd probably be better off trying to find some kind of a reset here, but it's not looking too good. He's forced into continuing to fight. JLAS goes to the jump parry, but the hitbox, he's not able to find it. Unfortunately, JLAS sends out the blue. Another one gets sent out. JLAS, he's 1 HP. It looks as though Kai Bao is going to come out on top here, picking up one elimination and probably into a second as well. Frostivus caught in the air by the Zai ultimate, the F3 coming down, and he catches him with the LMB. Quick kills for Wolves Kai Bao, taking him up to 3. What a performance coming out from this man.
What a start, though, for some of these players here as Verse. Really getting that confidence here. You get that one dub, and now look at you. You get a little bit of some confidence, and now all of a sudden you feel unstoppable as Verse is able to get a second elimination. Top 6, 16.2. And I'm telling you, sometimes when you're down and out, sometimes you got to take a risk. And oh, T225 with explosive elimination onto Arano. And now it looks like T225 is trying to get their secondary pick. And you know, Xgen, a really good player there. He's not going to make it easy for him here. We're going to go through and we're going to back out as much as possible here. Xgen wants to try to see if he can capture a little bit more room for himself here. It looks like that Akos is just trying to close it in. It looks like he is going to be able to as he gets the first strike. Gets a nice pistol strike towards it, trying to continue it all the way. Nice slam towards the very bottom. Longsword, he's going to be able to actually hit it here. There, beautiful blue focus trying to connect it here on both sides. T225 ends up getting switched over. Here comes the juggle, getting caught on the outskirts. He's about to juggle him. He switches to the heavy sword, goes for the scale, gets the finish, the slam down. Xgen gets at least one elimination out of that one. And ladies and gentlemen, 27.5, he's still in the lead.
What a beast. This man and his combos. He loves his combos. Xgen, he is a lab rat. He has sat in the lab, in the training range, and perfected these combos. He's just constantly putting out different combos every week. This guy, what a machine. But we're heading on over to GG Shah and XXY. Kind of playing footsies in this little area, in this building. It's as though GG Shah doesn't want any of that smoke. He doesn't have his ultimate available. He's going to look for the disengage here. Wang Liang as well, in a similar boat, doesn't have his ultimate, not really looking to fight Jux just yet. Although he does have that purple fan, he's definitely able to take the fight. I just don't think he wants to do so just yet, especially considering that they're in Celestra. Celestra being one of the places where it's really hard to chase people. So if he gains an advantage, he could end up just not being able to close out the kill, considering that XXY would just be able to run around the buildings constantly. GG Shah, though, he's kind of out in the open and is immediately getting chased down by XXY here. GG Shah, he's not asserting dominance on the lobby. So one of these things that is a concept that I discovered when I played in tournaments is that even if you don't have ultimate, even if you don't have resources, you still have to sort of exert this aura. It's just how you move, when you look to disengage, when you look to move and do all these things is super important, because it tells people whether or not you're looking to fight or not, or it tells people how good of a spot you're actually in. This sort of aura of this aggressive aura that it's kind of hard to really describe, and how you actually exert this is not easy. You know, being able to do it consistently, even if you're actually in a really bad position, it's actually something that we don't talk about very much. But in those kind of situations when you're like, it's actually, we do talk about it somewhat. It's kind of it kind of ties into how we talk about certain players effectively being able to get other players lobbied in certain situations. You know, how Mike has always effectively been able to get other players lobbied in final zones and being able to not get lobbied himself, because he exerts this sort of aggressive and dominant aura that just prevents people from wanting to engage. And it's quite an interesting notion. GG Shah just got absolutely cooked here. He wasn't able to exert that, and he just got chased down by multiple people. Whereas in some cases that just won't happen. Wang Liang, he was in a similar position but didn't get chased down at all, because I don't know. It's hard to really, it's kind of ineffable almost. But anyway, enough of that little educational talk, I suppose. We're going to be going into the realm of Yang. Who's coming out on top here, Dubby?
It depends on who gets in here. Let's see what happens. We got Wolves KV versus Arano. My money's going to be on, I'm not going to lie, I'm gonna give a little bit of love to the new cat. I'll give it to Arano. Let's see what Arano can do. The amount of energy that he has and everything else that he's done in terms of his dynamic, I think it'd be good to see if he really can make that happen here. But let's see what happens here, as he does have a lot of work to do in front of him. As Wolves Kai Bao is going to be able to work towards him here, trying to see if maybe he can have that advantage towards it. Wolves Kaibao trying to see if maybe you can get him towards that as he ends up hitting him all the way down here. So he's still going to be able to rummage through towards that as well here. And even with that here, ooh, nice hits just to be able to get the strike here. He's trying to close it out a little by little here. A little bit more impossible, but the Poison is going to be able to get the finish here. And wow, I was right. That's great.
This is what I'm talking about, though. You see the kind of the weakness of Zai in this matchup, where she's just not really able to do all that much. And considering that he has F3, it just doesn't really give him all that much value in certain situations. It's such a niche pick that you need to play it in such a certain way and have kind of like just the stars align for it to actually work for you. We saw him do well earlier on and get 3 kills back to back, essentially. But in this instance, he just wasn't able to really get anything out of it. He's still sitting on those 3 kills. Hopefully he does have a Soul Bloom here. He did get 3 kills earlier, so hey, who knows? Maybe he left one here so they can go and pick it up. We've seen a lot of players just getting very good at doing this, though. A lot of players... It didn't used to be a thing. Wang Liang was almost... I think he was one of the first people who actually started doing it consistently. It looks as though Wolf Kaibao, here he is. He's gone back to the scene of the crime where he got those 3 kills, but it doesn't look as though they're still there. I don't think he's going to be able to cleanse it as easily as he thought. But T225 is in the vicinity, so he might have a fight on his hands here. He might be able to engage and try and force this fight and look for that Soul Bloom. Oh, they're getting closer and closer. They're just it's like the timing of it. And there we are, the engagement coming through. Both of these players with the Yang depletion. Oh, the ultimate utilization very early. This is exactly what you want to do. So you use your F3, and then you almost immediately pop your ultimate so that you can maintain pressure. And then you have another F3 ready to go to try and catch them if they try and disengage. There was no 0-ban or 3-ban zone here, unfortunately, for T225. He would have been able to mitigate the Zai ultimate almost completely if that were the case. But he has managed to stall for just enough time so that Kaibao now essentially has no time on his ultimate. T225, and we managed to stall out the ultimate for long enough. He's on the chase. He gets the uppercut. Can he get the conversion? He can. He gets the blue focus R&B, but he's not able to get the Tiger Grab, unfortunately. He goes for it. He doesn't have another one left. 1 HP. Kaibao, he's so unbelievably low. He's trying to go for the bow shot, but he doesn't manage to find the connection. The armor swap coming through, though. Wolves Kaibao. He's in actually a decent spot now, but oh, the F3 dodge from T225 is sort of back and forth. T225 wants to find the reset. Wolves Kaibao does not want to let him do it. He turns around with the 0.9 release, the T225 classic, and there it is. He cleansed the Yang depletion, and T225 will live on.
Nice strike towards that end here. T225 going to be able to catch that feel as well here. Finally able to get a little bit more love as he puts himself in 4th place position with a 22.9. Meanwhile, Wang Liang in that top slot, top 3, 24.3. Tying it up actually with Frostivus, who sadly is out of this game here as XXY. Fighting this out with Verse here. Looks like Verse wants to be able to get this elimination. So dangerously low. All he needs is 1 strike here. And now just like that, the movement starts to speed up and it starts to pick up. And now it's a race toward the finish. And it looks like Jux is going to steal it away from Verse towards the very end. Jux with 3 eliminations, 13.3, slowly getting himself out of that bottom position here. And sadly, XXY is still stuck at the very bottom with that 4.8.
So you know who's still alive and who's managed to pick up a kill this game, Derby? It's JLAS. He picks up his first elimination of the series in game number 5.
He finally does it.
And he's on a roll now. He's getting aggressive. He picks up the bounty onto Wang Liang. Is he gonna start feeling himself? Is he gonna get the MVP this game?
That's usually how it first starts, man. It really does come down to, you know, that first real hit, right? That first real opportunity where you get the opportunity to go, all right, this is cool, right? Now you can finally get a chance to see where the rest of the momentum comes from here. But let's see how this one looks though overall. As we see the first fight still, we'll be able to capitalize on it, but let's see what happens here as we see Wang Liang and AS fighting this out here. And see if he can get any type of strike here towards the bow or the dagger, but they're missing out on a lot of different ones. A lot of whiffs so far here. Struggling, trying to keep up with it here and there. Nice strike down towards the bottom here. Trying to take his time. Ooh, nice strike with the dagger. Gonna hit the juggle piece. Gonna get him with the bow. Wang Liang with a gorgeous combo. And sends him back and says, see you later.
Very nicely done there from Wang Yang. The abyssal aura that we don't see as much as we used to since it got changed into a different Jade where it only has 2 charges on it. Since they changed all of the Jades not too long ago. Although, now that I think about it, it doesn't feel like it was all that long ago, but it was a decent... It has been a decent amount of time since we haven't really seen that much of it. But one of the very interesting things with Abyssal Aura is that you can confirm an uppercut off of the confirmation of the Soul Jade if you're able to time it correctly. Oh, a beautiful hold dodge there from Wang Liang, avoiding the knockback from the F1 on T225 from that ACOS, forcing out the ultimate. These gold dual blades just doing dual blade nunchuck, sorry, doing so much with that velocity, able to just mind game. Oh wait, no shot, he turns it. T225 absolutely obliterating it, just turning it on its head. Wang Liang was in such a good position to take this Realm of Yang home, but T225 forcing out those tap dodges, catching him on the last one, going into that combo. Beautifully done, Wang Liang. That is not what you want to see. That is a bit of a tilter. I feel like Wang Liang's a little bit tilted today, I'm not gonna lie. After game 3, I think it was, he looked very, very upset. I'm not gonna... I don't know. It's...
He's a very emotional person. He's very competitive.
Yeah,
and that's
he is
the thing that's understandable. Wang Liang has been a very competitive person for a while, and you can tell he wears it on his sleeve and he wears it on his face. He wants to win. He's very competitive. He's very strong mentality. But he definitely can be a little hard on himself sometimes here, and you can tell when it comes to a player like Wang. You know, Wang has been in this position so many times. He's a veteran. He knows how to get himself, into that top slot without really risking or losing anything. And for a player like Wang Liang, I mean, you can understand the passion. You can feel it when it comes to a player like him, and seeing like what he's been doing and how he's really been able to put it together here. He's done such an incredible job here. Look at that. Action is able to define it.
Is he able to get back in the zone though? But the thing is, the anti-heal debuff is going to take effect very, very soon, and he has quite a ways to go. I reckon he probably will make it back, but it might be close. It might be very close. But heading back to Celestra, Wang Liang and T225, the rematch, the grudge match. Perhaps he's not looking to fight him just yet. He's looking to go for the Shyol here, sitting on top of the bridge. He tries to find the entry, goes for a short reset. One of the interesting things about this new buff, by the way, which is quite cool, is that it is a pretty strong buff, but whenever you get close to somebody who has that buff, you have this sort of effect, this special effect around your screen. So you can always tell when somebody who has that buff is close to you, which is almost a hindrance to the person with that buff. But hey, yeah, that was oh my god, Verse getting absolutely destroyed with this terrain combo. Wang Liang absolutely obliterating him. Every player lurking around, pulling out those pistols, just shooting him down. And Verse, it was looking good for him. It wasn't looking too bad. He came out with a win in the realm of Yang, but he just gets destroyed. 4 kills though. Hey, Verse is now in top 5. That's a pretty strong showing. That's all it takes though. One game where you get a good game, good point game, gets the ball rolling, and now he's getting 4 kills back to back. Lovely to see. JLAS, unfortunately though, after his 1 kill, he hasn't managed to find another one. We're gonna have to. There's still plenty of time left in this game. Still 6 people alive. Potential for 5 kills for him. We're gonna have to wait and see. But we're going over to the replay of the Realm of Yang. Xshin versus Verse. Xshin taking a bunch of damage on the drop down from that F2. Looking to find this reset, but the Flame Breath, the Rupture Gale Flame Breath from Verse cutting that heel, preventing him from being able to get it off. Action tried to find the the V1 confirmation, but unable to do so, unfortunately. He's just sitting here holding, trying to bait out these teleports. Oh, he gets caught with the sliding uppercut, and Verse gets the conversion, and there it is, taking him down. Very nicely done.
Very well sweep coming in from that space, though, as we get a chance to see a little bit of that replay here as we go back into where Action is currently here. Looks like Wang Liang looks like he's going to go to do a little bit of some shopping here. Got a decent arsenal of stuff here for himself. A lot of purples. He's got a gold nunchuck. Nunchucks be dangerous. I don't know what it is, but I feel like they soft buffed it. I've seen people like strike with like one hit on the nunchucks and they be low. Like, yo, where'd all the heals go?
Well, nunchucks, it did receive a slight buff, but it was quite a while ago now, where instead of only being able to get one horizontal before the uppercut, you can now get two. So it's not that much of a, I mean, it's a nice buff, but it's not game breaking, so to speak. I think it was just that little bit that it needed to sort of edge back into the meta. I think the other weapons are still very strong in comparison. Almost like Fan is still extremely good. Staff still just does what Staff does. The tap dodge or the hold dodge catches with the LMB is so invaluable. The mobility that you get from this weapon as well. I feel like it's come to the point though that you'll see some nunchuck players, and also nunchucks, funnily enough, also got another buff today, but that's not this patch yet, so we don't actually have that in this game, in this series. Oh my, Wang Liang, my guy, you need to get out of there. He gets absolutely destroyed by all of these range shots, trying to get the Morris. It looks as though he might be cooked, though. 1 HP, and there it is, the Detto rounds, locking him down. Oh, no.
No! He tried.
He's in second place. He's overtaken Frostivus. Frostivus, unfortunately, in the last couple games, has just not managed to find any kills or get anything of a lead here. He definitely went hard in the Holoroth games, but these two games, has not gone all that well for him, unfortunately.
Even with that, though, still going to be able to go towards the rotations here. AS, looks like he went a little bit shopping here, trying to see if he can get something here, but here we go. Top 5. Jux, Orlando, AS, X-Shit, and T225. I'm so happy for AS. He finally gets one. Finally, after all this time, 5 games later, he finally gets a singular kill, putting him in 3.2. Still down at the very bottom, unfortunate, but I would love to see him go get one more. Get one more. Go ahead and do 2-3 eliminations for me, huh? Maybe even get lucky enough to pull a dub. That'd be tough. I don't know if that's gonna happen. But, you know, you can only wish, right? You can only wish. You can only hope that it goes that way, right? That's the only thing you can really hope for, right?
Yeah, like exactly. But hey, Arano, I kind of want to see more come out from Arano here. He was putting on an insanely good showing last week, but this week it's not been the same. Unless he's just sort of he burned himself out a tad and isn't able to output the same kind of output as he was last week. But hey, we'll see. He's not playing bad. He's definitely playing reasonably well consistently, but definitely not the same Arano we saw last week. T225 here in the replay from the Realm of Yang. Unfortunately, X-Shin with that Tessa ultimate, T225 has just got locked down and unable to escape. X-Shin with the gold pulse sword. So back to what I was saying though, the nunchucks, it does offer quite a lot in this. So one of the things that Shiol meta has created is having that F2 available means that you can throw it out at any time. So having these sort of standoffs face to face, nunchucks is one of the best weapons for this, because if you hold horizontal, it allows you to get that horizontal blue focus block. So if somebody releases into you, you can block it and take only a portion of the damage that you would have. So, T25? Oh, close. Almost going for a ride. Second Moonbane hit. But yeah, nunchucks, it's like a sort of solid weapon. It's not your Fan, it's not your Staff, but it's definitely solid, and the combo that it can output is decent. It's just it doesn't really have super damaging combos, unless you get something like Velocity, it kind of struggles for damage at times. It's more about catching option selection from your opponent with the tech chase capabilities that make it good, and like the camping playstyle somewhat, where you stand in front of somebody and even if they release, you still block it. You don't take the full damage, which essentially it slows down fights, but it can also move very fast. It's a little bit of both. But anyway, Arano, oh no. This lucky man manages to survive with the Mortal Defiance. He needs to stay alive, though. If he wants to convert this into a solid game. He does have 3 kills. He could definitely turn this into a big point game if he stays alive here and gets good placement. But he has to run. He is... But the good thing about this, as I've said multiple times now today, Celestra is one of the best places for running, so he does make it out alive, thankfully.
True. Definitely a good advantage for him, though, in this space here, as you do have a lot of terrain to really be able to maneuver as much as possible. And for some of these players here who's really learned this map so well, knowing that this was the first map everybody got a chance to really dive into, it's really good to see the advantages of what happens when you've just been so used to a map that you know how to get out of every nook and cranny that this map has to offer. You look at Arano here, giving that opportunity, though. Oh, no, and he ends up getting hit at the very bottom, though. Action. Goodness, great, damn. It was a little crazy. Sent the mouth like a tennis ball. Said, see you later there, buddy. I'm like a home run. Now we're down to our final 4 here. AS is still alive here. Question is, can he get another elimination? He's getting pushed off here by KLA T225 here. Slowly closing in the gap as he ends up getting hit. Oh, no, and then the bow hits him on the outskirts there. Looks like he has the free space, though, just to be able to go for the heals here. As Jux wants to be able to capture this fight. This is a fight he could do here. There's a chance for him to be able to close this in. He knows he has an opportunity here. Just like what I said, too, when it comes to confidence, once you gather up just a little bit of confidence, just a little bit, it's enough for you to go, yeah, I think I can do this. That's when you really start to see a lot of confidence plays come in out of nowhere. And you're like, yo, where was this in game 1 or 2? You know? Exactly. Where was all that energy that then? And look at Jux getting absolutely sent by Action. Action just weeding him out little by little, one by one. He's going to be able to hit that towards the very bottom here. Looks like he's going to try to go for the strike here, but it looks like he's going to miss out on it. Misses out on the Tesla stun. Looks like he's going to slowly back out of this, though. But Jux, dangerously low here. He wants this opportunity. Here comes AS with that pistol. It looks like he may be able to come through. Hold on. Oh. Realizes that wasn't the best play, though, and decided to back out. I thought that was a shot. I thought he had a shot right there.
No, homie. JLAS trying to pick up as many kills as he can. He's trying to capitalize on his 1 kill. Jux managing to make it out alive. That blue focus from Action just sending him down into the ravine. Just, oh my lord, that was insane. The musket shots as he fell through the air, beautiful aim there coming out from Action, and he's holding that rooftop position very, very well. I don't think anybody wants to contest him up here. T225, I think he's reasonably happy where he is as well. Having ultimate low ground and ultimate high ground offers advantages in both regards. You can get a lot of value from high ground where it's harder to poke you down, and you have the advantage if anybody ever tries to come up to you. But then ultimate low ground as well, in this kind of situation where you have a Jade like Merciless Havoc, as C25 just demonstrated, you can essentially act as the blender at the bottom, where if anybody falls down into you, you have the advantage in first action. You can look for that gambit and force somebody into making a 50-50 decision occasionally, where you're holding this blue focus, and if they want to force it and come down into you, they have to go for the 50-50, and it's you have the advantage essentially in advantage. But AS, oh my lord, speaking of advantage, he's engaging hard onto Jux. Everything's just exploding here, and he picks up his 2nd elimination, taking him up from that bottom position on the total leaderboard. JLAS, but he's not in a good spot. He's used his ultimate, but he's got not very much health to speak of. Can he get the freeze? He doesn't manage to find it, unfortunately. He doesn't get to capitalize fully on his ultimate, and he's in a very bad spot here. He has no health to speak of, no opportunity to heal, and he just goes down to the zone. T25 now, not in the best spot either. He tries to find Action on the Buttery Rock, shots, but he's not able to do so. But Xshin, he's not able to get the kills regardless. And both of these players just go down to the zone, and Xshin picks up that first place placement. Yet again with the MVP as well. Xshin absolutely popping off today, ladies and gentlemen.
Xshin, I mean, with that amount of confidence that he's had before here, we knew it was only a matter of time until he ended up getting a two-piece. I mean, I've said this before, Xshin, I have so much confidence in a player like Xshin, the way that he plays, the way that he's able to weed out a lot of these players in different areas here. He really has had the opportunity to really showcase how good he can be, and he does it time and time and time again.
He does indeed. And this man with the combos as well, he just keeps pulling out different combos every fight, it seems. He's just able to consistently do all of them. That's nice though. Look at these guys, all friendly, chatting between themselves. A little hiccup there. all very friendly. That's another thing that I love about Nbpl, is that all of these players, they all know each other. They're all reasonably friendly. I think there's definitely some rivalries there. There's some a little bit of animosity every now and then, but hey, it all comes down to it. They're always friendly in the end, and it's lovely to see.
It's all love. At the end of the day, it's all love, and that's what we appreciate here in NARAKA BLADEPOINT. We talk about, you know, different things when we say, you know, with people, and you know how sometimes it can be such a toxic environment in terms of gameplay and things like that. But you come here, man, it's nothing but love, it's nothing but appreciation. Once we in the game, totally different situation. The moment we step out, everybody knows this is the thing I love. Everybody knows the difference between when you're in the game versus when you're out. And that's the thing that I appreciate here. But in terms of that, though, hopefully y'all been continuing to pay attention. But how many kills did Xshin get in game number 5? Is it 2, 3, 4, or 5? Put your answer in the chat for your chance at winning another Spring Split random gift. And make sure to have your DMs open for them to be able to hit you up, so that way you can receive your gifts when they are ready.
Indeed. Don't be the guy who misses out on his gifts. Especially if missing out on something that's free that you won. It's the worst feeling in the world. But here we are looking at, oh, there you go.
There it is.
There's the answer right
Hopefully
there.
You got it right, guys. Hopefully y'all been paying attention, because that'd be unfortunate if you didn't, you know.
And then again, I'm not sure if the countdown went through before we got to see the scoreboard, so you might have just had the answer given to you. But yeah. Anyway, 3 kills for Xshin, taking home another MVP, 7.2. Jux with 4 kills, 6.7. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to get that multiplier, but still a solid performance. T225 on 3, and then JLAS with 2 kills in that end game. Very nice to see. And he pulls it up from the bottom of the leaderboard. XXY has now taken his place in the depths. Only 0.3 points behind, so it's definitely salvageable. But hey, still. Akame sitting in 10th place with 9.5. Kai Bao with 9th and 13.8. I feel like from where Kai Bao is, it's all extremely close. Like in top 6 especially, 18.6, 19.1, 24.3, 26.1, 26.4. I mean, there's a little bit of a jump from second to first. 33.7. That's a decent jump. 7 points, give or take. So Xshin's definitely sitting reasonably comfortable at the top of the leaderboard. I'm a little bit sad to say that Frostivus wasn't able to continue his absolute bangers in the first couple games. He hasn't managed to translate that into a huge day and maintain that top position. But hey, we still got 1 game left to go, ladies and gentlemen. Do not count them out just yet.
And do not count us out as all. And don't count out a player like AS here, which sadly he does get eliminated in this moment. But he does end up getting an elimination.
He did.
This game, he finally was able to get something going here, which you love to see, even when it's down to our bottom players here. As we look at the rest of this, so the leaders, and obviously look at this, a finish coming in from Xshin just absolutely decimating the man.
Look at that.
I mean, he was dangerous today. In a more majority of these games, in terms of that confidence and in terms of how you're able to absolutely duke it out with some of these play styles, he did. He absolutely did it.
Oh my lord, right here, Verse just getting obliterated by everybody in the lobby. That was rough. That was rough. But yeah, X-Shin, he's the definition of a lab rat. He is just pulling out spicy combos left and right, showing us all what's up. Bowder been showing up this year. It's lovely to see. Bowder been very quiet for a while, but not this year. Not this year, ladies and gentlemen. And yet another MVP going over to X-Shin, his third MVP, pulling out only 12,000 damage, only 3 kills. I mean, 12,000 damage with 3 kills is pretty solid, but nothing too crazy. Nothing too crazy. Ended up being the multiplier. He did miss out on 2 kills though, unfortunately. 2 players ended up going down to the zone in that final few seconds of that last game. So he did miss out on a couple kills, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. F1, V1, the usual Tessa setup. You know, interestingly, I was surprised to see that Tessa didn't get changed at all in this new season patch. I was kind of expecting her to receive at least some adjustment or some changes considering her popularity, but I think that part of her popularity was due to Shyle being so popular. So considering that Shyle has now been nerfed, Tessa might inherently get played less.
Right.
As some of the other characters are going to be played a little bit more, so we'll see. I don't know. It's hard to really tell. Hadn't had a chance to get my hands on the new season patch yet. I was intending to play in the stream after today, but unfortunately, I had to go to bed early last night. I wasn't able to get it downloaded, so yeah, annoying. Might have to wait till tomorrow.
Sometimes that's really unfortunate when it comes to, like, you know, those moments when you're just like, oh, it's just right there. And it's just like, it's so unfortunate because you know you want to play and you want to get to the grind, but it's okay. We know you're going to get a lot of grind going on your streams, which you guys can also go follow at Dunkin' Donuts, Dunkin' Donuts TV. But for right now, we're going to lock in. We got one more game left. We'll be right back. We're going to take a short break. And we're going to get ready for our 6th and final game of the night for solos here for the Spring Split, our NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro. Whole lot of action, whole lot of insanity coming through as we're about to get ready to lock in for our final game, our 6th and final game. We've been 5 games deep. We still have 1 more left. And so far, a lot of these players definitely are starting to turn up a little bit. We have AS, who finally was able to get his dub. Congratulations, I'm proud of you. On top of that, we have some other players here who have really been trying to find their stride, but none other than the stride of X-Section, who continues to showcase why he is such a showstopper and why he is the consistent man that most people need to look out for. On top of all of the other players that we usually see here in these moments, we talk about consistency, we talk about Mike, we talk about Wang, we talk about Spider, who goes back and forth here, the pioneers on how to keep it active no matter what. X-Section has never dropped out of the top 3 or the top 5 so far out of these next couple of games, and he's got 2 dubs overall. Can he end it with 3? We're gonna have to see in our final game.
We are indeed. We'll have to see if some of those players lurking in that top 6 position are going to be able to come up and potentially steal it away from Action. It's possible. Anything's possible. Anything's possible. Wait. It's like half of your face coming up through the camera there. Frostivus, hey, he could be lurking. Ooh,
Justice,
you know.
For Morris Island.
We're gonna have to
Justice!
see. We're gonna have to wait and see. Who knows? Who knows, ladies and gentlemen?
Justice! All right. As we're gonna get ready to lock this in so far. So you've been asking me a lot of questions about who do you think is gonna take our game number 6? Don't say Action because of how consistent he is. Give me one that you wouldn't expect. Throw me a bone.
It's hard to really say, but I think T225 might come in and sweep the lobby on his Takeda, because his Takeda can be a little bit. I'm gonna be really surprised if he doesn't pick it, but because he's picked it almost every single series in the past, so he's always picked up his Takeda. And Takeda, although it's not necessarily the best pick at the moment, it's definitely still a solid pick. A lot of people have already used their Shiles. Some people think that Takeda is a bad matchup into Shile. Personally, I think it's not too bad, but it can go either way. If you're able to find that TOD potential, you could definitely just negate a Shile completely, making it so that she can't really play the game. But if she's able to get her ult off, then it could potentially go into the Shile's favor, as you're able to mitigate the Furin blast coming out from the Takeda. So we're gonna have to wait and see. I'm hoping, obviously, my boy Frostivus, that he comes out on top, because he performed extremely well at the very beginning of the series, and not only that, but it's a nice little comeback story. I like to see him finish, the top of the leaderboard this week, although it's definitely not over. This is only the first day of bi-weekly qualifiers into the bi-weekly finals. We're gonna have another day. Is that the Hardy? Excuse me? And then also T225 not pulling out the Takeda. What is this? Is that a first? I think that might be a first, that he doesn't pull out the Takeda
That would be an unexpected pick.
JLAS, does he dominate the lobby with Hardy? Does he? Do you think? Mainly because Hardy, after the nerf, he's just suffered a lot. He's just not really been able to do all that much. That's the problem with Hardy in his current state, I feel, is that he struggles. He just struggles to really do anything, or even come close to how good he was before. But as soon as they nerfed this one specific thing, he instantly fell out of meta. Which is kind of the problem with his ultimate there, is that it applies so much pressure if they're able to essentially just go uncontested in the air. But as soon as you make it so that there's somewhat of a counterplay, then it immediately loses a lot of value, especially with the addition of Shile to the game. Shile being a character that essentially just doesn't really need to care about Hardy all that much. She just blocks anything that he does manage to get on her, and then has all of her stamina to be able to avoid the rest of it. And potentially punish as well with the V2. So we'll see. But heading into this game, I'm sad to see no Takeda from T225. I was kind of hoping for it, but he is on the Tessa. Tessa is still a very strong pick. But the question is he going to be able to come out on top? And is Frostivus going to be able to get out of the funk that he's been through in the past 3 games? Is he going to be able to pull it out? Who knows? Jux as well has also been...
It's going to be a good question to see kind of overall here in terms of like, what do you think is going to be the better perspective? Knowing where everything is and kind of what makes sense and how these players are going to most likely going to be able to lock this in. I mean, there's going to be some pretty heavy aggression, to be honest, into this final game.
Yeah, certainly. Shah on the Tumulk as well, the only Tumulk. I feel like Tumulk is a solid pick into this lobby as well, but the only problem is that he's going to be the odd one out. So if he gets caught out in the open, although he does have his ultimate to deal with that kind of eventuality.
You better hope that he has it.
Yeah.
Ready to go. As we look at the final map here for today, as we see the lock-ins, we're going to see some duo fights happening immediately off rip. A lot of players are going to be definitely spread around the rest of the map here. As we do see TE and Kai Bao going to be headed straight towards this another section of this map here, all the way. Meanwhile, way in the back stretch is going to be, it looks like it's going to be JL and Bauda Action going to be fighting this out as well inside of this area here in Morris Isle. Still a lot of good stuff happening overall here with a lot of these play styles, but it's definitely going to be a lot of dual fighting. And we're going to see who comes out on top of some of these fights here. Could potentially do a 4-way fight, maybe towards the far left side, maybe. And that's if like they continuously keep, you know, just trying not to like end up getting eliminated this early into the game. But honestly, in this final fight, you just never know. There's going to be a lot of times where they're going to see that momentum and they're going to try to see if they can find it in terms of which way makes sense here. But only it will all tell towards the final ends of these games. And ladies and gentlemen, let's see how it goes here as we go to the final game as Frostivus getting caught out by Arano here. Arano trying to see if they can close in this gap little by little here. Already no shield by Frostivus. Frostivus is going to try to see if he can dip out, but Arano wants to be able to capture this fight. He wants to get this going here. Not a lot of scale rushes into it. Finds the gray shield swap. Nice hit from those nunchucks. Nunchucks going to do a disastrously amount of damage, but it doesn't come back though with the spear. The spear is going to be able to create a large lead here as well. The stun's going to be able to capture out, trying to see if he can dip out of Dodge's way. Arano just trying to maneuver it out here, pulling out the no ult zone. Now it looks like they're going to go back for the straight shield. Looks like they might go for a quick reset here. Meanwhile, back on the other side, Wolves, Kai Bao, and KT225 fighting this out as well. Doing basically the same thing here. Kai Bao just getting absolutely worked. C225 is going to get a beautiful parry, gets the finish, and says, huh, see you later, buddy.
And this could be the beginning of T225's game, the rise to MVP. We're heading on over to Action and JLAS. Ooh, AS with a beautiful turnaround parry. He was at a big disadvantage, but he's managed to equalize it somewhat. Action still on the chase, trying to find that engagement onto AS. AS, he's still kiting away. Oh, he gets caught with the R&B. Forced to immediately use that combo breaker. Is he going to be able to armor through this? He tries to do so. The horizontal hold. He gets cooked on the overhold, and there it is. JLAS taking down Action. Fortunately for Action, he does have that resurrection available, but JLAS, this is it, chat. I said it. He just needed that one decent game to get the ball rolling, and he's woken up. He's gotten out of the funk, and potentially this could be the beginning of the JLAS saga. Who knows? We'll have to see. But we're heading on over. GG Shah scrapping it out here. Forced to use that F. Up against the Justina, up against Jux here. Looking for that reset, manages to get it. Equalizes. Jux is actually slightly at a health advantage. Shah trying to catch up. Forced to engage here. Catches him with the horizontal. Forces out that combo breaker from Jux. He does have the ult advantage here for the moment. That's why Jux is looking to play here inside the 3-band zone. He doesn't have his ultimate available, but it looks as though GG Shah doesn't need it. He gets the parry with the dual blade sap, but immediately gets caught on the follow-up. Looks as though he's going to be sitting pretty, though. GG Shah having that F available, able to get out of dodge. That super low cooldown to Mulk F, I have to say, this is probably one of the best combo breakers in the game. But it's so slept on. It's so turbo slept on. The cooldown on this is crazy short, and it offers so much aggressive potential as well. If you throw out that wisp and you manage to get the confirmation, they can't do anything. You just beam them. Absolutely beam them. But heading on over here, we've got Akame and caught up by that Tessa ultimate. He manages to get into a good position, though. but not good enough. Unfortunately, he doesn't stay on the wall. He tried to position himself in such a way that once he got staggered, once he got stunned there, that they wouldn't be able to follow up. But unfortunately, that was not the case. GG Shah fighting it out here against T225. T225 trying to find an engagement. He gets that stagger, but the thing is, another really good thing about this combo breaker from GG Shah, from Thematic, is that you're able to iframe through that Tessa ult activation, but fortunately he didn't actually need to waste it. He didn't need to use it to get out of danger. Look at the parry coming through, though. T225, he's getting lower and lower. GG Shah gets parry baited. Here it is. It looks as though it might be the opportunity that he needed. He gets the ability to disengage, pulls out the longsword, trying to run, trying to put as much distance as he can between himself and GG Shah, but he gets caught by the third party from Tessa. XXY jumping in and taking down T225. Is he going to be able to finish off GG Shah here? That is the question. That F is forced out. He tries to catch him on the roof, but unable to do so. He's scale rushing after him. He catches him with the scale rush as well. Doesn't fall for the parry bait. Parry's there. No capitalization from GG Shah, but there we go. There's the parry coming out. GG Shah again with the combo breaker. Such a short cooldown. He's able to use it so many times in a fight, and he finds the armor swap, and the fight extends, Darby.
Extending it all the way. Definitely love to see it, though, with the advantages that they have thus far here. And it means GG Shah just trying to see if he can not get caught up here, as he does get caught by the stun. Now he's going to have to maneuver to get out in a tough situation. Oh, beautiful parry, but it's not going to be enough. Oh! And T225 comes through and steals the elimination away from him. Meanwhile, he ends up popping him with the Tessa ulti, and now he's going to get stunned off the outside as well. He's going to try to see if he can capture an elimination towards the end of this as well. He's going to back out, and it's not going to be enough as KT225 sends XXY home.
It's his revenge.
So hard. 2 eliminations deep. The confidence was there. He was feeling it out just to end up getting out in that space. Very unfortunate to see here towards the end.
Hey, could my prediction be correct? GG Shah getting taken down. The revenge from T225. He's able to find those eliminations, taking him up to 4. It could be I could have called it, chat. I might have called it. Even though he's not on the Takeda, he could come out victorious here if he's able to continue getting eliminations and secure that top placement to get the multiplier. But we'll have to see. Frostivus, JLAS, all of these players now posturing to go into the realm of Yang. Feel like the majority of these players are going to try and do just that. Nobody's looking to go for the Morris blessing just yet. Feel as though it's a sort of secondary thought. Most of these players are trying to snowball as much as they can using that realm of Yang. And we're about to jump right in. X-Shin going up against the Justina. It's going to be an interesting one. Oh, the staff. Little tippy taps.
See if there's an opportunity here for it, though, as he is going to do the scale rush. And ladies and gentlemen, they will be going airborne here. As Verse, all the way up, still high here, gets hit by the pistol. Exton trying to see if maybe they can connect it as well towards this. Misses out on the pistol strike here. Verse trying not to fight this out here. Wants to try to stall this for as long as possible here. Goes for the shield, trying to push it out. Straight gladiator style, but sadly he's not going to be able to do it here. Now he's going to try to see if he can close in this gap here. Both missing out on the chance for the strike here, but definitely does not want to risk the parry, which that's exactly what Verse was waiting for. And obviously it's going to hurt him in the worst way possible here. Absolutely gives him such a huge opportunity to dish out as much of that as possible. And then he ends up popping it out. Pops open the ulti. Now he still has the opportunity to hit for the freeze. The question is, does he connect for it? No, he misses out on the first one. Keeps the defense on it as much as possible. X-Shin dangerously low on HP here, trying to see if maybe he can get a little bit of shield, and it looks like he's able to find some. Now they're both low, but still, there is the advantage here that he could have. Verse dangerous.
No shot!
Throughout all the odds, the moment stacked against him, the heals not in his favor, and he still clutches towards the end.
No shot, Tommy. That's insane that he wins that. That's actually insane. The dodges on the Justina dashes were chef's kiss, truly majestic. And then he pulls it out. the bow shot that came in, if that had been a different range weapon, he would have died. But because it was a bow and because he got headshot, it staggered him and meant that it procced his V2, allowing him to teleport over to the target and just, oh my god, that's insane. That's actually insane. That's for the highlight reel right there. That's for the montage. What a beast. Action showing up. Only his first kill of the game, but potentially many more to come. JDG versus feeling that loss. That is rough. Absolutely rough. Kaibao and AS also went down in the realm of Yang. Frostivus managing to get the dub in the realm of Yang, picking up his first elimination of the game. Unfortunately, off of that uppercut just now, he wasn't able to fully capitalize. He does have that F2 though. Gets the activation. Going for the heaven step. This could be bad though. Oh, just managing to start up that blue focus. He didn't get the full damage, unfortunately, and he might get cooked here. He needs to pop that ultimate, I think. Pop the ult, no? Oh! Okay, this is bad. This is bad. He's dead. He's dead. Unfortunate. I have to say, I think if he popped the ult there, he probably could have turned that fight and killed Arano. But I think because he had the Vermilion Bird's Might, he didn't want to commit an ultimate unnecessarily when he could just see where it went, position himself on goofy terrain, and potentially still come out on top, or potentially still have the opportunity to continue fighting without having to use his ult before the stun. But I don't know. I think it could have been, it might have been for the best. But we're heading back over to GG Shah, the lone Tamulk on the map right now, fighting it out against Verse. Verse trying to use his ultimate, manages to get that last freeze before the 3-ban zone gets popped. GG Shah now in a really horrible position. He gets caught by the Tessa ultimate. T225 coming in. It's as though T225 is just hunting down GG Shah and Verse. Oh, the blistering edge, so much damage, and it's looking like it's cooked for Verse here. T225 picking up the eliminations. Oh my lord. Absolutely decimating the lobby right now. 5 kills to his name.
Putting up all that work, all that timing here, and sometimes, you know, that could really put you in a tough situation here. As Action is going to capture the next elimination onto JLAS. You know, he just absolutely knocks out, you know, the bottom 3 and says, hey, listen, you know.
No, he ends in last position again. No.
You know, listen, just come back next week. You'll be okay. It's all good. Just come back. You'll be all right. You'll be all right. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. He's like, listen, I'm sorry, you know, but hey, you'll be all right. You'll be okay. Sorry.
Poor guy. Poor guy. I feel for him.
Poor guy. Poor guy. Tough.
But
in this situation,
yeah,
tough.
It's tough. The thing is, the next day, it's going to be up against Mike and Spider in the lobby as well, so it's not going to be easier. But we'll have to see. It looks as though Frostivus manages to pick up his second elimination of the game. He's getting the ball rolling. He's pretty solid. Gold Hang Sword as well. Definitely in a good position here. And we're posturing to go into the realm of Yang again. Hey, what do you think of T225 right now? Do you think he... Actually, wait. Let's not cast a curse the guy. Let's not cast a curse him. Because I don't want to be the guy who casts a curse T225 here.
Let's see if he's going to be able to get something towards it, though. I mean, listen, we're going to look back at the replay here and see what happened here between Frostivus and AS. Is obviously wasn't helpful for one of these players here. As you're able to see nice hits, though, coming in from the bow, but he ends up missing it from that. Nice hit dodge coming in from Frostivus, as now he loses his health yet again. JAS just trying to see if he can keep it together here, working towards it. The timing could be just as lethal as it is as another parry as well here, trying to see if he can back it off. Obviously, he's going to be able to use this small moment really quickly to shield, but AS comes up just a little bit short towards this area here, trying to time it just a little bit more. Let's see if they can take that timing and be able to move it towards the next strike, though. That's what happened on the last one here. Frostivus is going to go again. Trying to see if he can use that momentum maybe for him to get another dub. He needs one out of this one, though. Looks like he's going to try to see if he can force it, though. Almost misses out. Could have potentially got one, but ends up going for the scale. The stun comes through from the Arano as well here. Nice juggle. Trying to see if maybe he can ditch him out into the next section here. Misses out on the strike. Drop. Oh, tries to go for the swap and misses it. Unfortunate. Now Frostivus now is on the pick and lead. See if maybe he can be able to come through. Scoundrel up a little bit here, but Arano trying to dodge as much as possible here. Goes for the stun. Gets it correct this time here. Not looking good. As the stun is going to eventually start to come in. Oh, no.
He cleansed it. He cleansed it almost immediately. Arano wasn't able to hold him on it, unfortunately for him. It looks as though Frostivus... Oh, he catches him out of the air yet again. The grapple bump. But unfortunately, it's the second time he's managed to do it. Second time the combo breaker is used from Arano. Frostivus, though, they've equalized in health. Arano does have the advantage in ultimate, and Frostivus doesn't read the activation, and he gets cooked on it. Oh, but the F2 comes through, doing the damage and allowing him to cleanse the soul, get his soul back. But unfortunately, they're both gonna have to go and try and cleanse this Yang depletion as they both get taken down, unfortunately. Jux as well, speaking of getting taken down, X-Shin finding the elimination onto Jux. Ooh, he's catching up with T25. T25, 5 kills, X-Shin on 4. This is going to have to be a pretty massive game from T25, though. If T25 pulls out another, let's say, if he kills X-Shin here and then gets, let's say, another 2-3 eliminations, he could potentially... Actually, no, he probably needs a few more kills than that. I think he needs to kill everybody else in the lobby, starting with X-Shin, and he could potentially come out on top here. But it's going to be a long shot.
I mean, we could say it's a long shot in certain areas, but I love when long shots happen, because sometimes all it takes is one to be able to switch it in, you know? And obviously, with Frostivus here, I mean, he's still 2 eliminations deep, top 3, 27.7, feeling good so far here. Obviously, X-Shin, 4 eliminations, T225, 5 with 33.4, so he still has a little ways to go. We're going to see him at the top, all the way number 1 overall here, but these points are going to be the really most important point right here. Definitely a little bit more static towards it, but let's see if that opportunity does become a thing. Wang Liang and them trying not really to get caught up in the tough situation here. They don't want the smoke. Much as they don't want to.
Wang Liang not in the best position here. Now, he's gotten 0 kills this game as well, which is not so hot, I have to say. Wang Liang, he was doing all right earlier, but I feel like he's just had a few inconsistent games and not... Oh, no, and there it is. Frostivus taking him down, picking up his 3rd elimination and the Soul Bloom to be able to cleanse that Yang depletion. Very nice for Frostivus. He might be able to pull it out the bag here, potentially taking T225's spot. But it's going to be another long shot. All the long shots in one game. The final game of the day. This is when things get oogly boogly. Frostivus does have that gold hang sword. He does have ultimate available. He's in a pretty solid position. And he has Tuna as well. Tuna, I talked about it earlier. Extremely good Jade. GG Shah on the Tomok. Going into this endgame, this could potentially be tough for him. It looks as though the zone is closing in a relatively open space. So... he might end up getting his ultimate forced out if he's not careful. If he manages to get surrounded by the rest of the lobby, he could get put into a very bad position. But here we are looking at this replay of the Realm of Yang. GG Shah initially getting the advantage onto Wang Liang. Wang Liang turning it around with that LMB hold dodge, LMB uppercut, but Shah, he does have the combo break ready to go. And look at it, it's already on 9 seconds. He already has it almost back up again, uses the ultimate, grabs the Wisp from the wall, catches him with the scale rush, Wang Liang turning it around with the F2, doing a chunk of damage, equalizing it. Pretty rough though. GG Shah, if he's able to find the Wisp here, no, it skips ahead as he isn't able to do so. Both players on the same amount of health effectively, but Shah gets chunked down by the hang sword. Wang Liang trying to find the opening. The clanks coming through. F2 tried to use it. Shah forced to use his F1, trying to get out of there. And the crazy thing is that Shah wins this. Going for the overhold, catches him, gets the RMB, the light RMB, goes for another overhold and catches Wang Liang. Wang Liang doesn't believe he will release, but Shah, he knows what he wants to do, and he does it. He gets that Realm of Yang dub.
Shah has been able to play that super well here, but obviously, you know, when it comes to a player like him, that confidence is going to be so strong, especially depending on the advantage that he might have depending on the player. And obviously, in that moment here, he looked at it and he realized, oh yeah, I definitely have the opportunity here to really get close and really get this finish if need be. And obviously he was able to see that, understand it, and go, I'm here. I know what it is. Let's do it. Really showed strong in that game, in that moment.
Absolutely. But things are slowing down now. I feel as though these players, none of them want to get too aggressive to start off with. GG Shah going directly to that Morris Blessing, having that F available, throwing it down, grabbing the golden armor out of the box. He's taking some damage here, and this is exactly what I was talking about before. He gets his ultimate forced out. This is not what you want as GG Shah, although... Oh, the Moonbane, another grief. Lovely. Let's go. I mean, to be honest, GG Shah is actually going to benefit from this. He actually benefits from this Moonbane through sheer luck. The Moonbane gets dropped down on his head, and the other players are not able to immediately engage onto him once his ult ends. Kind of crazy. And he has the trees. There it is. GG Shah. Fortunately, the fortunate Moonbane, he's able to make it out alive. He is having to continue to run away from these players, but he has all of these trees to try and make use of. He has the F active, so if anybody tries to shoot him with a ranged weapon, guess what? You're hitting the sand first. GG Shah. He's chilling now. He's absolutely chilling, and he's going to have the time to regenerate his ultimate back up.
He said, you're going to get got, buddy. You're going to get got. Love to see it, though. Inside of this moment here is GG Shah just trying to keep the shield up here. With that gold shield, though, as he ends up getting pulled here like he's a salmon deep in the freshwater lakes. Does not want to get caught up, though.
What?
What, you never been fishing?
GG Shah the salmon. I've been fishing. And the salmon kind of works with the GG logo as well. Same color.
Yeah, you know how hard they be pulling? They be yoink, yo, it is not that simple. Come here.
I've never been fishing for salmon. I've been fishing for trout before, but never salmon.
Trout is brutal. So
trout is, I love trout. Trout is so delicious.
Trout is, they be fighting though.
Yeah, but they're tasty. It's worth it.
They are tasty, but it's worth the fight though. They be fighting. So yeah. Even with that though, let's see if they can still keep that momentum going here, because GG Shah definitely does not want to be the next one, as he's hiding in, so he doesn't have to force anything realistically here. But everybody else here, it's healing. Doesn't have to worry about really using up much of his resources, which is really good.
Exactly.
For the final stretch of this.
T225 on 5 kills, Action on 4. Frostivus on 3. I'm not gonna lie, I don't think Arana really has a chance to get into top 3 here. Unless he kills literally everyone, it's gonna be impossible.
Probably not, which is unfortunate, but you know, it is what it is. In certain situations,
it is what it is.
It is what it is. And sometimes you gotta realize, hey, you know, you tried, but now it's just about just trying to get as much points as possible.
Exactly. I mean, one of the big things is that all of the points that you manage to accumulate in the qualification phase get carried over. A portion of it gets carried over into the bi-weekly finals. Wait, what did I just see? He just saw him using tuna, ran up to him, and then was like, actually, nah, run past him, and just repositions instead. What on earth? Oh, what a meme. Wait, is GG Shah?
For this one.
Wait, where is Shah?
Shah's down.
He's inside the cave.
Shah's in tow.
What the? How is he gonna get out? He needs to move now. He's gonna have to get out now, or he's absolutely cooked. Move, Shah.
Isn't there another side to that tunnel?
Yeah, no. There's just one entrance. One way in, one way out. There it is.
He'll be okay.
T25 finds him. He knows that he's there. I think.
Still gonna possibly be able to get a strike here as he realizes, he says, "Hey, my bad. I didn't want that."
Oh, the Rupture Gale Flame.
See, they all assume he's low. In reality, he's not. He can still really fight and duke this out if he really wants to here. They all assume he's low, and he's really not here. And he has enough range here to really be able to dodge out and just get out of harm's way here. Now, even though he has to go right back to where he is, trying to see if they can hit him with the bows, but successfully.
There's the firing squad just looking at him.
Yeah, they're all trying to see if they can get to Shah, but Shah's like, you missed. You missed. You definitely missed. You weren't even close. Buddy, pack it up. Pack it up, buddy. You're not, the bow's not for you right now.
Go back to Aim Labs.
Go back to Aim Labs. It's not you. It's not you today. I need you to lock in. Right now, you're not locked in, buddy. Meanwhile,
exactly.
Even with all of this, though, GG Shaw still on the outskirts, though, but Arano, T225, Exton, they're all still jumping around here, trying to see if they can find him. GG Shaw still has a decent place to be here. He doesn't really have the force, but he does have those 2 eliminations, 22 points. If he wants to take over Arano and maybe even get close to Wang Liang, he's going to need to make some moves here. And it looks like he finds one as he actually pushes on to T225. Trying to see if he can capture one, but it's not going to be enough. He does end up dodging. A lot of the bows,
very close to
a lot of everything here, man. Just trying to close it out little by little. Does not want to ruin an opportunity if he doesn't have to. In these moments here, trying to take it slow, trying to be calm with it. Let's see if he can rotate this out. But what do you think? Final circle. My money right now is still on X-Gen, but knowing where T225 is in that confidence, it could be interesting to see if he takes it all the way.
I think I want to say T225. I'm not gonna lie. T225 is in such a good position. He has that flame breath, rupture gale. Like literally the one Jade that allows him so many opportunities to snipe kills away from other people. He's pressuring people so unbelievably well with this Jade. It's just the win condition. We talked about it time and time again. The win condition Jade, and he has the Tessa ultimate. He locks down Frostivus. Frostivus in a really bad position. It looks as though it's over. T225 is going to claim the kill, and there it is. Kill number 6. Ladies and gentlemen, Frostivus gets knocked out of this final game of the day. T225. It's still a ways to go, though. We still have a little bit until this zone fully closes. Everyone's going to have to try and get some close quarters action in. T225 sitting on the wall. GG Shah going sky high, trying to find some bow shots to try and open up some of these players. Arano losing a lot of his shield here. Manages to get one pot off before he gets re-engaged on, sending out that ultimate, narrowly missing T225. T225 now in a really bad position here, actually. He's getting cooked. He uses that Tessa ultimate. Thankfully, he's able to survive. He's so unbelievably low. He needs to get a heal off right now. X-Shin pressuring him with that fan. T225, get out of there. No! T225, my guy, what are you doing? He just gets caught up in such a bad spot. Forces all of his cooldowns, and he's just unable to do anything. Arano getting the combo, immediately turns around mid-combo to parry GG Shah and prevent himself from getting taken down here. X-Shin, he's not going down without a fight. GG Shah forced to use that ultimate. It looks as though X-Shin is going to be taken down as well. It's now a 1v1 versus Shah versus Arano. GG Shah not in a bad spot. Both of these players, actually, I'd say they're even. They were even until just a second ago. GG Shah opting to go for the health heal as opposed to the shield heal. But there it is, a huge scale rush to parry onto Arano. Beautifully done. The buttery rocks preventing Arano from moving whatsoever. GG Shah has his F to play with. He can play aggressive here. He can send a blue and not really care as he has that combo break available. He's going for these parries. He's trying to find the opening. Arano getting chipped down. The combo break from Arano getting sent out. GG Shah, he's going for the blue, and there it is. Even if he got parried, it wouldn't have mattered, ladies and gentlemen. And there we have it. GG Shah taking the MVP of the final game of the day. What a performance from our Sandy boy Tamal.
We love to see it all the way to the very end here. With the amount of time here, look at the breath, you can tell the take. Arano trying to hold on, and he did pretty decent in his overall day. But you were right.
T225 got the win.
T225 ends up getting the dub.
I thought he went out too early.
He was a little bit ahead of the pack, but I think he ended up getting at least one elimination, possibly. And I think if he did go out early, he still ended up capturing some points that really took him to the top of the leaderboard, though, overall. This is going to be really close. I'm going to be honest, this is going to be really close.
Damn. I genuinely thought he went out too early in terms of placement for him to get a big enough multiplier for all of those kills to mean enough that he gets MVP. Damn, what a performance, what a beast. Lovely to see. T225, my prediction was correct. 5-head donkey.
Honestly, good call.
It must be really close, though. It must really be very, very close. It's gonna have to be very close.
Definitely was a close game. I'm very, very confident in the fact that that was really close towards the final. I think T225 really saw the advantages, but also realized that if he does try to take advantage of them, he might end up getting spliced out himself. Sadly, he does, But with that comes the fact that, yeah, I do think if I'm going to go back to the tapes here, because I actually want to see how that final circle also ended as well here. Because I think, like I said, he ended up playing that super well towards that final circle here, and just sadly just wasn't able to do a whole lot. As Arano and GG Shaw were still fighting this out here. I mean, he was trying, but he still had 6 eliminations towards that lead. Even if GG Shaw and Arano was still fighting, that still put T225 in that top slot because he still had those 6 eliminations. Now, after that, it's just about placement, but GG Shaw is probably going to be right under him. He's probably going to be right under for the top slot. Most likely, Shaw's in second, T225's in first. I'm going to say...
I don't think T225 got enough points to overtake Action.
No, I'm not talking about the overall. I'm just talking about just this game.
In this game, I think it's going to be close between Action and GG Shaw. GG Shaw picked up a few kills at the end there.
Arano might end up actually taking third, most likely. He might actually end up taking third. I think that's how that's going to go.
Potentially, yeah.
So that's
I'm not sure how many kills he had. I don't think he had that many. I think he maybe came out with like 3, potentially 4.
Shaw had 4 after that final kill, obviously. And then Arano had 3. So with that, Wang Liang had none. Frostivus had 3, but he got out early. So you have to think about placement. Those extra placement points are going to put you up a little bit higher than you would if you were to get out before those placement points start to become a factor. So it's most likely going to be T225 first, Shaw second, Action in third. Arano was actually close. So I actually wasn't not that far off, actually. So let's see if we look back towards the standings here for the overall, which obviously, I mean, we got a chance to see the scoreboard here a little bit of a peek at ahead of time, but it's okay. But as we go through the finals so far here, AS sadly 6.7. He was
6.7, 6.8.
He was 0.1 away from not being last. Unfortunate. He was that close.
That was very sad.
19.1 though. Decent start for him. Jux was able to get himself a 16.7 with in 8th place. Really kind of taking his time here and finding that advantage. And just I mean, there was a moment here where he had that moment, but sadly, he just wasn't able to really flush it out.
It's definitely sad to see that Kai Bao on his, not his debut, but his re-debut into Nbpl, he wasn't able to finish in top 6. Very unfortunate to see there. But looking at our top 6, Action with 41.7. What a machine. The thing is, that's with a game 3 of 1 point, that had 1 point in it. But for the rest of the day, it was all super consistent. Super consistent. Lovely to see this kind of play coming out from one of the players. T225, unfortunately, he did get that 0-point game in game 3. If he hadn't, it could have been a different story.
Tough story.
That is it.
But as we look back here, let's see what's going on here with some of these play styles, though. Obviously, and these eliminations. AS.
Hey, it was good to see AS take down Action there.
Finally, the good thing to get him to give him a little bit of some confidence. He needs something. Chucks getting eliminated by Shaw. Action getting close with the stun coming through. It goes that third party trying to come in at the same time. Arano trying to get that clutch elimination as he does. Look at Arano trying to see if he can find it with Frostivus, getting that finish and getting him out of the game. T225 finding it with Verse, and he tries to do the same thing here with Frost at the very end of that game, holding on for as long as humanly possible. Action, beautiful bow kill to steal it away. And look at that. GG Shaw able to close out the game, gets the dub, puts himself in that second place slot though, as T225 is still going to take that number 1 and that first place slot overall. Timing couldn't have been any better for him though, but as we look at the MVP though, T225, 6 eliminations, 16k damage. His first MVP for this week. Phoenix Splash, short weapon handle sap, Abyssal Aurora, Rupture Gale Orb, Burn, Blistering Edge, and a long sword sap. Long overdue, T225. Long overdue.
Absolutely. Also, you know what I just noticed? That hand gesture that he's doing right there, that says 225.
Oh. That's fair. I never even thought about it like that.
I never even saw that. But he's got the one finger down, the middle finger down on one hand, and then 5 fingers up on the other. The 2-2-5, you know. Ooh.
2-5. Wow, that's actually really smart. Love to see it though. Very expected and amazing games coming in, but seeing Action at the top point, 41.7, 11.8 in his game number 2, which was the most points that he got. I think out of everyone, no, actually, the most came from GG Shaw in his game 3, which was 13.8, I think. So definitely some decent high scoring games for some of these players here, and really showcasing it. But Action with that consistency, getting himself in those top 5s. I think he might have dropped potentially one game.
Yeah, maybe. It was one game. One game that he only got 1 point.
And even that was the 1 point, right? I'm thinking about like with the certain games that Action has, that was a 1-pointer.
Yeah, it was only one. It was game 3, and then the other lowest one was a 6.7 or a 6.9 in game 4.
6.7 in his game 4, because 8 points was his last game, and 7 was actually in his first game. So that was the only game in game 2 where he gets a double-digit score. Meanwhile, T225 dropped a 0 in general, but he didn't do anything less than a 4.8. 4.8. He does a 10, a 5.4, a 6.2, and a 9.3. So if he would have probably ended up getting a double, he might have potentially. No, he probably wouldn't have had enough. He probably. But
then again, you have to think, if he gets more kills, then that means there's less kills for everybody else. So it could have been less kills for Action. Could have come out with a dub.
True.
Who knows? Who knows? But we are going to be going over to a quick interview, our only interview of the day, and we're going to be right back afterwards for the ending.
Welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we have EWG Arano to our interview. So please say hello to our audience first. 也先请阿然给我们大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 EWG 阿然。
Okay, welcome. So, based on the last week, you have a really good performance. You know, a lot of audience call you the new king. How do you think about this title? 那其实因为上一周阿然有一个非常出色的表现，很多的观众都说你是新王。你对于这个称号有什么想法？
我觉得大家过于夸奖我了。
I think it's too much. Okay, you're really modest. So, but you know, for the bi-weekly final of solo, also you got a really good grade. But when you got the match point and you are really close to the champion, so at that time, what's your thinking? 那其实阿然还是非常的谦虚的。当然，我们有关注到在就周决的时候，你拿下赛点之后，当时离冠军其实一步之遥。当时的想法是怎么样的？
最后还是比较紧张吧，操作失误了，有点变形了，还是就差一点点，下次继续加油。
Okay, so I was too nervous at the time, and I made a lot of mistake for my operation. So I would do it better in the next time. I mean, okay. So let's move on to our answer projector. So this time's our question is how many scores did the EWG Arano get in today? 那我们这次的问题是阿然今天一共拿了多少分呢？ But I also want to say, so we have already played one bi-week games. So we move on to the next week. Any experience or anything you learned from the first? 那其实我们也是来到了第二周。来到了第二周，经过了第一双周，觉得自己获得了什么样的经验呢？
觉得离拿冠军之路还有很长一段距离。
Okay, I think there is still a long way to the champion. Okay, so please, count down the time, Arano. 那也是请阿然给我们倒计时一下吧。
3, 2, 1.
Okay, screenshot everyone. Okay, so the last question will be, today we also have a newcomer and his name is JDG Verse. Do you think he will take away the title from you? I mean the new king. 那其实今天我们也迎来了一个新的选手，就是京东的 Verse。你觉得以 Verse 目前的状态，他会抢走你新人之王这个称号吗？
他刚到赛场嘛，需要学习的跟我以前一样，刚到赛场的时候需要学习的东西还是比较多的。但是他确实很有可能能抢走这个称号。
Okay, so actually he's very new here, so there's still a lot of things he needs to learn. But basic on his ability, I think he is really possible maybe take away from me the title. Okay, that's all for the interview. Thank you for Arano doing this, and I hope you got a better performance in the next solo day. OK， 那也是谢谢阿燕来到我们的采访，希望在下一天的单排比赛中能取得更好的成绩。OK， 拜拜 everyone。
Appreciate the interview from the new King Arano, which I'm curious where the King part kind of came into, but that's just me personally, as we were looking at everybody else. But it's okay though, because Arano could technically really be able to take the name for himself as we see him continuously play more and more. Like I said, Arano really kind of struggled at first here, and he was able to turn up a little bit here. So we definitely see a little bit of some succession happening with a player like Arano. But for some of these other players, though, they're definitely going to need to buck up a little bit more. Players like XXY, that's down at that bottom, not looking so good. Same thing with AS, who sadly, you know, all the way at the bottom, all the way. Just
hey, he did okay. He got himself up from the bottom at the towards the end, but. Yeah.
That's all you can say. He tried.
Yeah.
Put amount of time in there. He put amount of effort. That's all you can do in different situations here. And obviously, hey, listen, you got to come back next week. You got to come back not tomorrow. You got to come back for day 2. You got to absolutely put it down. You got to let him. You got to let it be known. Let it be known. Listen. Like I said, sometimes it is about those jitters. Absolutely understand. Now we're into week 2. It's time to lock in.
Exactly.
AS, I need you to lock in. Day 2, I need to see you pop off. Specifically you. Anybody else, it's kind of whatever. Some people have been doing well. I need specifically AS to pop off.
No, I agree. It would be really nice to see. Would definitely be really nice to see. But we're going to take a look at the standings right here real quick as we were just talking about them. Jux is another player that I definitely like to see do a little bit better. I see like glimmers of just like insanely good play coming out from him, and then unfortunately it just doesn't amount to too much. He did have one decent game on 6.7, solid performance. Kai Bao, stop picking F3 Zai, bro. What are you doing, man? Like, I'm sorry, but he had one game where he got 3 kills on it, but it didn't really amount to anything, and that was it. But looking at the top of the leaderboard here, we have Frostivus, the boy, the NA and SEA sort of representative here, coming in with 28.9 in 3rd position. Not too shabby. Doing it pretty damn well, I have to say. Arano, although he was crowned the new king, unfortunately he wasn't able to get a huge day today. Only sitting in 6th spot. Not too bad though, not too bad. Also, Verse, a very strong position, I would say. Verse, having come in as a sort of rookie, as he said in the interview, he's still got a lot to learn. But judging based off of his skill level and how good he is without having that experience, he could definitely make it. Straight from the mouth of Arano, I feel like he was being somewhat modest, and especially after his performance today, having not done as well as he probably would have hoped, having been one of the 3 players in contention to take home the finals last week. So we'll see. But there is still another 2 days of solos. Not for all of the players. Each player who's played today so far has one more day. I'm not sure which group it is going to be on our following day on Saturday, but the other group that didn't play today, so sorry, he's not playing at all. Kai Bao has replaced him for this bi-weekly. Mike, Spider, and the Ooglers, they're going to be coming in and facing off with these players, and it's going to be definitely an interesting one. Spider having taken home the finals win last weekend. Good for you, bro.
Most likely it's probably going to be A and C, most likely.
Well,
it's most likely going to be A and C, because whenever they do like the B and C splits, sometimes C usually gets a chance to go again, and then usually it's an A and C split.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we'll have to see this. We'll find out soon enough. But that is going to be it from us, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, there is no more NARAKA to be played today. There is going to be a replay, so we're going to start again as soon as we finish off today. But that is all from us, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, make sure to come back for tomorrow, though. Make sure to come back for tomorrow. Trios tomorrow, same time, same place. Be there. I will see you in chat. But everyone, wherever you are, take care. We will see you next time. Thanks for watching.
你们的灵魂如此脆弱。
我已看透了这技术。